very carefully as much as possible and make adjustments as we go along and let you know. Of course, in a gathering like this, we always have a lot of personalities we want to recognize. We are very grateful. It's not easy to be here. We thank God. We all know what the situation of the country is. So I would want to call on my president. We are going to start with a welcome address from my very able president that is hosting us also at the conference today. Please, Usher, can you please check for the president for us? Oh, fantastic. President, you can see he's always among the people, so we might not recognize him. Okay, so President, please, a warm round of applause for my president for the welcome address, please. Okay. Okay, so, President, welcome address. Okay. You want? Yes, we have, okay, sorry. I want to, it's just arrival of the dignitaries. We have already done that. Do we have the national anthem ready? Okay, hold on, please. Okay, sorry about that. So we have some of our dignitaries here that we want to announce to come forward to the reserved tables. Okay. So we have our lead speaker presenter, our ushers. Please, ushers, please. Our lead speaker is somewhere there. We're going to be announcing his name. Please, a round of applause for our lead speaker, Mr. Chinenye Mba Nzwoku, Managing Partner, Grand Central Africa. He will be joining us on the high table soon. In absentia, we have Professor Enemu Ogochi Blessing that will be joining us also. When he comes, we'll announce. We have our panelists also here. Favor Ida Chaba from 4 Point Chaba Consultant. Please, let's recognize you. Please, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you so much. Please, can you move to the reserve table, please? Ushers, thank you. Mr. Michael Williams from Ebony Life, Place Lagos, yet to arrive, is on his way. Mrs. Bosede Koshemani, our project manager from Lekki Conservation, would also be around soon. We're very grateful. They are also our top partners for this afternoon as well. And we also are expecting a representative from the Honorable Minister, Mr. Ademola Adejon. We would recognize them as they arrive. They're on their way as well. We have also, in expectation, Director of Domestic Tourism, Mrs. Naria, on her way as well. We have the HATMAN President also. We are expecting him also. Our HATMAN President, Mr. Unkerumwe. We are expecting him as well. And please, I think we have in our midst also the NIHCI President, Alhaji Bengas Tumonu. Are you around? Thank you so much. We appreciate your time here with us. We also have our past presidents and very distinguished members of HATMAN, Mrs. Ekweme also, very much, always, every year, constant care with us. Welcome, Ma. We appreciate your time here. Mrs. Kupoluyi, also a very distinguished member of the HATMAN, Dr. Mrs. Kupoluyi, sorry about that. That was okay. And then we are also expecting the tourism board, Mrs. Anne Dogo, Director of Tourism Board, FCT City. We also are expecting the MD of Kano State Tourism Board, Alhaji Sagagi Tuku. I don't know if he's here, but we would announce as they come along. And he's around. Okay, Alhaji, thank you so much for being with us. So, I think, President, with that, we have our distinguished guests covered. If the others now arrive, we will definitely recognize them as they come as well. Right. So, President, national anthem now. DJ, do you have that ready for us? So please, can we be on our feet in honor of our country to say the national anthem, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. So just a moment. So that is sorted, and this is it. Oh, so we want to recognize our HATMAN president just arriving. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. So with our HATMAN president settled and the introductions done, we will keep recognizing other people. I want to call upon our president, Mr. Samson Aturu, to give us the welcome address. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, ably represented by Ademola Adejohn, who is on his way to this place. They have just left the airport, and very soon they will arrive with the Director of Domestic Tourism. Managing Director of Kano State Tourism Board, who traveled all the way from Kano to join us here yesterday. We thank you for joining us and honoring our invitation. Other special guests here invited, I sincerely want to welcome you all to this 17th International HATMAN Conference taking place here in Lagos, tagged Conference and Annual General Meeting 2023. It is my great pleasure as President of HATMAN to welcome all of you on behalf of the Board of Trustees, Executive Council, and members of our dear association to the 17th International Conference and Annual General Meeting taking place here in Lagos. I would like to acknowledge your tremendous support of both our members and other stakeholders over the years in the growth of our association and in industry in general. Our advocacy in the tourism industry, saddled with the responsibility of developing and growing the sector. For our 2023 of the hospitality and tourism industry, the product, market, and practice meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Economic development, social development, and environmental protection. Sustainability is undoubtedly a growing trend Sustainability operating practices in all aspects of managing waste, water, and energy should exhibit the hospitality and tourism absolute commitment to holistic environment. Hospitality and tourism sector possibly will make a major positive contribution to the environment by taking measures to reduce energy consumption, which will in turn decrease pollution and resource exhaustion. No wonder the World Tourism Organization, WTO, in this year's World Tourism Day, had recently focused on tourism and green investments. This brief explanatory review of the sustainability in global hospitality and tourism industry reveals that there are marked variations in both the volume, the detailed content of the information on sustainability. It is on this note that our erudite researchers and scholars will help set agenda and also help in identifying across the canals of hospitality and tourism what impact has the activities in the sector created on the environment in Nigeria. Looking ahead, we anticipate a robust discussion both with our lead paper presenters and panelists. As for the AGM, we guarantee you inclusiveness for all our members of our noble association. Again, to our 17th International Conference, I want to welcome all of you to this program. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Hello, thank you, President, for that opening remark. So we are going to go right into the next item on the program. We will take goodwill messages in between still. So it's with pleasure that I want to call upon our HATMAN President to give us an opening remark. I don't want to pronounce the right name wrongly. Some people have warned me in advance, so please bear with me. Mr. Ekwereme Onung, thank you. Thank you so much.
The President of HATMAN, Sir Sam Aturu, the First Deputy President of the Federation, Alhaji Badaki. Please let me introduce this lady, my friend and partner, Mrs. Chidima Ewuze, a Deputy Director from Standard Organization of Nigeria. I think President Aturu has set a protocol which I want to respect. Members of HATMAN, the board, let me stand on the existing protocols. Let me congratulate the President and members of the Hospitality and Tourism Management Association of Nigeria, HATMAN, on the 17th edition of the International Conference held here in Lagos. I believe that HATMAN, since its inception, is known for its pivotal role in ensuring that the practitioners and academics imbibe the act of professionalism in the industry of tourism and hospitality. It's on this note that I want to ask them and urge them to raise their game. Given the flamboyance introduced into the ecosystem by pseudo-professionals, let me, at this juncture, thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Tinubu, for creating the Ministry of Tourism for us. We also have the Ministry of Culture and Entertainment Economy. We're excited about this development because we believe that funding, policy making will take a new dimension. So we're excited about it, and we can't stop appreciating the President for this gesture. Now, the theme of this year's conference, Sustainability of the Hospitality and Tourism Industry, the products, the market, and practice. I believe that is very, very timely, as it will surely address some of the issues facing the hospitality and tourism industry at the end of this event. Now, the hospitality and tourism industry is a crucial sector that we'll all agree contributes significantly to the growth of world's economy. It also plays a pivotal role in creating jobs and generating revenue for many nations. Now, in recent times, there has been an increasing demand for tourism that is eco-friendly, and it is high time for the hospitality and tourism industry to take a more sustainable approach to its operations. Sustainable tourism simply means meeting the needs of present tourists and host country while protecting and enhancing the opportunities for the future. Now, sustainability in the tourism industry involves taking care of three main pillars, and I know that we have a lot of experts who will be talking about this: environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, social sustainability. Without trying to do the job of those who will be coming up here to tell us more about these, the aspect of social sustainability in the industry means creating a positive impact on the local community, culture, and the people. It means creating conditions that allow people affected by tourism to benefit from it. Most of the times you find out that you have five-star hotels in many environments that the indigent, those who live in that community, can't afford to be part of it. Quite dysfunctional it will be. The purchasing power of the people who reside in an environment are unable to enjoy the tourism facilities that are protected, that are also brought forward. Now, achieving sustainability, therefore, requires a balance between economic growth, social welfare, and environmental protection. From a broad perspective, the total experience derived by a tourist during the entire trip is considered a product. Now, also note that tourism product includes those that are highly perishable. Now, these products, when not sold, when not used, are perishable. They are lost. Now, the unsold hotel room or aircraft seats can be stored for later sales. This has a lot to do with sustainability. The Secretariat of HATMAN has been notified that HATMAN and NHCI are working together to form a central regulatory body for tourism and hospitality practitioners in Nigeria. I want to commend you for this. This is long overdue. And I dare to say that until the hotels, the hospitality industries, and the establishments are classified, graded, and harmonized, the industry may not achieve sustainability. Until we have standards in place, because you regulate from the perspective of available standards. Until these things are done, the academia, the professionals, won't have a profession out of this industry. Because what makes training mandatory and necessary is standards. This is what will promote expertise in the industry and make hospitality, travel, and tourism training and management a business and a profession. You know, most times when people are appointed to tourism establishments, we ask them, do they have tourism background? Because the profession is still trying to find its footings. I'm aware, based on the last law that was approved, by the National Assembly, that NIOTOS is seeking to register, to train, and certify hospitality, travel, and tourism professionals in Nigeria under the NIOTO Establishment Act of 2022. Our counsel to them at this level is more consultation with the industry for a peaceful tourism ecosystem. On behalf of the chairman of the Board of Trustees of HATMAN, Chief Sam Alabi, the board, the ESCO, and the Governing Council of the Federation, I want to commend and congratulate again HATMAN for their AGM and Conference 2023. Please, can you clap for yourselves? We have had associations in the Federation who will hold AGM in their bedroom and tell us there is an AGM. So when you find an AGM that galvanizes its members together, drives the point on the areas of their professionalism, it is highly commendable. Some of them, because they don't have what to offer, they won't even tell the Federation. So HATMAN, congratulations. Leadership, congratulations. We expect a whole lot out of this conference. I want to see you professionalize the industry. I want to see you take it a step forward. That when government is talking, they must understand that there are professionals in the industry. People who need to be given a pride of place to do their assignment. That's what you studied. That's what makes you a professional. Congratulations, HATMAN. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very, very inspiring goodwill message. And there's still more, because I'm sure you would all agree with me that this conference brings us together because we're all concerned. So it gives me great pleasure to invite also unofficially Mrs. Chidima Inwuzi from SON organization that supported us last year in the conference. Please, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I stand on the existing protocols, and I wish to welcome you on your AGM. HATMAN is an association that we respect so much in SON. We know that it's made up of professionals and that you people are out to give the best in the industry. That's why each time you invite us, we try. It's true there's, in our system now, I know most of you are aware, there's a little transition in the government, so they are trying to get things together. But they asked me to at least come and let you know that we are aware that you're gathering today and that we appreciate your impact in the industry, what you're contributing to the growth of the industry. And we also want to use this opportunity to also let you know that standards still remains the only way you can run a sustainable and successful environment, especially in the hospitality and tourism sector. It's only standards, implementing standards that can help you or guide you in ensuring that you're consistent in the services you provide. Again, we congratulate you. We will talk more as the AGM progresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Chidima Inwuzi. Still more good messages, I can assure you, because we are here for good times and to encourage each other. So it gives me great pleasure also to invite the MD from Kano State. HATMAN has been partnering and collaborating with them to do trainings Please, a round of applause as I invite the MD of Kano State Tourism Board, Alhaji Sagagi Chukwu. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Before I start, I would like to congratulate HATMAN for organizing successfully this activity. We hope and pray more and more are coming. The theme of the conference wouldn't have been, is in the right time, because going by what we know in the industry, there is need for sustainability. Sustainability in the form of product, the services, and the environment. But the biggest challenge that I foresee for HATMAN and for the industry is that of human capacity building. Because going back down memory lane, each and every hospitality industry, one find himself, will find an excellent service. But very, very unfortunately, today is not the same. Most of the hospitality outfits, if you go, you will be disappointed with the quality of service and products that are being offered. Because HATMAN is an association that comprises the professionals in the academics and in the industry, I think it is high time that we put our heads together and train and retrain all personnel within the sector. In Kano State, for example, the Kano State Tourism Management Board has embarked on a series of activities to train and retrain personnel within the hospitality and tourism industry. This is for the betterment of the industry and for the betterment of the personnel. For the environment also, there is also need to enhance the environment to avoid degradation of the environment. In this aspect, Kano State government is now planning to develop a lot of game reserves and forest reserves to protect the environment. And in line with that, the oldest zoo in West Africa, the oldest and biggest zoo in West Africa, that is Kano State Zoo, is having a facelift with new species of plants and trees, shrubs that are almost extinct are being reproduced now. And the center is also used for reproduction of animals, because the zoo is established for recreation, for conservation, and for multiplication of the animals. So I think the HATMAN and the industry is supposed to work together hand in hand to make sure that the environment is well protected and the personnel within the industry are trained professionally. I was in hospitality since 1977. When I started in the famous, now demolished Daula Hotel, for those of you who knows Kano, it used to be one of the best hotels in Nigeria. Then the Bagodalek Hotel, which used to be the best tourist resort in the state. So I was opportuned to work in those places, and I know how the service was then. But alas, it is unfortunate. So the biggest challenge is for us to train and retrain. It's not only enough that you have money, you set up an edifice. The edifice is useless if the operators are not empowered, if they are not skilled. So I think I once again wish to thank HATMAN for organizing this successful conference, and I wish you more grace to your elbows. And I am sure with the crop of the people I've seen here, I see light at the end of the tunnel. I congratulate all of us for being here. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Alhaji, for that amazing goodwill message. Still more, because we want to give everybody that has taken time to be here with us the opportunity. But just before I announce another person to give us another goodwill message, we want to recognize the presence of the VP Southwest HATMAN, Mr. Kolade. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. We want to also recognize the HATMAN coordinator from Lagos State, Mr. Tola Fajemi Rotimi. I hope I got that right. Thank you so much, from Lagos State. So, right again, let's take another lady, a very distinguished member of the ESCO of HATMAN, Mrs. Kukpoluyi, to please give us a goodwill message as well to encourage us. Thank you so much. Ex-officio. Oh, so sorry. Part of our, Mrs. Kupolis is part of our board of trustees. So sorry. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I welcome you to the 17th annual conference of HATMAN. And I stand on the existing protocol to speak to you and to welcome you. And I pray that this will just be the beginning, not the end. I'm sure we are going to meet at another venue very, very soon. My goodwill message to you is that I'm happy that our tentacles are growing wider and wider under an umbrella anyway, because the umbrella of HATMAN brings us together. But I would like you to know
Hello, hello.
Okay. Now, the hospitality, like I will take it all over, just for a minute. I said it started as HATMAN in 1973. And gradually it went to become HATMAN in 2006, when we became really united as a body. That is Hospitality Association, Tourism Management of Nigeria. And since then, like I said earlier on, our tentacles have been spreading all over the nation. I remember it started in association with the London branch of Hospitality and Tourism. And it was from there we brought it to Nigeria. And then it was more concentrated in Southwest, but later it went to the North as well as Southeast. And to think that we are all over the country, I think we are growing. And I pray that as we continue to grow, God will help us. We'll come to the top. Because initially, nobody seemed to recognize this association or this profession. It was at the background. But today, we have many institutions that have brought this under their canopy to be able to teach students in this area. And it's all over the country. And I think this is a right step in the right direction. And I pray that our upcoming graduates in this field and our people in the field that are practicing, they will be united, because that is where I see there is a gap. There is a gap between the institutions as well as those practicing the profession outside. There is a need for a link between the professionals and the institutions. We are not really very well united. From my own observation, I may be very wrong, but then that is my own observation. I think I will call on the chairman or president of the HATMAN to do something in that area, to unite both the institutions and the professional body, so that we will have a situation where the students will be attached directly. Thank you. The sky is going to be above our limit, not only our limits, but above our limits. But I assure you that in the next 20 years, this profession will be different from what it used to be. And I pray that we all put in our effort, our energy, whatever we can do to be able to make sure that we come up. Right now that we have even had a minister for the industry, I think it will give us a leeway if we can link up and make sure that we are recognized, just like the doctors. And I pray by God's grace that we have our charter. This is the most important thing that we think we should fight for and become like all other professions, the engineering section, the medical section, and so on and so forth. I pray that it will come to existence in God's name. Now, I thank you very much for inviting us to come today to see what has been happening. And we are happy that we are not surprised. And I pray that the unity amongst us, especially the tourism section and the hospitality section. Like somebody said we should separate these two. I said no. Tourism and hospitality, they are like a brother and sister. There is no way you can separate the one from the other. And I pray we continue to grow up and we continue to deliberate and we continue to make sure that we grow higher than what we are today. And probably one day we may have a president from this association. You can never say. And that will make the association stronger. The higher we are to the corridor of power, the more power you get. So I pray it will be a futuristic situation where we'll be known outside Nigeria. Even though we are known now, but we want it to be a better knowledge of us as Nigerian version of this Hospitality and Tourism Association. I wish you a very good deliberation for today. It's the 17th one. By the time we celebrate the 20th one, I'm sure things will be better than they are today. So I wish you a happy deliberation, and I'm sure that God Almighty will lead us throughout the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kupoluyi. We are very grateful for that very encouraging goodwill message. So, 2 to go. But definitely we want to hear from them. So it gives me great pleasure also to call on Alhaji Gbenga Sumonu, president of another amazing association, NHCI. Alhaji Sumonu, please welcome him warmly for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am indeed very grateful to be in your midst this morning, and I bring glad tidings from the Governing Council, Council of Fellows of the Nigerian Hotel and Catering Institute. This theme for this year is coming at a time that the practice of the industry calls for questioning. And I'm very happy that the organizers of this 17th Annual General Conference has deemed it fit to marry all the variables that are in charge in the operations of the hospitality and tourism together. You agree with me that sustainability has become a key. There's a huge gap between the industry and the institution. And all of us here today, as professionals, are in charge of that practice. And that is why I'm so happy that they have looked at the destination. They have looked at all the, what you call destination sites. They've looked at the markets. Who are we looking at? And they also look at us as professionals to marry the three together. So again, on behalf of the council, I'm indeed very happy, highly delighted to be with you here today. We want to wish you the very best of luck. We want to reassure that the Institute is determined to make this, our practice, a success. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Hello. So I know we're eager. We're going to start. We're going to hear the lead paper presenter, but yet I have to still call upon one last person, but not the least person, Vice President HATMAN also, very agile and amazing member also of HATMAN, Alhaji Yunusa Mohammed, to please give us his goodwill message as well. Please, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Observing all the existing protocols, I welcome all of you to this August event, our 17th International Conference. Most of the speakers have said the most important thing I want to say, especially our mothers of the industry, Dr. Mrs. Upoloi, who are the pioneer members of HATMAN, and Her Excellency, Mrs. Ekweme, is also here. We thank Almighty God for keeping you alive for us. These are the people who have built this association. And we hope that the legacy they have left for us, who are behind them, will continue to follow their footsteps. We thank all of you for finding time to be here. I'm a member of HATMAN, and I always try to see how HATMAN can work with other stakeholders in this industry. And we're happy that we have reached this level. We thank you for finding time to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alhaji Yunusa, for that also encouraging goodwill message. We are not local, we are global. We are also global and international. So we want to call on Mr. Bruce Pin, one of our distinguished guests as well, to encourage us, because Africa is the continent on its own. Yes, fine, but we are also partnering and relating with other continents. And Mr. Bruce sees himself as an African, as a Nigerian as well. So please, a round of applause as I call on Mr. Bruce Pin to please give us his goodwill messages as well. Thank you.
Still morning. Good morning, everyone. I will try and make my accent lower so you can understand me. I've been in Nigeria for 12 years, and I've seen the hospitality industry evolve. I remember when I first came here, it took 5 hours to get through the airport. You only had a few hotels that were decent. Most of the others were hotels. Now we have, I think, over 2,500 proper hotels in Lagos. And I'm proud to say I work for two Igbo brothers who built a hotel with their own money, and it's one of the world-class hotels. And I'm proud to be with them. Don't worry, you'll get to know the hotel. It's in Lekki. And I'm starting to see Nigerians have become more hospitality focused. They see it as an industry, they see it as a valuable industry. And I think where you are going with your associations, I come from a country, South Africa, which you know enough about, but with the sanctions that happened in the 80s and 70s, when South Africa was excluded from the world market, what was interesting is that the hospitality industry realized they had to do it themselves. They had to regulate themselves, they had to set their own standards, and they worked with the associations and the government to do it. And for you who have traveled to South Africa or seen some of it, you've realized that they created their own hotel schools, they created their own standards, and so they lifted themselves up. And I believe Nigeria can do the same. Kenya did the same. So I really think you guys can do it. The thing I would want to say is standards is very important. One of the president's speakers said the standards. Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to say protocols something. Sorry, I just realized. Anyway, but I think the main thing that is challenging in Nigeria, because I've worked for different hotel groups, is consistency. It is fine to have intentions, but intentions mean nothing unless they are consistently maintained. And the culture of effort must change. Effort is worthless. Competence is everything. People have to be competent. They have to know what they're doing and why they are doing it, not just doing it because someone told them. We also, if I may, sorry I'm taking long, but if I may, I would just like to say, please be mindful that the world has changed. You know, for us who were born before 1980, whether you call the baby boomer or independent generation or the Generation X, we were brought up, you do as you're told. You do your work. Work is a duty, it's an obligation. The millennials and the Gen Zs, the new Gen Zs, they don't see things that way. They grew up in a very stressful world. They want to know why they are doing something. Don't just tell them to do it. They will do what you say because they fear you, but they will run away very quickly. And this is why we sit with the Japa syndrome in Nigeria. We have to be mindful of the youth. So we need to realize, we need to tell them, why are you doing it? We need to look after them. And we need to realize work-life balance. You know, I come from a generation where working 16 hours a day is fine. I'm used to it. Gen Z wants a family, a life, a health, gym, whatever. So we need to think of those things. Anyway, I think I will stay there. I'll end it there. And I just wish HATMAN and all the associations good luck in merging and working together. And I'm very happy that you now have a Ministry of Tourism and Hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bruce Payne. I didn't say he's the general manager of Albego Hotel and the lecturer in the Roman Business School as well. I think he has very nicely ended the goodwill messages for us. And I just want to mention a few things that all has come from my goodwill message so that as we go along today, let's see, are we ready for a change in those areas? Some of them have said standard is key. Do we have standards? Some of them have said consistency is missing. Some of them have said that we definitely have a product, the sites, the destinations. Are we convinced as a people, as a nation? Do we see this industry as a business? Some have talked about the fact that training is mandatory. We have recognized the fact that we need to be chartered, that standards need to be in place, and that we have to do things professionally in our industry. Does that ring a bell? And Mr. Bruce has nicely summed it up for us and says, competency is everything. So I want to wish us a wonderful experience in the conference today to see, can all these things change? And are we going to leave this conference convinced that our industry has something to offer our country? So on that note, we want to say thank you to all those that have shared the good message with us. And I want to now invite our lead speaker, Mr. Chineye Umba Uzoku, to the high table, the managing partner, Grand Central Africa, to give his lead paper presentation. Please, a round of applause. Ushers, please can you accompany Mr. Chineye forward, please. Thank you. Please, I hope the projection of his presentation is ready, please. Media, please can you help us ensure that that is ready for presentation and the projection, please. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Uzo, please.
Good morning, everyone, and forgive me from, if you will, I'm pretty bad with the protocol myself, so just like our friend did earlier, let me thank you, first of all, or rather, let me start by recognizing the president of HATMAN, all distinguished guests, and stop there so I don't fail the protocol. My name is Chineye. The other part is a bit long. For those who can try to pronounce it, it's Mba Uzuku. And so the O is a bit silent. You turn it into a U, and then you can speak to it. I'm really, really honored to have the opportunity to speak to you today. And you might wonder, as I did, why I'm the one that's giving this lead presentation. I think the reason is because, like many of you in this hall and many of you who may not be here, I have dabbled in tourism as a non-professional, and I have lost a lot of money. I'm sure some people here will be familiar with losing money in tourism. If you're not familiar with losing money in tourism, then maybe you should be the one standing here and you can help us understand how indeed we can really make money from this. I spent almost a decade trying to realize the potentials that I saw in different parts of Nigeria. I invested with my partners, I think close on to, by Naira terms, we invested close to 1.2 billion Naira in various tourism projects across the country. And today, not a single one is functioning. And that was 10 years ago. So if you translate the 1-point-something billion Naira to dollars, you'd kind of like get a picture of what it was that we set out to do. We invested about 600 million in property, purchasing land. We signed concession agreements for over 20 years and invested another 530 million Naira. And we signed international contracts for development of properties in Nigeria, hotels, golf course, a marina project, and it all came to nothing. Well, that's not true. It came to something. I learned never to go into any venture without professionals by my side. So it was a hard lesson. but a very useful lesson. I haven't given up, and neither have my partners. We believe that we're just catching our breath and coming back to you to say, okay, how can we take this forward and do this again? Some of those places are exactly the way that they were when we were either driven out by government, we were pursued out of some of our properties by government. Changes in political administration led us to temporarily lose our franchises. We went to court over one of them, and we won the first level of the court case, and we still couldn't occupy the property. The government was very strong and very resilient in preventing us from accessing that property. So our 530 million naira that went into that property is essentially a write-off. On the second property, we put in about 600 million to acquire the land. And after we bought the land and paid for it in full, in cash, the government then repurposed the entire area into a facility for residential accommodation, thereby canceling the purpose for which that particular place was intended. In yet another experiment, we tried to build hospitality and tourism around a project where we were building out a technology cluster. If you go to other parts of the world where you have technology clusters, you'd find that they are usually like the main draw that then powers the tourism ecosystem that is built around it. And so we decided to invest in building out a technology city, what today we all talk about as technology parks. Ours was the first. We were doing so. We invested on our part about 240 million. The federal government invested about 250 million. And the government changed, and they locked up the place, and the facility is lying fallow today. I won't mention the names of some of these places because I think a number of these cases are still in court. Also, I guess we do a lot of, because of our experiences in life, particularly in Nigeria, we tend to have a lot of negatives. And so the negatives overpower the positives. Today, I want to talk about the positives and maybe give some perspectives from my own experience in other industries that are ancillary to the tourism and hospitality in marketing, and decided I wanted to take up technology as a field of endeavor. Please bear in mind that I studied political science, and having not become a politician and having not ended up in administration, going into technology was an incredibly difficult thing to do. But I went into it from the ground up, and I taught myself how to program. And about 10 years later, I had built a company that was one of the most successful companies in Nigeria and in Africa in technology. I built it not because of myself. I just had a vision of what was possible when I was leaving marketing after 8 years of marketing communications. I had a vision for where the world was going. I was convinced that there was no way that we could continue to do the work that we were doing in marketing in the same old analog way. I saw digital coming, and I jumped on the bandwagon. I didn't want to be left behind. And I found that going into it as a non-professional, in the sense of not knowing anything about technology, wasn't good enough. So I had to go and learn. And so I set up a company with my friend and did what today we now call startups. And that company became a pioneer in that industry. And soon enough, like I mentioned, we were number one in the country and in the region, and ultimately in Africa. About 10 years after I started that company, I found myself on a stage in Boston, recognized as one of Microsoft's worldwide partners, leading partners. We won a prize for the best partner in a particular category in technology in the world. So out of Nigeria, out of Lagos, a few people put together, determined to succeed in a particular way and pursuing a vision. We found ourselves starting on the global stage. We won the Worldwide Partner Award 5 times from Nigeria. And the lessons that came to me from that was, you set the vision, but then people have to execute it. Almost every single thing, in fact, every single thing that I've accomplished as an individual has been because of the people that I've had around me. And they're predominantly young people, very young people. We started working with students in university. We brought them into the system. We paid them as though they were full-time staff, and we worked them like full-time staff, and we set the goals for them. And they decided that they wanted to be the best in the world. And so they lifted this company through all sorts of difficulties and against all odds until suddenly we found ourselves on this world stage. When I climbed that stage and I met Bill Gates for the first time, and I got an award from him, I had this little Nigerian flag in my hand, and I was like waving it, and it was a massive auditorium of 15,000 people, and this little guy was there. I was so confused, but I was satisfied that the journey had been useful. I say it to you so that you can be rest assured that the times that you have spent and the pioneering work that you've done, it will be almost like what happens with a teacher. Teachers take their joy not in what they have accomplished as individuals, but they take their joy from the children that emerge from the schools that they have taught. And so anytime you see a teacher smiling, a teacher is poor, maybe the shoes are a bit worn, maybe the shirt's a little bit frayed at the collar, but then they see somebody who is on a private jet who was once their child in primary school, and they know that this child, they did their job. So for many of you, please be comfortable in the spirit of the sacrifices that you have made, and do not be frustrated or feel that you may not have accomplished what you set out to do. It is those that come behind you that will make everything that you've done justifiable. And at this point, if you're somewhere in this hall and you need a big hug, please feel free to look to your neighbor and get a big hug, because it's sometimes difficult to carry this journey as a pioneer. When you're out there, you're alone, and you kind of like feel unappreciated, and you get all the blows, and you need some reassurance. So maybe just take 1 second and just shake hands or give a high five to somebody who's beside you, because it's very important that first of all you congratulate yourselves on what it is that you have been able to do, and to encourage yourselves that you have to continue to do this and to grow and to grow and to grow. So I think it's on that note, and with that type of background, I just want us to explore a few things within the industry. You see, there are parallels. Nigeria is a massive country, and it's a country with virtually unlimited potential. And the frustrations that most Nigerians feel, the frustration of knowing that we have not hit that potential, we have not realized that potential. And it is good that we are frustrated. Part of our frustration comes from knowing that potential and not giving up on it. You see, when you give up, you're no longer frustrated. You become kind of like, that's the way it is, and you just manage at that level. But the frustration that you feel inside you is a hunger for something that you know is possible. And so we have to keep hungry. We must stay hungry. But we should also be very practical. So today, my background in the software industry, the little dabbling that I've done in the investment as an investor in the tourism and hospitality sector, leads me to some conclusions. That there is a nexus. And this is very important. There is a nexus between some of the industries that you may not consider to be yours and your own. So, for many of you, technology and the whole world of software and software systems might seem alien, or it may even seem like it's just a tool that you use in your hotel. But let's step back a little bit and think about where we are. There are, apart from oil, the petroleum sector, there are two sectors in Nigeria, economic sectors in Nigeria, that everybody knows about. That's on the lips of everyone in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria. The first one is the world of Davido. I can see some people here who may not know who he is. It may be that there are some people here who don't know Burna Boy and who don't know, those young men who are funny-haired, dancing on a stage and screaming something that we may not even understand. They say one blah, 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 and we are not sure what it is. but we know that our children are listening to it. And we also know that across the globe, sometimes you're watching tennis, right? You're watching Wimbledon. And at the intermission, you start hearing something that sounds like a Nigerian voice. They are singing, Yemi Alade are playing her song or something. The creative industries in Nigeria has defied the odds. Very few of us actually understand how the creative industries has been able to scale and become a global phenomenon. Such that a month ago, I was sitting inside a taxi and inside an Uber heading to a meeting somewhere in Ottawa. And as I got in, this Indian fellow, Asian fellow who was driving the car had his radio on. And next thing I started hearing was, and I started singing, and he was singing the song. He knows, calm down. I mean, you can imagine the joy of sitting in a taxi in Ottawa and you're hearing a Nigerian song playing as though you were in Lagos. That industry has gone global. We've seen Nollywood go global. Our content and the way in which we package that content and present it has become acceptable to the world. Beyond being acceptable, it has become desirable, and there's a huge demand for it. How did they go about creating a product that the rest of the world has come to understand? I think this is a very important issue for us to look at. A second industry is the one where they talk about unicorns, and that's my space. I didn't create a unicorn, but I worked in an industry that was able to set up for these unicorns to emerge. At the time when I started my business, and many others in my generation started working in technology, we set up businesses, but nobody called them startups. Today we hear about these startups. We talk about the Flutter Waves of this world, the Andelas, and so on and so forth. Companies started by young Nigerians building on technology that have gone global. Today, we know that there is the Japa syndrome, and we know that the biggest sector that has been hit by Japa is the technology space, because our young people are either number 2 or number 1 in terms of software development in certain sectors and certain languages globally. We know that our products, once packaged and put out in the form of companies like InterSwitch, can go across this planet and land in different countries and find themselves to be desirable. What magic did they perform in technology? What magic did they perform in the creative industries? What is that magic that is eluding us in hospitality and tourism? I want to say that it's not magic. I've spent almost 25 years in industry advocacy. It's the work that we did that created the ministry that we now see today as the Ministry of Digital Economy. It's the work we did in advocacy that created NIDA, the regulatory agency. On one of my old laptops, I will still find the initial files where we actually wrote the memo that went to the president for the creation of a ministry, where we wrote the memos for the creation of what they call the Nigerian IT Development Agency, and all the work that we did, all thankless. One of the things that I want you to be very clear about is this. When you decide you want to transform an industry and you assume leadership, know that you'll be alone. It's a lonely walk. And there are only going to be a few of you walking in that direction. And you're going to want to drag an entire industry along with you, and they're going to be grumbling, or they're going to be busy making money, building their own individual businesses. But the few who take leadership are the ones who are going to have to pay that sacrifice for the rest of the industry. It's because you have a vision. We spent 25 years trying to build this framework that today is what is powering these startups that are emerging. Countless trips to Abuja, meetings, hours waiting in ministers' offices, attending conferences all over the place. But we knew we had to create the policy framework for the industry itself to grow. Today, we talk about local content, we talk about preferential treatment, we talk about taxes, we talk about money coming into the industry. All of that is the same story that we've been telling for 2 decades. When we finally got President Obasanjo to agree to set up the ministry, he set it up and he put Dr. Omobola Johnson as the first minister for communications technology in Nigeria. Between Omobola Johnson and today, our industry has accelerated at a pace that nobody can even understand. We have successfully, by the year 2021, we had brought in over $840 million in foreign direct investment came into Nigeria. None of it had anything to do with government. Government itself contributes less than 1% of the inputs and investment into our industry, the technology industry. It's the same thing with the creative industries. The creative industries started, Nollywood started because some gentleman who was an importer brought in VHS cassettes and he needed to sell them out and people were not buying. So he went and he talked to some people who used to make videos with their handycam. You know this handycam? And they created a movie called Living in Bondage. And he mastered the movie Living in Bondage content on the VHS tapes. And suddenly people started buying. And that is the beginning of the acceleration of that industry. Nollywood, the music industry, didn't grow because government intervened. It grew on its own internal strength. And that is what I really want us to see as very important. The trajectory that allows an industry to explode is a trajectory that is similar, and it will not be any different from yours. It's going to be built around a series of movements along a path. And I want to speak directly to those. Your industry is almost a $9 trillion industry globally. $9 trillion. That's more than automobiles, food, and all those things put together. When we started in technology, our contribution to GDP in Nigeria was something like 1%. Today, our contribution as a sector to GDP of Nigeria 20 years later is at 18% and climbing. By our projections, 2025, the technology, the IT sector will exceed 25% of GDP and become the #1 earner of productivity and foreign exchange in this country, even beyond oil. You have that capacity, and we have to have the ambition. How do we get there? When there's a story of Archimedes who talks about, there's a statement he says, give me a lever and a place to stand, and I will move the world. When he made that statement, he was trying to express a mathematical reality. That anything, any substance, any entity, any mass can actually be moved. Your industry can be moved if you find a lever that is long enough and a place to stand. Once you look at physics and you put a lever, it's like when you see them trying to raise a rock. They have to get that iron rod underneath the rock, and then you have to exert adequate pressure. But there's also a fulcrum that you leverage, and that rock will move. Your industry can be in the same way. And to do that, there are a few things that you have. What is the fulcrum of the tourism industry? The fulcrum is given by God. It is all the assets that we have across this beautiful country. Every stream, every mountain, every hill, every vista, every road, every forest, every cave. None of us created those things. But that is what you use to leverage your industry. And it has been given to us. The second thing that forms the leg of the fulcrum is the population. This is a country that is famous for being 60% young. But beyond being 60% young, Nigeria is arguably one of the most entrepreneurial countries on earth. This is a place where nobody stands still, a place where people want to achieve, a place where people are aspirational, a place where they generate their own energy inside their bodies, regardless of what the environment does. You cannot, like the old Beetle, you can't kill off a Nigerian. You can't stop them from moving. If you don't give them space here, they will find it elsewhere. JAPA is not about people wanting to get out of Nigeria. JAPA is about young people seeking to fulfill what they know their full potential is and saying to themselves, I will go anywhere and I will do whatever I have to do to be the most that I can be. If you travel across Africa and you travel across the world, you will find that there are very few people, few countries that have this fundamental. There are countries that you go to where they take tea break at 1 o'clock. And by 4 o'clock, everybody's in their house having siesta. There are places where by 7 o'clock, you can't find a government office open. There are places where they work 4 days in a week. In this country, it is filled with young people, predominantly, who are going somewhere and generate energy. They don't need NEPA. Their energy comes from within, from the heart. What do you do when you have these two things in place? When you have natural physical assets that you can exploit, and then you have a teeming population that is in itself a market, 200 million people in this country. It is a market that countries beg for. All of Europe put together, what is generating so much GDP in terms of tourism, these are countries of 5, 10 million. Here, within our borders, we have 200 million people, predominantly young people. How many of us plan holidays even within the context of Nigeria? We have a massive domestic market. We have the assets. You have the fulcrum. What will be the lever that you will apply? The primary lever is the same lever that has driven the creative industries and the technology space. Number one, ideas. Ideas. Think about what I told you about Nollywood. A man who was in a business of selling VHS tapes. Some people in this room I can see wouldn't know VHS, but it was a device that was used once upon a time to watch films. This man was bringing in and selling VHS tapes. He had the idea that in order to sell more, he should put content. That idea created an industry. What is the idea within our own industry of hospitality and tourism that is going to be the game changer? Somebody needs to first of all ideate. If we continue to do things the same way, just like that man was doing, just importing cassettes, the market would have stayed the same. He had an idea. Everything that you see in the technology ecosystem today has its origins in ideation. Young men and women looking at the challenges within our environment and saying, we can do this better. They look around and they don't see the answer. But then they had an idea. What if there was a way to enable a better, faster, cheaper way of transferring money from one person to another? This idea, this thinking, is what led to a $3 billion company created by a Nigerian called Flutterwave. It's the same thing that led two young boys coming out of university in Nigeria to ask themselves, every time I want to pay for something online and I have a problem, or both under 30, sold a portion of their company for $250 million. I'm not talking about people who were in Silicon Valley. I'm talking about people who were here. Yes. They were eating the same agege bread, walking the same streets of Lagos, fighting with Molue and all that. But it all begins with an idea. From an idea, you start to build the capacity to bring that idea to life. What was the capacity that they needed to develop? What was the capacity that we needed to develop Nollywood? The idea was born that we can make films, our own Nigerian product and films, using Handycam, something that the white people developed to be able to take personal photographs. We turned it into a tool to build an entire industry. And from making these films with Handycams, today, entire films are made using cell phones. How did they get there? Having the idea is not enough. You have to build the capacity. So what did these people do? Across both industries, they focused on building capacity. Somebody said it earlier in the welcome remarks, I believe by the president, human capital is what drives any industry. If you don't have human capital that is constantly growing, not the type that is stagnating, people like us became dinosaurs in the IT industry. No matter how hard I tried and my colleagues tried to keep up, the young people were moving faster than us. And so we became almost obsolete, which was good. Every industry must obsolete in order for the new to come forward. It's a process of creative destruction. We became elders in an industry. We were almost retired at the age of 45 by younger people who were coming up from the age of 18 to build systems and industries. They had the ideas, they had the capacity. If you look at the country today, or you talk to your own children, they will tell you they wanted to learn how to become software developers. They realized that the universities were not teaching them what they needed to know. What did they do? About 80% of the software developers in Nigeria today are self-trained. They found their way online to build the capacity that they needed to realize the idea that they had in their hearts and the ambition and the aspiration that they had. And in doing so, they obsoleted the elders. In my time, when I started working with young people building my company, we started a training program from the third year in university. We'll pick anybody who is on a 2-1 or on a path to first class. And we give them immediate employment. Our program was a 5-year program. From third year in computer science, engineering, mathematics, you join us. We pay you as a worker, and you work like a worker. We had an agreement with the NYSC on graduation. They come back to us. And after NYSC, they were guaranteed 2 years minimum post-NYSC employment. By doing so, we're able to sign contracts with their parents that guaranteed a 6-year development program for these children. And they came to us young with fire. Sometimes I'll come to the office and the admin person will be shouting that, "Oga, we've run out of petrol." I said, "Why?" He said, "These children were here throughout the night. They will work on their own. I never sent them all. They want to solve a problem. They have this idea they want to express. They want to build a piece of software. No obstacle in their way. They would sleep in the office days at a time in order to produce these things. I never set the goal and told anybody to sleep in the office. But I knew once you enable them, they would do the needful. When I look at the audience that we have here, it's a mixed group, and that's great. But this room should be predominantly filled by the people who are going to create that future. We have to find a way as an industry, just like we did in technology, to onboard the younger people who will come with the fresh ideas, the new views on where the industry can go, the new possibilities. They think differently about the world. And because they think differently, they are the ones who will give you the out-of-the-box solution. By definition, the more we do of what we know, the more stagnant our industry becomes. So till tomorrow, in my industry, there are people who are still fighting. I was the president of the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria. I was the deputy president of the Nigeria Computer Society. I worked in industry for over 2.5 decades. Some of the people who are the pioneers of the industry are still expecting us to operate as an industry the way it was when they joined the industry 40 years before. It cannot work. We have to embrace the energy of the young. We have to embrace their ideas. And most importantly, which is the third level, once you have the ideas and you build the capacity, the next thing that you start to see in your environment is experimentation. Experimentation. Elderly or older people in a profession are risk averse. You look before you leap. The young people just jump. They believe that they will swim. And if they won't swim, somebody is going to pull them out. I'm sure all of us have young people who are, 14, 15, 16. When you're telling them don't, they're saying yes, daddy, then you walk out and they're going to do what they have to do. Experimentation only comes from people who are not risk averse. You have to be ready to try and be willing to fail in order to grow. And the best way to do that is to create the opportunity for failure. They have to experiment. What are the new and the latest things that have happened in your industry in the past 20 years? Are we building more hotels? Are they the same type of hotels? Can you think of one hotel that is different from the other? That has something that is unique? What about the restaurants? What about the caves and the hills and the mountains? Who has built something like the Kajuru Castle in Kaduna? Since that was built in the days of Babangida, has anybody built a castle? What are the forms of the assets? What are we doing with those assets? Are we trying to do the same thing that we've been trying to do since the 1960s into the 2020s? The truth is that experimentation is what creates the dynamism within an industry. If those young people had not tried and failed, building companies that failed, and over 90% of startups formed in Nigeria will not survive the first year. They die as ideas. About 60% would survive. Of the ones that survive will now survive 2 years. And less than 3% will survive 5 years. That's why you keep hearing this company failed, that company failed. But this is the process of creative destruction. Things need to come and go in order for fresh green shoots to come up. The people who can afford to do that are your young people. If you don't bring them and harness their strength and pull them into your space and open up yourself as maybe an asset owner or an investor to those ideas, it's not going to happen. The industry starts to ossify. The fourth element is consolidation. I said ideas, followed by capacity to build those ideas. Then the experimentation around what you have built to find out, does it work, does it not work? Then consolidation. You learn from what has been done, and you build on top of what has been successful. That's why today, about 72% of the foreign direct investment into the technology sector is going to fintech. Because fintech has proven successful models of building new companies, consolidating them, and making money. So there is so many, many more companies in the fintech space. But the great thing is that the lessons coming from those fintechs is now being seeded into other areas. And we're now seeing educational technology, health technology, social technology, governance is building and is scaling and is broadening across the sector. But it all comes from consolidating around what is successful. The other day, I was having a conversation. We were talking about how difficult it is to scale anything in Nigeria. Every airline that starts in Nigeria, aircraft will be clean. Almost every aspect of our national endeavor is challenged by scale. How do you scale? Go from one thing that is successful to many that are successful. The primary reason why we have the challenge of scale is not because the opportunity is not there, not because the demand is not there, but it's primarily back to the second point, capacity. When you want to scale an airline, you have to have enough pilots. You must have enough engineers. The regulatory officials must have enough regulators to check the planes before they fly. They must have enough people in the tower. They have to, so there's a lot of reliability that happens around the dependencies for success. Scaling is a problem in Nigeria. But, as I pointed out to somebody, if you think about Transcorp in Abuja, Transcorp is operating a small municipality that is more efficient than any local government in Nigeria. Every day you go into Transcorp, you expect it to be secure. You expect the lift to work. You expect the lights to be on. You expect the restaurants to work. You expect the meeting rooms to be open. You expect your key card to work. Transcorp is operating a community. And that community is about 10,000 people. With the rooms, the staff, the visitors. Every single day, that one facility animates a community of over 10,000 people and successfully services their needs. So it is possible to scale. We should be studying what is working there. Why is it working? And trying to figure out how do we replicate it. So I tell my friends in government, of which I am now a part, let us go and study Transcorp. If we can create one local government that functions with 70% of the reliability of a Transcorp, we too will become the star attraction. Everybody wants to go to Transcorp. Everybody wants to stay there. The barrier is you cannot afford it. My prayer is that your various businesses will be that way, unable to meet demand and having a barrier because of money. That is a successful business. That's what you want to consolidate. To build a system that functions with such a level of efficiency, such a level of standard that is maintained across board, and is done every single time with such consistency that the customer doesn't have to ask questions. Will there be light in the hotel? Will I get good service? Will the food be okay? Will the air conditioner work? We need to understand those things and consolidate on them. After consolidation comes the next stage. You innovate. Innovation comes after consolidation. When you have done what works and you have consolidated and you have replicated it, then you start asking yourself naturally, okay, how do I build something? Today, any one of us here can conceptualize a challenger to Transcorp Hilton. We can bring a challenger to Transcorp Hilton, but it will only work if we innovate. If you do copycats, maybe you will get some markets. But if you want to challenge them successfully and become number one, you have to innovate. So I look at Transcorp and I say to myself, as an investor, what do I have to innovate around to become an effective competitor to Transcorp? When you look across our industries, we have to ask ourselves, what is the innovation component? How big is it? How sustainable is it? In the technology and the creative industries, they consolidated around what worked. Only yesterday, we saw the outcome of innovation in Lagos, where Lagos state government commissioned a $100 million facility, a film city. 20 years ago, that project would be a joke, a white elephant. But today, coming out of this experimentation and consolidation, they have built an industry that is now powering and feeding content into global platforms like YouTube, like Netflix, like Amazon Prime. They cannot get enough of what Nigeria is producing. And so what is happening? The quality of the products coming out of Nigeria is now global. And they're achieving global standards. If you watch the movies that they're producing today and think back, in fact, you don't even have to think back. Forgive me. All you have to do is look at NTA versus AIT, or NTA versus channels, or NTA versus Arise, to see what happens. Today, Nigeria's content, clothing, apparels, film, music, technology has gone global. These software companies that I mentioned, they are now owned by, and they were bought out by Americans and international investors. We in Nigeria didn't even have the capacity to own them. Or maybe we didn't have the vision to own them. We preferred Prado and other such things to investing in those kind of companies. But what has happened is that those companies, those who know, have seized it and they've owned it. And now, Flutterwave, Paystack, they are being rolled out across the entire world. Solutions from Nigeria for a global market. Innovation is what will make the difference. But you can't innovate without having done the other parts. And so let me close by talking a little bit about the elements that have to be put in place for this ecosystem to grow. Not just grow, we have to build it properly, and we have to build it sustainably. I know the rest of this conference is going to be spent looking at sustainability from the perspective of the circular economy and things like that. But you have to build it first, and you must build it sustainably before you can enter into those spaces with the power and the promise and the potential that Nigeria actually has. Every ecosystem is driven by leadership. And here we have HATMAN. I want to tell you that your minister came from my industry. And I can tell you that that minister was one of the pioneers in our industry. I worked with her. She set standards for delivery that were totally uncompromising. People who worked with her said she was difficult. And I used to laugh because I knew clearly what she wanted was the best. And she insisted on it. And she was extremely humble in our interactions. I was a vendor providing solutions into the bank where she was a CIO. And what she didn't know, she would say, I don't know. Explain it to me. When you move too fast, she said, come back. Say it again. Over and over and over until she got it. And once she got it, with absolute humility. And once she got it, and we agreed the direction, there was no compromise. This lady that you have as a minister is somebody who produces results. She may not have the background in your space, but I can assure you, if you provide the technical support and the content to her, if you can set aside one of the biggest challenges of industry growth, which is the politics of the industry, and focus on providing the next element, which I'm going to talk about, to a leader, I'm saying you have the leaders already. What you must provide your leaders, it isn't easy to have an association that is having 17 years. I was joking to the president that when an association is meeting for its 17th AGM, you might as well count it as a 100-year-old. Most associations fizzle away. They cannot muster the teams that you have here. So you have the leadership within your industry. You have leadership at the governmental level. It's your job and your responsibility, just like I told you that we did with the IT industry. You must provide the second step, the frameworks, the infrastructure, and the policies that the leadership can then work with to create the space for the industry to grow. When Dr. Okonjo-Iweala was a minister, coordinating minister of the economy, and she met with the creative industries, I was in the room making a presentation. I spoke to the director of Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria and told him that his organization was irrelevant and would be obsoleted in 10 years. And he got upset. I'm sorry, I've always been slightly rude and a bit radical. So I just tell the truth as I see it. Because he was talking about closing down radio stations and regulating radio stations. I said, okay, how are you going to close down the one that is broadcasting from Houston, Texas? It's a radio station. It's broadcasting from Houston, Texas. It's directed at Nigeria. It's Nigerian content. Anybody with internet access can get to it. How are you going to get there? And I said to him, in 10 years, the physical radio station will be the smallest part of the ecosystem. And when he continued to argue on a panel, and when he continued to argue, I said, okay, what is This Day? He says it's a newspaper. I said, but when you go to This Day online, you can watch video 24/7. That means it's a TV station, isn't it? You can read it in a physical copy, which is the printed version, and they have an audio version, which is like a radio. So, which is your organization regulating? We had the same conversation with the director of customs. He said customs is in charge of everything that comes into Nigeria. I said how? By land, by sea, and by air. When he finished, I said, what about cloud? Are you regulating cloud? He said, what do I mean? I said, your phone is updating every day without the permission of customs. I'm buying software and music and services every single day coming directly from the cloud. When I look up, do you see customs or you see cloud? He said, we are going to come up with something. I said, it's futile. You're wasting your time. You cannot try to regulate what is not regulatable. In the same way, it is your job to see that future and to help the leaders by developing the frameworks, the infrastructure, and the services that are required for this future industry that you see. It's a lot of work. It will be done by a few people. But without it, you're not going anywhere. I told you how we had to work to create NIDA. NIDA eventually became a monster that was trying to swallow our industry, and we fought back, but we don't regret having created it. I told you how we created a ministry, and we got into a fight with the ministry. You can see maybe in the newspapers, you'll have seen us fighting over the bills and the acts that they're putting together, but we don't regret creating a ministry because now we have a voice. Today, nobody needs to be told about digital economy and technology. It is on the table. Tourism must be on the table. It can only get there if you do those two things and follow up by what I said earlier. You have to create the resource base. That resource base is this. One of the cities in the southeast, in 2018, I think, had 14,000 hotel beds. 14,000 hotel beds. If today, manufacturers association, no, let me use one. Nigerian Bar Association wants to hold its conference. You know, MICE is one of the things that we focused on. It was one of the strategies that we're looking at. Which city in Nigeria can contain 15,000 lawyers, 20,000 lawyers, providing beds and services? It will completely overwhelm almost every city, with the exception of maybe Lagos, Abuja. Every other place they go to, they'll be go slow. There'll be problems of insecurity. The resources that have to be directed into that space will be driven by a vision that says this. When I worked for Microsoft for a number of years, we have a conference that calls in partners across the world, the conference where we got those awards. It's 30,000 people gather in a city for the Worldwide Partner Conference, 30,000. Cities across the world bid for it. Because all of you know the multiplier effect of one tourist, one business tourist. He will take a flight, he will book a hotel, he will use local cars, he will eat local food, he will buy goods in a local store, and then he will make friends. And out of those friends will come potential investments. If I go to Abeokuta today and I spend a week and I love it, nobody needs to tell me to go back there. And when I'm coming, I'll come with my friends and I'll keep spending. The resources that you need to put together, you need to do it intentionally. And you need to be able to tell a story. The next 3 items are operational. Activities and engagements. See, throughout this year, how many tourism conferences are you going to have? In a country of 200 million, how many in a year? How many conferences, workshops, seminars? 5? 10? Every week in Lagos, there will be at least 20 industry activities in the IT sector. Every single week in Lagos. Across the country, the number goes to hundreds. Every state, every city is carrying out some activity and engagement to build the community that will eventually build the industry. You need to find a way to create these things. Once a year of HATMAN is not enough. And so you can't have an annual conference and then that day you come another 12 months later. How do we create that sustained engagement and activity within the ecosystem so that there's knowledge sharing, exchange of ideas, resources keeps going back and forth? And then the energy comes into the sector and people begin to see and understand that this is where investment should go. It has to be intentional. And you have the advantage of virtual. Nothing stops you from holding a conference every month, every week, virtual. Nothing stops you from gathering in your state chapters or in your offices to participate in a conference. Please, if the churches can do it and the mosques can do it, regardless of COVID, why should it stop you? Engagement and activities are what shows that the industry is alive. It's like blood circulating in the system. If you don't have those activities and engagements on a regular basis and a constant basis, you will not get the kind of power that you need. Second to last is role models. Many industries don't celebrate themselves. We haven't yet learned how to celebrate ourselves and to celebrate the right things. Every society is whatever it celebrates. Every society is whatever it celebrates. If, as an industry, we don't find a way, not by giving awards, but by constantly surfacing stories around these role models within our industry, people who have done things and done them successfully, the role models motivate those who are coming from under. They create mentorship, access, so that people get to know what next to do and how do we go about things. We have to celebrate the role models. If you're celebrating role models the way that my industry did for 20 years, which is every year we give an award, it's the same people that win the award. Sometimes when we're in the award committee, we're looking for who to give awards and we don't see anybody. So we end up saying to ourselves that maybe there's nobody to give this award to. But the reason why we keep giving the awards to the same people is because we have created a culture that celebrates a hierarchy. So the award must go to the president. Award must go to all the members of the executive council. After some time, you become like my industry, where the industry association becomes like a union. And people just keep graduating into that, but the dynamism is gone. The battle that we are fighting in an industry association, one that I kind of like recognized along with people a number of years ago, is that as it is, the software industry that has grown in Nigeria is bigger outside of the industry association than inside. The answer to it, and I will plead with you to pay specific attention to this, do not look to regulators to grow your industry, the value of your association, industry association. You know, we are still looking to get charter. Chartered Institute of Software Developers. Many of us feel that that's the way. I completely disagree. I tell my colleagues, if there is sufficient value within the association, people will be knocking on your door to enter, the way that they are knocking on ICANN door to enter. If you build a value, yes, ICANN has an institute of chartered, whatever, it's a chartered institute, so it works for them. But over time, you can and you should build enough value within your association that people come and want to be a member. You don't have to compel them. They come because you are actually giving out something that is of great value to them. How do we get there? I'm not saying don't pursue a charter, but I'm saying the charter on its own is compulsion. A market and an industry cannot be built by compulsion. When Okonjo-Iweala came to address us, she said, please, all I'm hearing from you people is government should, government should, government should. But look at your industry and look at what it has become. It has become a global brand. Did it become a global brand because of government being involved, or it became a global brand because government was not involved? Let me repeat that. Did it become a global industry because government was involved? Or did it become a global industry because government was not involved? Regulation, which comes with things like charters, produces a structure that can constrain your industry more than help it grow. People will focus on ticking the boxes and getting the various registrations, but those things become like chains. It stifles innovation. It stifles experimentation. It raises the bar for investment. In an industry that is growing from the bottom, that is still trying to create itself, what is very, very important is that you must free the space and ask only for that which enables you. The default of every regulator is control. But what we need to transit our regulators to is what we call developmental regulation. Regulation that is focused on developing by freeing up, by making easier, not regulation that tightens the space and makes it more difficult for people to enter. There's a level of regulation that you have within your industry, and it will destroy what is most important to it, and that is the culture of innovation, experimentation, learning, and consolidation. It's a culture. If we don't build the culture, countries that we look at that have succeeded in any of these spaces actually have a mathematical formula for calculating the innovative capacity of their country. Too often, government, regulation are the chains that hold industries down. And I'm trying to explain to you, using two of the most vibrant, the most dynamic, and the fastest growing industrial sectors in the last 20 years of Nigeria. While others have been heading this way, these ones are going this way. The reason why they are going this way is not because of government. It's not because of a charter. It's because they are operating in a free market with the openness. And they wrestle with the regulators to bring policies and frameworks in place to support the growth. Now we have learned how to collaborate. But we have taken off, and because we've taken off, government meets us at the table. So last year, it took us 12 months to put forward an act. I know the Tourism Act took almost a decade or so, if I remember. So you must have heard of the Nigeria Startup Act. Maybe you've heard of the Nigeria Startup Act, which is an act that was created by the industry in collaboration with government. It took us 12 months from the time when we conceptualized it, drafted it, worked with government, and passed it through the National Assembly. 12 months. And we got the act that has completely reset the opportunity for startups in Nigeria. How did we do it? We created a big tent. We brought in everybody who needed to be in the tent. We went on road shows. And we did all of this with money that came from ourselves and from development partners. No kobo from government. We marshaled our industry across the 36 states of the country. They organized workshops and seminars, some printed t-shirts. We used social media. We used every lever at our disposal. We held sessions with the National Assembly. We explained to them what we wanted to do because we had a coherent framework for how we wanted to grow the industry. And we explained it to them. And they had their inputs to make, and they made those inputs. And we included those inputs inside the legislation. The document went back and forth, back and forth. We passed that act. It's the fastest act to be passed in a civilian democracy in the history of Nigeria. From start to the final bill, 12 months. Then it took us 3 months to get it actually through the Ministry of Justice and signed by Mr. President before he left. How can we do that in our industry? I would suggest to you that you're well on the way towards that, because we're all here and we're all speaking to each other. Never tire of talking. Never tire of advocacy. And most important, never tire of expanding your ecosystem. Open up. Bring everybody in. Bring novices like me, people who don't know anything, and so they lose a lot of money. Bring those who are saying, what is this thing? And build capacity. In that city that I mentioned, 14,000 hospital beds, there isn't a single academy on catering in the entire city. And learn F&B. Which airports do you land in? If we want to print magazine, instead of doing something that is going to go out electronically, this constrains you. What enables you is when you digitize it. There are thousands, millions of capable Nigerians out there who are like an army waiting for you to recruit and bring into your sector. When they come, they will make you uncomfortable. They may not say, Eka Lesa. They will talk to you anyhow. They may even call you by your first name. But they will change your industry. They will create incredible capacity. And they will create massive acceleration. I believe in this industry. And I thank HATMAN for standing for the industry. And I just want you to know that the future is more than bright. As we say in the East, hospitality and tourism is ebano. It's where everybody has to be. So I currently work for the Abia State government. And my role in that government is to develop strategy. And I can tell you that by this time next year, under the current governor, and I know it sounds like blogging, but you'll hear from us and you'll hear about us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chinenye Uzo. I don't think that I know the words to describe. Every time that I listen to him, his presentations are mind-blowing and challenging. I have almost a whole exercise book of writing here that I can't even give a summary to the audience. But I think if we haven't taken anything away from this presentation, I think I want us to take the first one. He told us that when you want to build something, don't do it alone. Find professionals. And I think there are more than enough professionals standing in this auditorium today that we believe in this country. And I couldn't help thinking that we don't need to jackpot all. We have more than enough to do at home. So let's convince each other, I hope, with what Mr. Chineye has told us, to stay at home and build through tourism. Thank you so much. So with that, and wonderful presentation that I hope we will still have a lot to talk about in our panel discussion this afternoon, I want to also welcome a very special guests that have arrived while the presentation was going. And all protocols observed, we want to say and recognize some of our very distinguished guests around today. Go right into the other things that we have to do. We still have a very short paper presentation. We have our book launch to do, and we have also goodwill messages from our distinguished guests as well. So while greetings are being done, because like we said at the beginning, tourism binds us together. It does not know color, religion, age, position, or role. Tourism is life, and we're all living it together here, thanks to the 17th conference of HATMAN this year. So that said, we want to welcome very warmly Mr. Ademola Adejohn, representing the Honorable Minister of Tourism as a Senior Special Assistant to her. A very welcome. Please, can we please put our hands together for Mr. Adejohn with us here. We want to also recognize Dr. Mrs. Patricia Naria, the Director of Domestic Tourism also. A very welcome to you, Madam. Thank you so much for being with us this year. We will also not mention Mrs. Anne Dogo, the Director of Tourism also from the Federal Capital Territory. We want to say a very warm welcome as well. So very quickly, we are going to call on Mrs. Anne first Dogo to please give us her goodwill message. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with greeting the SA to the Honorable Minister, Prince Adejohn, and permit me to stand on the existing protocol, please. Well, I bring you greetings from FCT Tourism Department, and we came in this morning a little bit, and we missed out on some of the presentations, but at least I got one thing from Masamba, who said, which airport do you go to in Nigeria, and immediately get an information on what is happening. So I quickly took that down, and I'll take it back to Abuja. So I'm glad to be here. Some of our members are here. They arrived earlier. There are about 5 of us from FCT. So we bring you greetings, and we thank HATMAN for putting this together. And we will stay here and take every information that we can gather to ensure that we translate it to making tourism, a source of income-generating activity in the FCT. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ann. And now I want to call on also Dr. Mrs. Patricia Nari, Director of Domestic Tourism, to please give us her goodwill message. Thank you.
Prince Adetokunbo Adejohn, it's a pleasure you are here with us. We appreciate your presence as a tourism family. You're welcome. I also want to recognize my sister, whom we've just met today, and we have blended as a tourism family, Mrs. Anne Dogo. Thank you. Our guest speaker, the president of HATMAN. I don't want to bore you with protocols. I'm very happy to be here. My duty is just to appreciate the association for the way they have been promoting, the way they have been talking, the way they have been marketing tourism in the country. My office has to do with everything tourism within Nigeria. So we welcome ideas, we welcome suggestions, and we want to say that we are happy we are a full-blown ministry now. So we will not have any excuse to say we are married, the marriage is not working, we are married with information, we are married with culture, now we are on our own. So we pray that this little baby called tourism will grow, will blossom, and it can only start with domestic tourism. So I wish to say that whatever decision we are going to take here, let it be anchored on domestic tourism so that our people are aware of the benefit and the importance of the sector. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Ma. When she was saying we are married now, I couldn't help thinking we are also single and searching in the industry because there's so much we are searching for to build the industry as well. So fantastic. We are single now in our own ministry. So we have been looking forward to this, the launch of this amazing book that has been put together by professionals in the industry, because I always argue that it's not just about experience and practical. It's theory first, and then you have to practice. So we need theory, we need content. So it gives us great delight to call upon Mr. Ademola Adejon, the Senior Special Assistant to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, represented here, to declare this conference open, even though we have started, and to unveil the launching of the book. Thank you so much.
I greet you warmly, the HATMAN honorary members and integrities members as well. On behalf of myself and the Honorable Minister, we bring warm greetings to you. And she really expressed her gratitude and a desire heart-warming greetings as well. Although she's not here in flesh, but she's here in spirit with everyone. And she gave a personal message that we should encourage in the book launching. Although the HATMAN is facing one or two challenges and which they've poured out their minds when we met last time by the led from the chairman and the entire members, and which we are going to look into. Although we are still babies in the industry, we are looking towards you to give us more ideas, your wealth of experience, your brilliance and performance so far will always guide us. As I've said earlier, as my director has said earlier, we have extracted from Ministry of Information, Tourism and Culture, but as it stands now, we are alone. And we need you, especially from your wealth of experience, to guide us, to be with us, support us. You support us, we support you, to build and to drive the nation forward. May I please call on the chairman, right? The president and the entire members to please join us for the unveiling, please. Thank you. How do we start? Yeah, you want to open it.
So that nobody will see it.
Okay, just
This way, please.
On behalf of the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Tourism, we unveil the purchase and the HATMAN's textbooks.
Hold it. Carry one. Carry one, so that we show it. Come, Mr.
When's Adedigbe? Adedigbe.
As we've said earlier, we are fresh ministries. We are babies. Despite the fact you need our support, we announced an unannounced amount to launch the entrepreneurship in hospitality tourism perspectives in Nigeria. Thank you. FCT. You are richer than us. You must support them.
We are a whole ministry. Well, on behalf of FCT, and we will let them know the figure later, but we launched this with a good amount of this entrepreneurship in hospitality and tourism perspective in Nigeria. We are sure that this will be a very good resource book for tourism practitioners. And with this, I want to congratulate you and be sure of our support. Thank you.
Well, I wish to congratulate HATMAN for this wonderful job that has never been carried out by any of the Hospitality and Tourism Association. I say kudos to you, and I will send in our own money. Thank you very much.
I want to stress a little further, because we keep talking about partnership between private sector and government. And at this event, I'm hearing the minister undisclosed, FCT undisclosed, Kano State undisclosed. I have a problem with that. I would like to maybe, when we leave here, move to the next table so I can speak with the minister, representative, I can speak with them. FCT is a very powerful department. In fact, without FCT, they will send us away from Abuja. Then Kano State is here. I would like to, move ahead there and then we talk together. I want to get something specific, that there's a proper partnership between government and private sector, so that we don't live here with balloon expectations. And our government people are very nice. They're very nice. And we appreciate them and we thank them. The Federation itself would launch this with 200,000, the Federation itself. So I'm going to be working with figures going forward. My people are here. I want to hear figures. Government is not willing to mention figures, but private sector should mention figures. When I leave here now, I will now go to government, then we divert the two. I'm their president. Am I your president? I will keep the secret. Thank you very much.
First of all, I have to congratulate all of us for this workable book for the institutions and the industries. I have a problem because in our family, we don't normally do donation out, but being a member of this association, okay, I will support with 100,000.
It's my turn. It's my turn. Well, I wouldn't say much. I think I will follow suit and support this book presentation with 100,000.
Better put your hands together for, unannounced. It deals with pounds, so you don't want to announce that.
This is a laudable achievement from my association, and my president has spoken. I don't need to jump the gun as the deputy president. But in a personal capacity, as the past president of this great association, I will equally support with 100,000 naira.
Please put your hands together for my vice president. 100,000 naira.
I feel I was given this microphone because to punish me for having spent so much time in my presentation. I want to apologize and plead with Mr. President. I thank you, first of all, for listening to what I had to say, and I hope there are a few things that made a bit of sense to you. I'm here as an individual, but I also, as I said, the Principal Secretary and Chief Strategy Officer to His Excellency, Dr. Alex Oti, who is the Executive Governor of Abia State. I did tell him I was coming here, and so I would have to go back with a report. From that perspective, I will not be able to say anything about funding, but I will say two things. One, as an individual, I would take 10 copies personally. I'm not sure. I looked for the price. I couldn't see the price. I had to stay with 10 and be safe. But I actually do want to also extend some form of support to the association. I believe this book is a book that has global appeal. And so if you've not already done so, I would be happy to support in whatever way to make it a digital edition and to make it available off of Amazon.com, where you can sell any copies. Lastly, I want to extend the invitation to HATMAN to please visit His Excellency in Umuahia in Abia State. Maybe he will say more than I have said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On my own capacity, I want to support, as a member of HATMAN and who is passionate about HATMAN, I'm supporting it with 20,000.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I want to congratulate the team of HATMAN who have deemed it fit to come with a compendium that will be a tool for practice in the hospitality and tourism industry. On behalf of myself, the Governing Council of the Nigerian Hotel and Catering Institute, I will give the sum of 100,000 naira to support this cause.
Please, let's move to the Center for Good Photograph, please. No, you hold
All right, so where are the ushers, please?
Let's hold the book, please, for that purpose.
Where are the ushers?
Hold it.
Please come, please come.
Hold the book.
Mr. President, sir, we want to go to the crowd now, and I believe we know the main people that can do. Okay, after the photograph, the ushers, please just take some copies, then you go to the crowd. So they too will have to launch this book to take it to the permanent site to support the ministry as well. All right. All right, thank you. Yeah, so I will be needing one more mic. Can I have the mic? Okay. So while they are taking the books to you, just tell me how much you are launching the book with to support the ministry so that it can go to the permanent side. Please give mommy here. Give it to mommy here. Mommy want to say something. Thank you. Please put your hands together for her, please. Celebrate her very well for me. Thank you, mommy. Dr. Mrs. Ogunlade. Yeah, I'm going to be giving you the mic now, so you tell us what you are supporting us with. Thank you. Or which you bring like 10.
10. I will get back to you on that.
Mommy said he will get back to you. Yeah, so people that deal with millions don't want to announce whatever they want to give to us to prevent story that touches the kidney. Yeah, please celebrate mommy one more time for me. Put your hands together for her. Thank you. The HOD herself. So, how much are you giving us for this?
I appreciate the book very well. We'll get back to you. Thank you very much.
Mommy, I want to use Mopo this thing now. Anybody that is telling me I will get back to you now, I will get back to you too. But celebrate mommy for me. Celebrate her. All right, we are still going. You want to support the ministry, ma? I don't even need to ask. Okay, come. Follow me. Follow me. Take this.
Hello.
Thank you, Oga MC. We really appreciate everybody's effort here. And you all agree with me that apart from the intellectual contribution to put the books together, this particular book we are seeing, the importance, the way it will be very useful to the youths coming. And you can hear from the guest speaker is going to make it a digital book through Amazon. You know what it means this age. And through that one, a lot of us can access. And this medium, before we proceed, I know there are a few of us here that want to contribute to this book. After here, you can book for the book. A copy is just 6,000 only. But for the purpose of this conference, and at the moment at which we are launching this book, please, we crave your indulgence. If peradventure, on individual basis, organization, quickly come up, please. Let us record what you need to donate in purchasing this book, please. Yes, MC, some people want to come out to buy this book.
All right, please, if you want to come out to support, please come. If you want to support with 100,000, 50,000, 200, 1 million, feel free. Thank you, ma. Please celebrate her for me, please. Celebrate her, please. Put your hands together for her. All right? Give me one. Give me one. All right, can you celebrate Dr. M.O. Falabi for me? Put your hands together for her. So, mommy, what are you supporting with her?
I'm supporting it with 20,000 naira.
Please put your hands together for her. Thank you.
20,000 naira.
Is mommy going back? Okay. All right.
I want to purchase this book on behalf of my organization, Blissy Hospitality Services, managers of Now Suite Conference Center in ABU Zaria with the sum of 50,000 naira.
Let's celebrate for me. Thank you.
Next Suits and Conference
Director, Kano State Tourism. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Salus Tale, Director, State Tourism Management Board, Director, Tourism Development. I'm directed by the Managing Director to buy for my department 2 copies at 50,000 naira.
50,000.
2 copies for 50,000 naira. Thank you.
Director Tourism Canon, 250.
All right. In case you want to do a transfer, you don't have your cash here with you, and you want to do a transfer, don't worry. We'll be projecting the account number on the screen so that you can do a transfer. Thank you. Who want to support the ministry one more time? Okay, put your hands together for him. Thank you. God bless you. Please, the engineer in charge of the projector, please, somebody should help us with the account number so that anybody that wants to do a transfer can just, do that immediately.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of my HOD, Department of Tourism Management Technology, Federal Polytechnic, Bauchi, personally, I'm supporting my association with a sum of 20,000 naira.
20,000.
Thank you very much. Please, one copy.
On behalf of who? Personal. Okay.
Yeah, on behalf of me, myself, and I alone. Thank you. God bless you. All right. Once again, in case you don't have it cut here, Mrs. Ajo Rosemary Uloma, please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Mommy. All the way from Abia State Polytechnic with our entourage. Hey, oh God, okay then. All right, thank you.
So how many copies can I get?
If you want to
Okay. I want to pick 2 copies for myself and my department for 50,000 naira.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mommy. God bless you, please. Okay.
On behalf of University of Ibadan, and for the benefit of students, University of Ibadan, I want to support with 20,000 naira.
Please celebrate supporting with 20,000 naira. Sorry, look up there. You can see the account number there, HATMAN UBA. Thank you.
On behalf of the Caribbean Federal Polytechnic Department of Hospitality Management and Tourism, and on my personal capacity as the first deputy president of HATMAN, I want to purchase a copy of the book with a sum of 25,000 naira.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you. Please give her 1 copy. All right, in case you are doing a transfer.
IMT Enugu is coming. IMT Enugu.
All the way, IMT Enugu. Please celebrate that one more time for me. Mommy, you are looking under 16.
I told you I was coming by. I'll get back to you. Yeah, on behalf of my department, Department of Hospitality Management, IMT Enugu, and myself, I'm supporting the association with a sum of 25,000 naira.
Yeah, purchasing.
Please put your hands together for her. Thank you.
Elizabeth University.
Let's celebrate Elizabeth University. Put your hands together for Elizabeth University to also come out and support the ministry. And also let Rufus Giwa Polytechnic be getting ready.
Elizabeth, they are coming. Elizabeth.
Okay, Eliza, please. Elizabeth Polytechnic, where are you?
Elizabeth University. Which kind of university? University is a polytechnic.
Okay, sorry, Elizabeth University. Please put your hands together for them. As they come up, or one person.
Coming now.
Oh, yeah, please come. They are coming in mass to support the ministry for it to move to the permanent side. Also, let Rufus Giwa Polytechnic be getting ready to come out to celebrate and support the ministry. In case you are giving the cash, give it to us. You can see my brother with native here, or better see, do a transfer. Thank you.
Give me an H. Give me an A. Give me a T. Give me an M. Give me an A. What? Give me an N. What you have now? HATMAN. Give me a HATMAN, yeah? HATMAN. On behalf of the students of Elizabeth University in Naramokin, Ondo State, Nigeria, we would like to pledge a sum of 50,000 naira for this. Thank you so much.
On behalf of Elizabeth University, please celebrate them. Only you.
I already have a copy.
Okay, you have a copy. Okay, thank you very much, Mommy. Thank you very much for coming. Rufus Giwa, please celebrate Rufus Giwa for me. Where are they? Rufus Giwa Polytechnic. Thank you. Come. For now, Federal University.
Well,
okay.
On behalf of Federal University of Abeokuta.
Wow, FUNAB.
Department of Hospitality, we are donating 20,000 for a book.
Wow, put your hands together for them. 20,000 naira.
Rufus Giwa.
Rufus Giwa, my people.
On behalf of...
When I know for my handle, when I mention like 1 million.
Okay.
Okay. Which state bureau for Giwa? Ondo. I know see Ondo and Edo, they close.
We are getting 2 copies for 20K.
Celebrate them, thank you. 2 copies for 20. It's 1, sorry. It's 1, sorry. All right. Federal Polytechnic, Nekede. Federal Polytechnic, Nekede. Please celebrate them as they come forward. Okay, you are here already.
Hello, good afternoon all. On behalf of the Department of Hospitality Management Technology, Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, we are supporting the book launch with a sum of 40,000 naira.
All right, we also have the Gegri University. Please celebrate them. Okay, they sent their money already. Gegri. Okay, 10,000 naira, the sum of 10,000 naira to support the ministry. Please celebrate them. They sent the money already. Celebrate them. Okay. Also, we have in our means to support us Lasus Tech. Please celebrate them as they come forward. Lasus Tech for their own contribution and support. Lasus Tech, where you are. Lasus Tech. And also Hospitality Business School, Lagos Stage. Hospitality Lagos School. Hospitality Business School, Lagos State, where you at? Hospitality Business School, Lagos State. If you are here, just wave your hand, let me see. Okay, come forward now, come now. Please celebrate them, put your hands together for them. While they are coming out, are they not coming out? Oh, I should come and meet you. Bring the book, they say I should come. Come. Let Federal Polytechnic Ede get ready. You know, there are some people that would not want to stand up until I come. They say if the mountain did not go to Muhammad, Muhammad would rather come to the... Okay, you already have the book. Oh, wonderful, they have the book already. Okay. Okay, you've been transferred already. God bless you. Federal Polytechnic, Ilaro, if you are here, wait, let me see. Don't worry about you. Federal Polytechnic, Ilaro. Okay, yeah, Abi. Why you can't raise up your hand? Okay, they scratch your head. Federal Polytechnic, Ilaro. I say, yeah, Ilaro. Now you they enter my head now. You know, they make me call which I'm not supposed to call. Man, come on for you. Network not there. Federal Polytechnic, Ilaro, where are they? Okay, who again? Who do we have there? All right, Kwara State Polytechnic. If you're here, let me see your hands. Just wave to me. Kwara State Polytechnic. Oh, put your hands together for mommy. Thank you. Thank you. How many are you taking?
On behalf of Kwara State Polytechnic, Department of Hospitality Management, and myself, I pledge the sum of 10,000 naira for
Federal University Oye Ekiti. Federal University Oye Ekiti. Okay, celebrate the Federal University Oye Ekiti. We are running up this segment now so that we can move to the next one.
I'm a recent graduate of Hospitality and Tourism Management, Federal University of Ekiti. So on behalf of the students of the Department of Hospitality and Tourism Management, Federal University of Ekiti, I am purchasing one book for 10,000 naira.
Celebrate them, 10,000 naira for one book. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Kwara State University, we have already sent the money to the association's account. We are taking 2 copies for 20,000 naira. Thank you.
All right, so Also, we have in our midst Moshood Abiola Polytechnic. Moshood Abiola Polytechnic. Okay, they are coming out already. Moshood Abiola Polytechnic. Please come forward. Okay, I just say now you now. No, they stand up. Now so I go announce car. Who wants this car? Somebody stand up. Not knowing that they want to go and ease himself. Which school? Yabatech. Celebrate Yabatech. Greatest Yabatech. No go for my hand though. Call better money. You talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here from Yabatech, and we are sponsoring with 10,000 naira.
Who say make I allow you talk? No, never talk. You talk. Talk what you want to talk. Go.
You don't talk now.
Women, celebrate them. Thank you. God bless you. Cash or transfer? Thank you very much. In case you still need anyone, we've come to the close of this segment. And in case you still need and you want to support, just come to us right there. Then just with us. We'll come and meet you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's my able co-MC for the day. So we want to quickly go into the next lead paper presentation, which is going to be very brief. So I want to call on our dear Vice President, the affable Dr. Lillian Chinwe Managun, to come and give the paper presentation on behalf of Professor Enemuo Ogechi Blessing. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for our able Vice President. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to stand on the existing protocol. This second paper, titled Sustainability Principle and Tourism Development in Nigeria, prepared by Professor Ogechi Blessing Enemo, the head of the Department of Hospitality Management and Tourism, Michael Okpara, University of Agriculture, Umuahia. First of all, I want to thank the lead speaker. He has said most of the things, and from what he said, we're going to just build on what he has already said. Because when he was talking about the hospitality and tourism industry, he talked about consolidation of the business. And for you to consolidate, you must understand what your products are, and then you innovate. And then you now find a way of marketing whatever you have so as to create satisfaction and to sustain the business. Tourism, as we all know, is a temporary movement of people from their normal place of abode to another for pleasure, business, and other activities. And we know that for a person to be qualified to be called a tourist, he must have spent at least 24 hours in the place he's going to, or 365 days, according to World Tourism Organization, WTO 2021. Tourism, according to Long 2022, is an effective way of revitalizing the economy of any destination. We all know that tourism comprises of three major components. First is the destination, which is the attraction, the reason for going to a particular place. And then you now have the stay, which has to do with the provision of accommodation, food and beverage. And then, of course, you have the means of getting to the tourism destination, which is transportation. And so destination in this time, as we're looking for it, we say destination is the place to which a person is going to. That is, destination can be said to be the intended end of a journey, where you are going to. And for any destination to be able to bring in people, it must have some basic components: accessibility, The place must have an attraction, something that will lure people to that place, and then it will also be accessible to people that are going to the place. The destination offers an amalgam of tourism products and services which are consumed under the brand name of the destination. Concept of sustainability tourism emerged around 1990s by connecting sustainable development ideas and principles. Sustainability principles refers to environmental, economic, and socio-cultural aspects of tourism development, and suitable balance must be maintained between these three in order to guarantee a long-term usage, which is actually sustainability. Now we're looking at tourism development. Tourism development has become a growing concern of most countries, especially because of the positive impacts, which include but not limited to wealth creation, employment generation, contribution to a country's GDP, etc. We all know that it's our profession. But we now say for tourism to be developed, it must pass through the normal development function of any management or government. And this development function includes the following: policy making, that is legislation and planning. You must first of all plan before you embark. Also, another function is coordination. We all know functions of management and coordination. You have to bring in all the resources available in order to make sure that at the end you achieve your given objective. Then market strategies. After you have brought all the resources together, you must find a way to create awareness to the people, that is your target market, to tell them that, look, this particular product is available for sale. Then regulation. We know that when it comes to regulation, there are certain things that are within your control and beyond your control. So you have to look at the ones that you can regulate within and know what to do about them in order to bring in customers. And the ones that are beyond you, like government policies, you must always get in touch or know what is required by a particular government of the host community so as not to run into problem when you are marketing your products. Then, of course, you have the monitoring. You have to now monitor all that you have put in place in order to ensure that you will achieve the given expectation. Growth facilitation. As you're monitoring, of course, you want to ensure growth because growth brings about the sustainability. When people are satisfied with what you have, they will keep coming back. And once they keep coming back, of course, growth is taking place. Infrastructural development. You can't have a destination and you're talking of sustainability without infrastructural development. You must ensure, because sustainability, we have all heard, it has to do with maintaining the place now for the present user, also having the future users in mind. So you must have infrastructure in place that will satisfy the present users and then help to attract or maintain it for the people, the future generation. So as what the present people have enjoyed, the future people will come in and they will also enjoy the same thing. Then also, one of the managerial functions is that you must train. The last speaker talked about training and education, retraining, because once you are static, once you are in a place and you don't improve yourself, you will not be able to know what is happening. So training has to do with training of the employees of the destination, training of you as a person, the manager and the stakeholders, creating awareness from time to time to make them know that there is improvement in whatever you are doing. So let's look at impacts of tourism development. We know that tourism development can impact a destination in three major areas. The first one is economic impact. The second one is sociocultural impact, and then you have the environmental impact. But this time we are going to be looking at the economic impact. in the basis of costs and benefits. We know for tourism, there must be costs, and then there are benefits to the host community. Some of the costs that are incurred by the destination has to do with inflation, changes in cost of resources, changes in cost of human capabilities, changes even in the cost of the materials for maintaining the destination. Then you have leakages, that's another cost. And what is leakages? We say importation of goods and products for tourism purposes from one country to the host community. And then another one is opportunity cost. I'm sure most of us did economics, so we know opportunity cost. That has to do with you getting something in place of another one. So you have to look at what you require now to maintain that destination against what you intend, what you would have, done. So you look at the one that will be beneficial to you at that particular moment and go with it. Then what are the economic impacts, benefits of the economic impact? We say one, you have the tourist spending. That is generation income coming from the tourists that are visiting the place. And you have the, like I said, contribution to the country or destination GDP in terms of monetary benefits. Of course, when you have an attraction and people keep coming there, you get more money, and so that is monetary benefits. Also, government revenue. You generate more revenue because once people come to the destination, they bring in foreign exchange, and that is part of government revenue. Also, the destination also provides employment to people of the host community. That, employment is supposed to be responsibility of the government. So once you are getting that from the host, from your tourism, you are helping the government to grow. And investments, of course, we all know that once an attraction is there, developed, and people are coming to visit it, of course, there will be investment, superstructure and structural investment. The presence of the destination will help for road improvement. It will help for water supply, electricity, and all that. Those are investment that comes along with tourism development. Sustainability tourism development. Most of our speakers have rightly defined sustainability tourism development as meeting the needs of present tourists and host regions while protecting and enhancing opportunity for the future. So sustainability is envisaged as leading to management of resources in such a way that economic, social, and aesthetic needs that can be fulfilled while maintaining cultural integrity of the destination. So what are the guidelines for sustainability tourism? One of the major guidelines is that we must make optimal use of the environmental resources that constitute a key element in tourism development. I want to take this to our hospitality establishments. Most hotels, you find out that we have always, we keep talking of innovation. We have to look at what we have with
All right.
He will enjoy it better because this is what we know. This is what you see everywhere you go to in the world. So what is that thing that is distant, that thing that is with us, that a foreigner will see when he comes? So the hotel should endeavor to bring in our culture into our presentation. That will help sell the destinations. Then the second one is respecting sociocultural authenticities. We all know that each host community has their culture. And one of the negative impacts of tourism is usually on culture. It takes away what we have if you're not careful and bring in their own. So we have find a way to maintain what is ours, so as let our young people, the generation to come, when they are now growing up or when they grow up, they now see those things that our forefathers had. I'm sure most of us, and people like of my age, there are certain things when we were growing up that our children today do not even know existed. And when you tell your children some of these stories, they'll be looking at you as if you're talking from the moon. But we all know those things happen. We knew, like the Igbo people, when our mothers will tie one wrapper on the waist, and tie another one, and then wear beads. And that was our dressing. And then like mommy dressed today, that is our traditional Igbo dressing, 2 wrappers. But these days you find out that the culture, the one that came from outside, have overtaken all those things. So everybody wants to go on long gown. The ones that are not on long gown or Ankara wears are going by the normal short dresses that are not our thing. So we should try, because when we are talking of this sustainability, we must lead by examples. We are hospitality and tourism professionals. We are here. We're not even wearing our traditional attire. Most of us are not wearing our traditional attires. Most of us are in suits, and we're complaining that these things are going. What is it that the generation to come would get from us? That is what we are talking about. The third one, we should ensure a viable long-term economic operation, providing socio-economic benefits to all stakeholders that are fairly distributed. So we are looking at those economic operations that will help us provide economic benefit to the destination. This has to do with finding ways of looking at the host community, and then looking at what is distinct with that host community and finding way to create markets for it. Like Arigungu Fishing Festival, we all know of it. And I'm happy this day that they are really making it into a tourism activity. People come in year in, year out to witness that, and it generates a lot of income. And I'm sure most of us here, we also have our culture, things that we do that are with us. So we should find a way, even when we write papers, let's stop publications. Let's talk about those things that are happening in our area. In fact, when you want to publish papers outside, you find that when you talk on when you have cultural publications, they sell faster than all these customer service and all that. When you talk of Nigeria, what is it you're going to tell a white man about customer service? But if you want to bring down the customer service, the way it is done in your place, serving a customer with clay, mommy, I think clay plates. When we were, yes, clay pots. Yes, clay pots. We make our uba, we serve it in clay pots, and you describe it. When you are describing it in those publications, you find out that the people outside, they value those publications better than these ones that will write generally about laying table and all that with cutlery. So let's just be mindful of that. So the next one is indicators of sustainable development for tourism. What are indicators? We say indicators provide information that are used to measure current issues, existence of current issues, helps to open up or show signals of upcoming situations or problems. And that these indicators can be measured or can be influenced by 3 major factors: changes in tourism, own structures, and internal factors. Changes in tourism, own structures, and internal factors. So you have to, every destination have their own distinct characteristics. So you have to know where you are going, so that when there's any change on what is already there, you will know. And then you now take an analysis and see what caused those changes, and then find the gap, and then review it and find out what you do to make sure that those change that was there when you came are maintained for future use. That's simply what it's saying. Then the second factor is changes in external factors. This has to do with taxes, government policies, the things that you have no control over, but you must find a way to maintain them in order to ensure that the generations to come benefit from what is already there. Then the impact caused by tourism. These are natural impacts. There's nothing you can do about it. You remember when we had COVID-19 and we all had to be trained and retrained on how to handle and serve customers and how, uncomfortable we felt. But at the end of the day, that is what we have to do to survive. You have to look at it from the safety of your guests and then the safety of you, the provider of the service. So these are impacts that does not have anything to do with you. They are beyond you, but you must do something about it, knowing that these things come and go, to maintain these destinations in their natural form, so that even with those problems there, the generations to come will see those destinations with little or not much difference from what they read or their forefathers told them about it. Indicators can become key management tool for performance measures, which supply essential information to both managers and to all stakeholders. So some of the benefits from good indicators, because there are good indicators and bad indicators, but we are going to dwell on the good indicators. The benefit from good indicators, we say one, good indicators help in better decision making. Number two, it helps in identification of emerging issues. When you have a good indicator, like most of we see that they will say indicator 10 for tourism sustainability. One is job creation, job creation is a good indicator. So you can now look at it, how many jobs was created by this particular industry? What areas were the jobs created? And then you now look at what are the reasons for creating those jobs. And that will help you to take a decision on what to expect next. The other one is identification of impacts. Allow corrective actions when needed. When you identify these impacts, the type of impacts, natural and man-made, when you identify them, you now take a decision and then analyze them and take a corrective action that will help you get to where you are going. The fourth one, after you have identified the impacts, you measure your performance. Ask yourself, how am I able to overcome this? And you can do that by having a SWOT analysis. We all know that once you're in the industry, you must be able at every time to know your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. Because if you know all that, you will now understand, who am I competing with? Where am I going? Who are the ones that are looking up to me? What is it I should do to be ahead of my competitors? So once you are able to measure your own performance yourself, you are getting to where you are going. Then the other one, after you have measured your performance, you now find a way of reducing risk by planning on your mistakes. Of course, in every performance, there are failures. So you must now look at your failures, find out the reasons for the failure, and work on your mistakes. Get better on them. Find a way of getting to know what caused those things. And then if there are things that you could manage, you manage them. If there are things that are beyond you, you also look for a way to get in solutions to them. The sixth one is, after you have plan against your mistakes, greater accountability. Any establishment without accountability, you're not doing well. So in your destination, you must be accountable. What are the things that have come in? What are the sources of the income? Did I have any break up? Okay, let's go to the industry, the hospitality. Let's leave tourism a little bit, because most of us here are hospitality professionals. When you now look at your establishment, you now ask yourself, for every task you're going to give to somebody, you must make the person accountable to somebody. even you, the manager. Okay. Even you, the manager, you must be accountable. That's why some establishments these days, they do the 360-degree, what do they call it? Appraisal. You appraise your staff, and your staff as well appraise you. So as you will also know your own shortcomings. Then, after that, you now constant monitor. You constant monitor those gaps that have been created to make sure that at the end of the day, they are filled with corrective measures. How can we implement sustainability practice in hospitality and tourism management in?
Sorry, we just want to give a short announcement. If you want to make any transaction or use the POS, we have one now at the registration point. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm now discussing on how sustainability practice can be implemented in the hospitality and tourism management in the hospitality and tourism industry in Nigeria. We feel the first point is we keep talking about training. Training is very important. There's nobody here that wants to grow that does not find a way to develop himself. So you must train your staff and also train yourself regularly. Get to know, keep yourself abreast with the happenstances in the industry. So as you will know where you're going and what your competitors are doing and be ahead of them. The second one is take a destination audit. Know your products. You are in the industry, you don't know your products. Somebody will ask us, what is the product of the hospitality industry? Most of us will say rice, beans, all this. Yes, I'm just giving instance. And we forget that our product is service. And that is why you find out that you see an outfit today will come up with a lot of patronage. By the next day, it's down. You ask yourself why. The environment is still the same. The air conditioners are still working. The swimming pool is functional. Everything is functional. But the problem is the human service, the human service, that is the customer service, has dropped from what it used to be. And that is why we now tell us that we have two types of service: material service and personal service. And among this material service and personal service, which one is the one that creates customer satisfaction? Of course, it's the personal service. The material service has to do with the air conditioner, the laying of the table, the aesthetic looking of the building and all that. Sometimes when you go to hotels, I tell people, I say they will tell you that we have 24 hours lights, we have Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi and all that. But by the time you check in, you find out that they will not tell you that 24 hours light. They will say, Madam, you see the problem because of diesel. We usually put on our generator by 6 p.m. You know? And so you find that they are not keeping to their promise. So, but personal service have to do with the feeling, good or bad, that a service provider gets from a service recipient. We call it a feeling in our industry because what could be good service to you might be bad service to another person because of simply the characteristics of service. We all know it. The intangibility, the inseparability, the heterogeneity of service. All those things are what causes differences in service. That's why two people will be served the same food with by two waiters. And one will go out telling another person that, oh, the service is very good. The other goes out and tells them that the service is very bad. It's the same food, the same environment, but the difference is the person that served. That's why we say you cannot separate the service from the service provider. Then the next one we now say, by the time you now have taken audit of who you are, you now plan. How do I achieve this, my gap? How do I achieve this thing that I want to do? Without planning, I have said earlier, you can't do anything. Then after you have planned, you have performed, you carry out a gap analysis. What is the difference between what I intend to do and what I have done? So that difference is the gap. And so you now find a way to fill that gap. Then After you have filled that gap, destination development, because by filling that gap, you are bringing in innovations that will help you develop the destination. You are bringing in new things that will help you become a better person. So that by the time you have developed that destination, by bringing in innovations and things, marketing now comes in place. You now start telling people that this place exists. This place that you used to know before is no longer like that. That's why we now go for adverts to tell the world that Obudu Cattle Ranch have changed. Now we say there's no water. We all know what Obudu Cattle Ranch used to be before. But today, people that visit there say it's just a shadow of itself. I have gone to Tinapa, and I tell you, some of the roofs are even falling off. And we all know what Tinapa used to represent. So when another management comes and looks at it and makes some development, of course, they will now go for adverts to tell the world that, look, start coming back, because we are back to what we used to be. That will now be promotion and marketing. And finally, after you have done your promotion, you have done your innovation, the next one is to implement. Implement all the things that you have found to be the solutions of the problem, and then monitor. Monitoring, you see, the thing goes, is like a cycle. You start, you evaluate again, you implement again, you now go back to planning, because at every stage, there is always a problem, because management is continuous. So administration too is continuous. So there will always be the gaps. And that is why, if you were the first speaker, he kept telling us that you cannot do it alone. You must understand who you are. Then you must now consolidate on a successful business, because I heard that from him. Once you have implemented, you now find out that you are doing well. There's no aspect of products that you say is the best. You will keep improving and improving, improving and improving, and you now start the cycle again by looking at the gaps when you have customer complaints. In conclusion, we say because sustainability implies steady life conditions for generations to come, it is a process-oriented thing, and so must combine managing of changes that will bring improvement for present users and future generations. Thank you very much.
Please, you can do better than that. Put your hands together for one more time. Can't they be like, say, this pulpit talk past me? Miss B, you have set me up. All right, somebody was saying something about jackpot syndrome the other time. Whether we like it or not, our youth not go hear word. They will still want to jackpot. Abi, mommy? They will still want to jackpot. My own problem is this, not that I want to jackpot anyways, but just that doing the slave trade wahala, I blame my daddy. I don't know why that man run. By now, I will have become a citizen of Canada or US. All right, before I invite the next person to come and take over the next segment, I want you to look at me very well. If I happen to be a car, don't be biased, be truthful, don't lie. If I happen to be a car, what kind of car do you think I will be? Eh? Sir? Daddy, I wasn't talking to you, sir. I know you hate me already. You don't like me. You say? Somebody say Bentley. Eh? What you talk? Is what? I should find rich. Now, if I happen to be a country, which country do you think I will be? Over my dead body. What I want you to do? You cannot even say Canada. Or somebody like US. Now, if I happen to be a food, what kind of food do you think I will be? All right, once again, in case you want to do a transfer and it's not going and you need another means to do that, there is a POS at the front there, at the entrance there, so just go there and do the transfer. Now, if I happen to be both present and past president of Nigeria, which of the presidents do you think I will be? Sir? I'm not tall, now I will be calling me Buhari. Ooh, Jare Daddy. About what? Now, wow, people just hate me for here. They know, what's it? Now, if I happen to be a soup, name of soup, which soup do you think I will be? Daddy, why did you open your mouth like that? I've discovered Yoruba people, when they want to exclaim, they must open their mouth. Anything that they want to call, they must open their mouth. Even if they want to greet you, hear Ekaro, Ekale, Ekason. Even the name of their food, Ambala, Eba, Inyo. You cannot go for me, Yoruba will not go beat me for here. Now, if I happen to be a name of, don't let me use food. If I happen to be a disease, Daddy, don't talk. This one you're opening your mouth again, I don't like it. If I happen to be a disease, who be that? You know, even let me finish. If I happen to be a disease, which disease? Sir? You don't get them before? All right, if I happen to be, for the ladies, if I happen to be your husband, what kind of husband do you think I will be? Mommy, let's assume I'm your husband. Alaja, let's assume I'm your husband. What kind of husband do you think I'll be? Men looking at me like this. Sir? Please, Usher, come and take this woman outside. Now that you are there, somebody is calling. Okay. So talk, Gary.
A comedian.
A comedian. And I will make you laugh. Put your hands together for her. All right, before I invite them, let me just ask this one. Now, let's assume now they put me down and they put like 2 million naira down. You know I'm a human being. Which one will you choose? I know they talk to people here. Let me talk to men. Let me talk to white men. Now, sir, between I don't say 2 million and like how many pounds? 1 pound for your face. If they put 5 million down and they put me down, who will you choose? Me, right? Celebrate him. Now only you go chop for year.
I can make more money out of you.
Hey, you can make money out of me. Oh, God. No wonder Miss B was telling me about you that the way you are, you help people, you affect people a lot, that you dash people money, car, contract, businesses and all. And I said, if I ask you, please celebrate him, celebrate him. And I said, that means if I come here now and I ask you for one thing, if you do it, that means what they've been telling me is the truth. Can I ask? I can ask, right? Yeah. So do you have any 5,000 naira you're no more using? What about 2,000? No. 1,000. Okay, bring 500, make I give you 1,000. This man, a Igbo man, he just yellow. Now, okay, let me break it down. 1 million and me, who will you choose? Who be that? Who saw 20 naira? My God will judge you. Okay, 500 and me, who will you choose? Make I ask Daddy. Am I down any alone? 500,000 and me, who will you choose?
I will make money from you now.
See people that know. Oh God. You want to see me? I'm not asking you. All right, I'm wrapping up already. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please once again put your hands together for yourself, celebrate yourself. And having said that, we're going straight to the next section, which is the plenary section, where we'll be having some panelists to come and say one or two things. But to take over this, to handle this segment, if your hands are not busy, can you help me celebrate as I bring to the microphone? We call him Miss B, but officially is the founder of Hospitality and MSB Service and Solution. The Assistant Secretary HATMAN is no other person but Miss Loretta Togonu Big Sese. Please put your hands together for her. Celebrate her, celebrate her.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. Please, don't break your jaws. Miss B is fine. So, we are running behind schedule, and we really want to quickly go into the panel session. And I want to start by saying Mr. Chineye has made my job very easy by introducing the innovation, the achievement of the entertainment industry to do this my moderation job. And why do I say so? I love quotes. And I want to take one from Mo Abudu, a female that has distinguished herself globally, the founder of Ebony Life Group, producer of We Might Know, The Wedding Party, and Blood Sisters. In a recent conference she organized with the team, Africa Creates the Future. We can create the Africa, and I add the Nigeria we want. We need to make sure, she says, as Africans, and I say as Nigerians, that we're ready for the potential that has been projected for us. E.g., our young people, media age of 19. And she says, no matter the sector, I unquote, so it is with excitement, hope, intentional and deliberate selection, I will say, that I want to introduce our selected amazing panelists from different sectors of our industry to share with us in this panel session. So it gives me great pleasure, that said, to introduce the following panelists, wherever they might be in the audience here. I will begin by introducing, we have Gregory Asiagu from Lagos Business School, Program Manager. Please put your hands together. Ushers, are we there? Ushers, you just want to adjust the seats. Lillian, sorry. Don't move it. Just tilt the chairs this way and move the flowers forward, please. Yes, the same position. Just to move the flowers so that they can sit well. So far, it's not obstructing the chairs. Thank you. I want to also introduce Favor Idachaba, lead consultant and sales manager, 4 Point by Sheraton, Cheba consultant as well. Please, a round of applause for her, please. I want to find out if Michael Williams might be in the audience somewhere here from Ebony Life. Michael Williams is not here yet. I want to introduce Mr. Bruce Prim, also as part of our panelists for today. Can I have the ushers, please? Marianne, are you there? One of the ushers, please, can you come and help us with Mr. Bruce? Right. I want to also introduce Mr. Eric of Hospitality Business School, Lagos. Mr. Eric, are you there? Mr. Eric? Oh, sorry, Dr. Eric. Imagine. Forgive me, Dr. Eric. You can see that the young people of Hospitality Business School are well represented here more than anybody. Please, a round of applause. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. And the last but not the least, Mrs. Bosede Koshemani. I hope I've pronounced that very well. Our very petite and agile Mrs. Bosede, but you know they say small can be powerful. We will discover today as well. So, we have our panelists. If any of them now appears that are not here, we will get to know. I am very excited. I don't want to back you, but let me come up. Let me come up. I think I will just stay here. I hope my panelists will follow me. I want to start by asking our panelists. We have a very interesting team here. When we sent you this team, I just want to ask you, what came to your mind? But before I do that, I had an interesting conversation with Gregory, and I want to say, for you to start the ball rolling for us, what came to your mind when you saw this team? Please share with us. Lillian, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. B. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Looking at the topic, very interesting, sustainability. If we're going to use things and not just use them up, but keep them for the next generation, then in my own view, there are 3 things that are very, very important. So when we talk about sustainability of any industry, not just the hospitality industry, we are looking at how that industry is consistently creating value, how that industry is not just creating value, but they are delivering that value, and how that industry is also capturing value. Now, these 3 things is essential. And when you look at your topic, it's very interesting when I was looking at that topic, and they said the product, market, and practice. And I came to understand that the intersection between the product and the market is value. Most products don't make it to the market because there is no value. And so what actually came to my mind was these three concepts. So let's look at value creation. How do you create value? Now, you create value when you're able to find the fit between the product and the market. So it's good you've put in the energy, like when the first speaker was speaking, I found it very interesting. You have the ideas. I don't think in Nigeria we lack ideas. No, we don't lack ideas. But we don't have relevant ideas that meet the need of the market. So you can have an amazing idea, you can have an amazing product, just like this book we launched today. If you open that book, there must be something new that book is communicating. But the problem is that we don't lack new things, but we don't have new things that have market value. So it is not patronized.
I can stay here listening to you all day, but I still have other questions for you. So please permit me to stop you there and hear from the other panelists.
Okay.
Thank you for that, and sorry for cutting it, but we are going to have this happening until we get to the more interesting place.
Thank you.
Let me say ladies first now again and ask favor. What came to your mind? Please share your view, your concern. What did it trigger off in your mind? Please share with us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the privilege given to speak to you today. Okay, so when I saw the topic, first of all, what came to me was sustainability. You know, we have people who have been in the industry, but there are new people in this industry that some seem to be lost, you know, and there comes where mentoring, you know, comes in place. You have people who are facing challenges and they feel, oh, sorry, I don't think this industry is for me because of the challenges that they go through, you know, but having to sustain the new entrants into the industry is very important, meaning that the elders or the people who have been existent in this industry have to make themselves available, you know, to mentor or sponsor, you know, whichever word you choose to use, the upcoming people in the upcoming professionals in the industry. Otherwise, we will not have new hands, you know, who will be willing to grow in this industry. And knowing that challenges, you know, is one of the, you know, the things that you come out, that comes
You would encounter.
to you. Encounter, yes, exactly.
Favor, let me stop you there. Thank you for that insight. I would go now very quickly to Mrs. Bossede on the other side, just going to the next lady to please share with us what came to your mind. Don't talk eco-tourism maybe now, or you might, but just give us some insight there, please.
Thank you. What came to my mind when I saw the theme for this conference was so many things. As you said, I'm not going to dabble into ecotourism, but more focused on the theme itself. There's a gap, and how we go about filling that gap is quite key within this sector. So if we say sustainable tourism or sustainable tourism and hospitality, it means different things for different people based on the value each person is bringing on board. So that was what came to my mind, basically. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Before I come to Mr. Eric, that I know we have plenty to say, pardon me, Dr. Eric. Let me come to Mr. Bruce. What came to your mind when you saw a topic? Please share with us.
Thank you for having me today. I think that in Nigeria you have enough knowledge and education to do the product, to do the marketing, and to do the practice. I think the issue is beliefs. Personal beliefs that are limiting. I know this is going off hospitality into coaching and executive, but you spoke about mentoring. One of the challenges I have is getting staff to believe in themselves, getting their bosses to believe in their staff, getting people to stop making decisions based on beliefs that they feel are there, and they must be fact because they are believed. So getting people to open their mind and say, well, maybe just because that person is behaving that way doesn't mean they're a criminal, or that person's from that tribe doesn't mean they behave like that. It seems people like to compartmentalize people, and it's one of the most limiting things because, for example, if you make a woman a manager, the custom here where if you're a female who's a boss, you own the company, it's fine, you're a ma. But if you're a promoted female, you're someone's sister or someone's wife. So now the men won't listen to you. You know, those kind of beliefs, I believe, is what's breaking the system.
Thank you so much. Not, the last but not the least, Mr. Eric, please share with us, what did that topic bring to your mind, please?
Thank you very much. Thank you. The topic, when I looked at it, I saw it. So permit me to say, each day I look at it, I see it from different perspective. But beyond that is to say that the product is not our problem. The market is not our problem. Market's not our problem because internal tourism alone, 200 million plus, we are good. We don't even need outsiders. Bringing outsiders, oh wow, massive markets. The product, as far as humans exist, there will be need. I don't live on the mainland. If I stay here till 6 p.m., I will have need to lodge. The market is there already. If I lodge, I will want to eat, hospitality. If I say, oh, I want to stay by weekend, I will maybe go to Lekki Conservation Center or any of the attractions, tourism. The problem is the practice. And practice is about the people. People is a function of passing it on. The challenge we have majorly is that very few persons know, and those few persons who knew before now, allow me to use the word, some persons in this audience are affected. Like they say, you're on the table. Please allow me to break the table. You are selfish. I remember when my time, when we coming into the industry as a chef, they want to do any recipe, they send us out. They don't want to see us to see the recipe. They don't want us to see the way they create it, just so that they can go on leave, and revert and come back. Everything is still waiting for them because things will spoil. But this generation is not exactly that. We are opening it up. But while we are opening it up, there is a need to mentor. Right now, it's like information. Nobody says information is scarce. Ask Google. But what are you asking Google? That is where the mentorship comes in. So it's not enough to say, oh, now it's open, but we need to mentor those who are coming. We need to pass it on.
Thank
and in
you
passing
so
it on,
much.
yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric. I'm still going to come back to you. I teach, and I quote, and I train. So I want to make sure that my panelists we have selected really teach us and share with us a lot of things. I want to come back to Greg, very specific now, because of your area of expertise in the Lagos Business School. And like I said, I'm leveraging on the creative and entertainment industry from Mo Abudu. She talks about the fact that there are certain things we need to do to ensure that we can make sure that the 700 billion investment and revenue generation that has to happen and 20 million jobs that has to be created, we are very much aware. She talks about the fact that because of that, we need to invest in capacity building, which we have heard a lot today. So, and that, no matter the sector, is not just specific to hospitality. So we all somehow, she says, lack this capacity building on the continent, in our industries, and in our sectors. We need to build, she says, global stars, not TV stars, shining stars that are, they could be farmers, business people, women, entrepreneurs, fashion designers, etc., hoteliers, hotel managers, pilots, flight attendants. I'm sure all of us can add a list to that, happening around the world. So I want to ask Mr. Greg, you have been involved in entrepreneurial capacity building for many years now. Can you please share with us, do we have a world-class entrepreneurial possibility capable to build the human capacity that we need to take our industry to the next level so that we have a local for global product and market and practice. Please share with us.
Okay, thank you so much. So looking at it from the perspective of being an entrepreneurial, an accelerator, I'm seeing something missing. So most times when entrepreneurs come to us, let me use the word carefully because entrepreneurs are not just those that own businesses. When business owners come to us, we see that they are so grounded in their technical abilities, just like the previous speaker told us. Good chefs, wonderful cooks, but they lack an element. They lack the element of entrepreneurship. So you can own a business and yet you're not an entrepreneur. Who is an entrepreneur? Let's start with that. An entrepreneur is a person who always strives to create value. So like he said, we have the product and we even have a lot of market. And the one interesting thing about Nigeria is that we have lots of problems. And in entrepreneurship, problems only mean opportunities. What then is the missing link? We need to enhance, we need to build entrepreneurs. We need to train people how to see problems as opportunities. We need to start training people who want to give people not just what they ask for, but who wants to take people beyond service to experience. I was just watching, I was looking at something, and someone was saying something about unreasonable hospitality is the game changer in the hospitality industry. And what was he saying about the unreasonable hospitality? Unreasonable hospitality is not just in the skills of serving, but is in the spirit of it. He was saying unreasonable hospitality moves beyond just seeing the whole activities going on in your hotel or in the tourism space as processes, but you're seeing the people. You want to leave everybody that comes to your hotel, everybody that visits your fast food, you want to give them an experience. And this experience are not just experiences that you just cook up, but you are looking at the needs they have not expressed. You're looking at them and you're seeing needs they've not expressed, and you go all the way to get that done. So how do we get into the mind of our users? How do we get into the mind of our customers to get those unexpressed needs and see that we achieve them? It is by observing. We have to pay keen observation. These days you go to hotels and they just give you, it's like everybody's a robot. They just come, good morning, ma'am, and you just serve the food because they've trained you that way. So customer service, I need to be nice, looking to everybody and talk to them nicely. But beyond just talking, you are dealing with human beings. You have to put a human face. You have to go deeper into these people. Why did they come here? Not just about what I serve them. What experiences do I want to live with them? So I'm saying that we need to raise entrepreneurs, not just people that we train in school, but we need to teach them that this thing is not just a fast food, but we want to give everybody who steps in here an experience.
We need soft skills beyond technical skills, beyond their entrepreneurial skills. Okay. Yes or no?
Yes, but
part of it.
One last thing. So when I talked about entrepreneurship is different from being a business owner. You can be a business owner, but you're not an entrepreneur. Every time an entrepreneur comes into the space, he always sees something new to bring in. He doesn't leave things the way he met them. And you don't even need to own a business to be an entrepreneur. You can even be a worker in an already established business, and they call it intrapreneur, but you have an entrepreneurial mindset. You take ownership, and you always want to leave things better. And I tell you, just like the last speaker said about Tinapa, right? Yeah. Tinapa. Some of the dilapidated things we are seeing in the tourism space, the abandoned things, like I went to Makurdi, the Makurdi International Hotel, I had high expectations, only to go there and I saw something that was in fact, it was displeasing because it wasn't looking good at all. And I felt if we had entrepreneurs here, this thing cannot be like this. It's not possible. So we need to have more entrepreneurs in this space. People who will always leave things better than the way they make them.
Greg,
just one last thing,
yes,
please.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
So like I said, product is not the problem. But when, like I tell people, invention is not synonymous to innovation. Invention is a product, right? You produce something novel. But innovation is a product that meets the needs of several people. So it is where product meets market, you can find innovation. So you've commercialized invention to make it innovation. So we need to have that missing link. We have lots of product, but we're not how do I put it now? We're not looking at the market the right way. And so there's a missing link to achieving innovation. We have lots of inventions, but we're not making them innovation because they are not useful to us.
So that
they are
means
not changing the
product is
ecosystem.
not meeting the needs of the market. We
Yeah.
need to know what the needs are in the market and produce those products so that we meet those needs as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Greg. I want to come now to Favor, because there's so many areas we can talk about in this industry linked to this topic, and looking at operations. From what I keep quoting from the creative industry, because like we heard today, they have gone from local and taken us global, that almost anywhere you go, you say, are you from the Nollywood? I don't know what. I'm sure a number of us have experienced that. So I want to put this question to Favor, because Mo Abudu says also that it doesn't matter if it's in the world of fashion or music or art or the world of film. We need to ensure that there is a global audience out there that is ready to receive what we are ready to impact onto them. Therefore, you have been somebody that is passionate for delivering exceptional guest experiences and a commitment to excellence in a competitive hospitality landscape. Of course, in the establishment you're working. Please, can you share with us, with this audience, how do we scale up sales? Because I think every manager that might even be in this room today is always worried about profit. And thinking about this topic, how do we introduce the concept of sustaining it? How can managers, hospitality business people in our space and beyond scale up and drive an African revenue growth that will be lasting? Please share with us.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the challenges that we face in sales, I would say, is being able to attract clients to your property. Because as it is, what VI was 10 years ago is not what it is right now. There are hotels almost everywhere. Everywhere you turn, there's a hotel. And most of them are hotels of international standards. So now what you have to do is to create packages that would entice the clients to come to your property. Also encouraging local patronage. Now around VI, we have Landmark Beach. My hotel personally, we partner with Landmark Beach. So when you come to 4 Points, you have access to Landmark Beach. You know, that's a way to promote local tourism as it is. There's also Nike Art Gallery. There's Lekki Conservation Center. There are so many centers, there are so many things there are so many packages that we can create around for clients. So when they come to your hotel, even though it's a business hotel, whether it's a business or leisure hotel, there's something else that is attracting them, you know, to visit that particular property. Now, one of the other challenge that you would face is, you know, security. Because having to transport those clients from your property to the destination, you know, to the tourism destination where you want them to see, it's a challenge. You wouldn't want to be held responsible for whatever happens, you know, along the line. So it means it will increase the cost of that service you are trying to provide. And, you know, in the end, you realize that what is really the, you know, let me just allow it to slide. Now, another way you can look at it is to engage other tourism practitioners. Even though that might cost more, but you know that, oh, I have a client, he's coming to Nigeria, and I want him to have a nice time. So take his itinerary, discuss with him. These are the places that he might, it would be nice for him to see.
To visit.
And, we take it, since we have a relationship with that particular company, or we create a relationship with that particular company, and they handle the clients like a concierge, So if hotels around can, partner with other local tourism centers. There's something else that I saw on LinkedIn and Instagram. Is this fridge stickers? So it shows different locations. I don't know. It's Molue. Different. What's it called now? Different gifts. It's gift items. So people who come into the country.
Like souvenirs.
Thank you, souvenirs. Okay. So different souvenirs that people who come into the country can take along with them, and they remember wherever they came from. Taking that to your country, back to your country, and telling the story behind it, will leave an imprint on your mind and on the minds of the people who you have, left back at home that you went back to see. So one of the things that we need to do as hospitality professionals is to create packages, experiences, so that when people come to your hotel, they not just come for business, they also get to see the environment.
And the destinations around.
Yes, correct.
Fantastic. So there are many innovative ways to really package whatever it is we're doing and scale up and increase sales. In other words, you are saying. And we can't say it enough. The market for souvenir, some days back, somebody came back from Rome and brought this just a little purse. And what was in the purse? It was for a Catholic person, so there was a rosary inside and water from the Fatima. And just in a nice purse that just said Rome, Italy. And I was thinking, my God, this could be done in Ankara as well. And we could put something inside. And
exactly.
That's another value chain, created. We will get there. Thank you so much for that insightful response. I want to continue with a lady again in the house, and I want to address this to Mrs. Bossede. When we just celebrated the World Tourism Day, I wanted to do something on my own social media handle, and I went to check what UNWT, had written concerning tourism. And there was a whole list of things, and you are thinking, these people are thinking, they have visionary and futuristic. So I want to ask, because from that, there's a lot of talk about people, planet, and prosperity. Please, can you share with us, Bosse, links still to our topics, sustainability, but this time of the tourism product from your own ecotourism perspective, so that we can be more environmental conscious and apply best practice as well. Please share with us.
Thank you. People, places, and prosperity. It's quite, how will I put it, eye-opening. Personally, for me, when it comes to ecotourism, a lot of us, we feel going to places like Kenya or other African countries that have gone far when it comes to ecotourism is the deal. We don't look within us. And you can't disconnect the place from the people, because it is the people who have been the custodian of that place, and they are the ones that know the story of the place that you're visiting. So ecotourism is quite unique. If I were to use the Lekki Conservation Center example, Lekki Conservation Center is within an urban jungle. I will use that word because we have the people around us are not just indigenes, but we have a mix. Everybody from everywhere is around and within Lekki Conservation Center. But then coming to the service we provide about the place. Lekki Conservation Center is unique in the sense that it's what holds the remnant vegetation that used to be along this peninsula, Lekki Peninsula axis those days. But as we all know, Lekki now, everywhere is built up, everywhere is concrete. And you have this little, how will I put it, forest in the midst of structures. So the people are those of us within and outside, the neighboring communities that come around to make use of our facility, both, and we have over 50%, Nigerians come around, especially the young ones, youths more. They come around, they connect with the place. So there's the story, we tell them about what is in Lekki, the natural resources, the trees, the animals, the interaction, the entire ecosystem. We have wetland and we have a bit of the grassland area, which we keep for the ungulates, that's the antelopes and co within the reserve, those ones that graze. So as much as possible, we try to strike a balance within that ecosystem. And we want people to come in and connect with the natural environment. Now, when you're talking about prosperity, of course, if you visit the Lekki Conservation Center, you pay a token. It's quite affordable for anyone. You pay a token, you have access.
Mrs. Bossede, sorry, I will cut you there. If you want to know more about that, follow us on the tour this afternoon. Thank you so much. They are our top partners for the conference. And before I round up, I still want to just quickly ask Mr. Eric and Mr. Bruce to contribute one or two things. Mr. Eric, I think without any doubt, you are somebody that you have been building business people for a very long time. And we are constantly in the industry saying or complaining about them that maybe we have a lot of them that are setting up hotels, presenting or creating products that sometimes we are concerned about. Can you share with us, in case there's any business person in this room, I'm sure I'm not mistaken, there are plenty. What do you think we need to get right thinking about this topic? And what are some of the things we might be getting wrong or gaps that you have recognized training future business owners? Please share with us.
Thank you. First is the industry is not for everyone. It's not a quick return on investments industry. It's not a business or industry where you feel, okay, I want to quickly rack up money, let me come in. No. It's a business of passion. It's a business of experience. If you do not have these two, don't bother. The reality is you should be shooting yourself on the foot. The owner of this hotel will tell you how long it took him to break even. And there are many hotels, many restaurants that they've been existing for 15 years. I will share very little experience. We had a lady who came to the school to make an inquiry for cooking, that they were already building a 3-story building somewhere in Abeokuta, and the husband is in the UK, and they only want to learn cooking aspect. And interestingly, I met her and I said, why do you want to do this? He said, no, I just want heady cooking. Why do you want to do heady cooking? So after a lot of wall-up, she opened up and said, we are building restaurant, it's 3-story building. I said, where in Abeokuta? I said, who is your market? Okay, I have not thought about it. What are you going to sell? That's why I came, heady cooking. Who in Abeokuta is after heady cooking? I feel they will want it. So you see, like we said, the product exists, the market exists, the product is there. But without the people, and the people cut across, both the entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs, yours, thank you very much, it's lacking. People exist. People, because of humans, because of problems, there are need for solution. People who dip their hand in their pocket to solve problems that they have. So why will I go to your 2-story or 3-story building restaurant to come and eat your so-called heady salad? So in the process, she eventually came to do the restaurant owners program. Just within 1 week, she realized that for that business, they will break even in 26 years. So immediately she calculated the 26 years. She was just doing Allah Maji. I said, Madam, Allah Tije, So it took them to bring down the building further. And because even with that, it would take them 6 years to break even. And the husband called and said, no, I don't have that patience for 6 years. That is the story of a typical Nigerian hospitality business owner. He goes in because my friend has it. He goes in because the money exists. He goes in because I want to tell them, don't you know that hotel? I'm the owner. The reality is, if you want to come into a hospitality business, please do your analysis. Do they have problem? I mean, the market, is there a problem? If there is a problem, then they will likely give you money. Then craft the solution such that they will see the value. I always say in the school that value is value if its recipient sees it as value.
Case closed. Case closed. A word is enough for the wise, Mr. Eric.
Thank you.
So we are not going to say more than that. And I don't think we can close this session because of our leadership in place without saying something. And we have talked about with excitement that we have a single and searching ministry that is ready to, marry so many things to make this team of this year work. And I want to ask Mr. Bruce, as an expert in leadership building, what do you think our leaders, not just in Nigeria, in Africa, need to understand about creating an enabling environment? Because we talk about this all the time. And we keep going from enabling environment and we're not implementing yet. Please share with us, because you have seen the two sides of the continent, from the Europe perspective and from the African perspective. And we're saying Africa wants to create for the world. So what do our leaders need to do to make everything we have said in this room today happen? Please share with us.
Can you hear me? Your question is a seminar, not just an answer.
Absolutely. And I know you're capable of, blowing our minds.
I think it ties back with what I said earlier about beliefs. Leadership, in my view, we in Africa, and I mean all of us, we have this problem in no matter what country we are. We seem to think we earn it, what we've deserved it. We've worked here, we've done this, we've paid our dues, we've done the suffering, now we are the leader. What we don't learn is what leadership is about. You can't lead if you have no followers. I always say to someone, if you want to know what true power is, when you have the ability to execute someone for hurting you and you choose not to, that is power, and that's leadership. So I think leaders is about being an example for your people. I think if you want to lead a country or lead a department or lead a division, you need to first look at yourself. Realize your weaknesses, realize your positive aspects. Look at what style you believe in. What kind of leadership style do you believe in? What conflict style do you believe in? So basically, actually, I'm saying leaders need to be self-aware. They need to know how culture influences them. They need to know how they treat women, how women treat men, how we treat different races. So all that comes from self-awareness. So I think the nutshell would be, so it's not a long seminar, it's just saying,
we can't
I
give
think
what we don't
leaders
have.
need to do executive coaching or go through programs where they can become more self-aware, know their self-worth, their self-value, their self-confidence, their self-beliefs, and have all those aspects so that they can pass it on to younger people.
Thank you so much. So on this note, we finish by asking our speakers just one takeaway that we want to leave with our audience before we wrap up for the evening. One takeaway. Can we start from Mrs. Abosede from that end? One takeaway for the audience.
Thank you. For me, I would say for the audience that sustainability is not just about now, but about the present and the future. What kind of legacy do we want to leave for our children? And how do we foresee our tomorrow within the industry? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So legacy, what do you want to leave for the next generation? Yes, Mr. Eric.
Okay. 2 words, actually. You said one word. One is, if you know more. If you know, and you have persons around you, please pass it on. They need it for the next generation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Please, Mr. Greg.
So what I would say, we've seen it obviously that great products is not enough. Wonderful service is not enough. But being able to understand the customers, what they want, and how they want to be served will help us bridge that gap between product and market. so we can have great innovations and we can have solutions that we can be proud of and are usable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Greg, for that contribution. Favor?
Okay, so what I'll say will be similar to what Dr. For HBS said. Avail yourself to be a mentor. If somebody reaches out to you, offer yourself to teach them. If you are a leader, know that if you are not available and the work stops, then you're not a good leader. If you are a leader and your followers are able to carry on what you do when you're around, then you have passed on knowledge. So offer yourself to be a mentor, and if you need to know more, humble yourself and get a mentor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Favor, for that. Mr. Bruce.
Nigeria is the most industrious country in Africa. In my humble opinion, you are some of the most educated people. You are some of the most smart people. You don't have a welfare mentality. You have so much potential. I just think you need to believe in yourself. And I think you need to believe the fact that you can make it, because there is so many challenges in this country. And you guys can definitely do it, especially in the hospitality industry.
Fantastic. Thank you. And they have said it all. I will just say, like I stated, Mo says, Africa creates the future. Do you want to be part of the future? Check and see. What are you going to create in your little niche? Start from today. Thank you. Thank you so much to the panelists.
All right, thank you very much. Put your hands together for them one more time, please. All right, we're going to have an interlude now of music, and of course, it's time for our lunch. We've been sitting down for a long time, you know, listening to lectures. If you registered and you have your ticket with you, so let's go for lunch, while the DJ will be giving us a music background so that we can enjoy ourselves. So once again, if you have your ticket, you registered, you have your ticket, let's go for lunch. Mr. DJ, are you ready? May not be like you just come, you not do work. May yourself contribute, play. Yeah, play. DJ, what's the DJ's name? DJ Ma? I cannot hear you there. I'll come and meet you. You just play. All right. Wait, DJ, wait. Please, we have limited time for the lunch, while the DJ will be giving us an interlude music. Then when we come back, we'll go straight to the second section of this panelists. Thank you. DJ.
Without you, girl, he's all right. If you really want to know, I'd have to say it's dangerous to my mind. So before you turn and walk away, just let me love you one more time. Feel your heartbeat close to mine. Let me love you all the time. Let it love me. Yes, I'm asking you to stay. Remembering it used to be so right. If you're asking for the truth, I have to say I won't believe it's good now.
DJ, please wait. Where's DJ? All right, please, we have just 30 minutes for this section of lunch. If by 3 you are not here, we will collect the lunch back from your belly. So feel free to go for lunch now. Then once it's 3 o'clock on the, let's all assemble back here. In Jesus' name, amen.
Feel your heartbeat close to mine. You're the love of my life, and you'll always be. You're the love of my life, the only one for me. Honey, you're my strength, my inspiration. Your loving keeps me on a natural high. You and I, the perfect combination. I couldn't live without you, baby. I never want to try. The love of my life, my very heart and soul. To keep you happy each day is my number one goal. You're the love of my life. With you each day is brand new. And every moment you're near brings me closer to you. You're the love of my life. I find joy in your smile. You're the love of my life. You make it all worthwhile. Baby, you are all that I could hope for. You have made my every dream come true. With your tenderness and understanding, I found so much happiness in you. Sweet love, you're the love of my life. You're the love of my life. searching but not finding understanding anywhere. Lost in a masquerade. Both afraid to say we're just too far away from being close together from the start. We tried to talk it over, but the words got in the way. We're lost inside this lonely game we play. Hearts are weeping, disappear every time I see your eyes. No matter how hard I try, to understand the reasons that we carry on this way. Lost in a masquerade. Oh, are the words I love to hear. Gotta love, and I'll make you feel alright. 'Cause I need you, baby, to carry me on through all the years. So come on, baby, close the door and dim the light. 'Cause we got love days would all be empty. The nights would seem so long. With you I see forever oh so clearly. I might have been in love before, but it never felt this strong. Our dreams are young and we both know they'll take us where we want to go. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. If the road ahead is not so easy, our love will lead the way for us. Like a guiding star, I'll be there for you if you should need me. You don't have to change a thing. I love you just the way you are. So come with me and share the view. I'll help you see forever too. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. I have never been so much in love before. tried to think things through. Hope you find out before it goes too far. With all of the love you have for him, he's got none for you. Stephanie, are you there? Or are you living somewhere in the land, hanging on to dreams you shouldn't let fade away? Stephanie, in my arms, I wish that I could hold you tenderly. Is there any room for me, Stephanie? I love you more than you could ever know, but your heart belongs to somebody else. I shouldn't have to hide. Wish I could find the nerve to tell you what's going on inside of me. Stephanie, in my arms, I wish that I could hold you tenderly. Is there any chance for me, Stephanie? Are you there? Or are you living somewhere in the land, hanging on to dreams you shouldn't let fade away? Stephanie, in my arms, I wish that I could hold you tenderly. Is there any chance for me, Stephanie? Are you there? Or are you living somewhere?
All right, thank you. Okay, welcome back from the break. And of course, if you are outside, please let's come inside. And any moment from now, we're going to kickstart the second aspect of this segment, rather. If you are outside, please, ushers, please help me bring back everybody that are outside. Bring them in. All the presenters that will be, hey, my voice already loud too much. All the presenters that will be taking part in the next section to come inside, be seated, because any moment from now we're going to kickstart. And don't forget, we still have the gala night that will be taking place later after the presentation. Please, if you are outside, come inside now. We're about to start now. We're about to start now. No loitering around. Nobody should be outside. If you're outside, come in. Thank you. Mr. DJ, give me a better song now. Just play something. In the next 2 to 3 minutes, we will kickstart. Thank you. On. All right, so we are starting now. So everybody should come inside. If you're outside, come in. The coordinator for this segment is here already. Thank you. The person that will coordinate this segment want to start now. So if you are outside, let's come inside. We're about to start now. Thank you. God bless you.
Hey, don't worry. Without wasting much of our time, we would like to have the first presenter, Adeniyi Enekoli Esther. You can't follow this list, so that's why some people may have abstract here, they may not be here. They should have a paper where people who are here will write their name. You can't follow this. Okay, are you Enekoli Esther? Okay. Okay, Sariko. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Now you have 7 minutes.
Yeah, I thought I could give them my
slide.
PowerPoint.
Is it there?
But they are not ready.
Projector, yeah?
They are not ready.
Where's the projector? Okay, yeah, give them.
All right, if you are presenting and you are also projecting anything or slide, please just meet the engineer there so that they can help you get them ready. In case you are presenting and you need to slide anything or project anything, you can as well meet with the engineer there, projector engineer there, so that they will help you get them ready. All right, so the first presenter is getting ready to come and give us what he has. All right, while Sadiku Olalekan Abibu is getting ready, let Agbebi Saka get ready. After Sadiku, Agbebi Saka get ready with your any slide you want to give or you want to project. Just give it to them there and get ready. So Sadiku, are you ready? All right, we are waiting for you, please. No time. We still have a lot to do rather. Sorry, I can still see some people outside. If you are outside and you are for us, and you know you are not against us, please come inside. What's happening? Oh, we are waiting. Okay, if you're not projecting anything, if you're not doing any slide, please can you come? Come and give me your name. If you are presenting and you're not projecting anything, you just want to present to us, can we have you? You are presenting, but you're not projecting anything or any slide. Just come. Let's have you first. So that those that want to project anything, they can be getting ready. In case you are presenting and you are not projecting anything slide, please come. Okay? So if you're set, please come forward because we're waiting for you, please. No time. Don't forget. And don't forget, we still have the gala night later today after this presentation. We still have the gala night which will be taking place later today. So once again, if you are presenting and you're not doing any slide, come. Or if you're doing any slide or projecting anything, meet them there at So just call everybody inside. And Mr. Sadiku, we are waiting for you. You are the first presenter. So just come forward so that we can kickstart this second segment quickly. No time. And don't forget, we still have a lot to go. We still have the gala night to do. So then we're having Sadiku Olalekan Abibu, get ready. Then after that, let Agbebi Saka get ready after him. Immediately after him, you're coming up to give us what you have. Then followed by Amadou Nasir Oize. Did I get that right? Okay, are you ready now? All right, thank you. Moderator, sir, can I give it to him? All right. Okay, so thank you very much. Let's listen to him. This is Mr. Sadiku.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sadiku Olalikon Habib. I'm here to present a paper, the abstract titled Distribution of Ecotourism, an example of water-based tourism in Lagos State. Firstly, I'd like to talk about the tourism. Like several speakers have spoken today, they've defined what tourism is, what tourism entails, and how to go about tourism. But ecotourism is a tourism that is responsible and also sustainable, a sustainable form of tourism that promotes conservation of natural environment and cultural environment. We need to preserve our natural environment. We have to cultivate the habit of sustainable development, sustainability. We all know that sustainability has to do with we enjoying today and not compromising the future generation ability to enjoy that certain features. In Lagos State, we have several tourist sites in Lagos, and we discovered that Lagos State has a lot of water-based tourism because of the location of Lagos State being a coastal area. And water-based tourism is a promising ecotourism option that provides great benefits to the environment and surrounding communities. So we discovered that water-based tourism has several benefits, which include providing opportunities. We have people come around to tourist sites like beaches and other water-based tourist sites. People are gainfully employed. Government generates revenue. They tax these people. They generate revenue. Also, the environmental conservation aspects, like the Lekki Conservation Center, NCF over there, they preserve the environment and they still serve the purpose of tourism. And also, our cultural heritage is being preserved. And this work, we employ purposive and random sampling method in obtaining our data. And we sampled 200 tourists in order to carry out this research. And we used spatial and quantitative analysis to analyze our data. And at the end of the day, after administering this questionnaire, we used e-questionnaire because we are talking about sustainable development. We do not use paper questionnaire. We use e-questionnaire. We design using Google Form. Then the tourists, we sent the link to them. They fill the questionnaire online. We are practicing sustainability. And also, after that, we use GPS in getting the location of all these tourist sites. Then the map slide. So the map shows the nests, 8 nests. So we use 18 tourist sites. Eleko Beach is one of them, Suntan Beach in Badagry, Unilag Waterfront, that happens to be on the mainland. So this is a description, the graphical representation of the water-based tourist sites. And also, after that, we now discover that a lot of people patronize this. From our respondents, majority of them happens to be female. And like we all know that Nigerian population, that youth is the dominant aspect of our population. Likewise, youth, people from age 21 to 40, happens to be fronts that happen to be on the mainland, that is a kind of offshoot away from the coast of Lagos. So the pattern of water-based tourism in Lagos State happens to be a linear one. And from analysis, we were able to establish that the demographic pattern of frequent visitors is female, youth, emerging, and prominent group, underscoring the importance that we need to continue to ensure that our tourist sites keep we maintain their natural habitat. And again, like environmental pollution, littering of the sites should be cautioned. We can improve this, make our tourist sites attractive And the fee that are being charged, we should ensure that they are not exorbitant, that people can afford. And among all these tourist sites, we discovered that Elegushi Beach happens to be the one that is most patronized by people, just because of certain events that are being held around these places. So our conclusion and recommendation is that the government should ensure that government and other communities and stakeholders should ensure that there is a balance between economic benefit and environmental stewardship. And we should ensuring Lagos State water tourism continue to flourish sustainably and safely for the generation to come, and also the benefits that we can derive. Thank you.
Can we give him a round? Thank you very much, sir. Questions from the audience? Question, please. Do we have any question for him? Well, yes, ma'am. Please help me to give Mama a microphone, ma'am.
Is another thing that encroaches our coast, because people want to get resources from the coast and thereby making such coast to be defaced. They deface our coast. So legislation is one thing that can help us to safeguard this tourism aspect. So it is legislation. It is beyond an individual to do, but the government will legislate and ensure that illegal mining and people that want to build on those houses are discouraged.
Does that answer your question, ma?
Thank you.
All right,
thank you very much, ma. Any other question? Well, before you go, I just have some few observations for you, sir. I think you need to work more on your topic. I think your topic should be able to give any reader an insight, a clear insight of the problem you are trying to address. I'm a bit worried about the problem you are trying to address here, because you are saying distribution of ecotourism, an example of water-based tourism in Lagos State. I want to believe, to a very large extent, that water-based tourism is different from ecotourism. So I think you need to articulate your point there. Then you went further to say that you are using purposive or random sampling. I think you need to also be careful there, and then let us know what you're doing there. Then I think you need to reorder your paper. I really don't know whether you are addressing environmental problem, whether you are addressing patronage problem, whether you are addressing employment problem. So I want you to put it in proper context so that you should be able to narrow what you are actually doing, to a particular point so that your paper will have the mileage that is expected. And I think apart from that, I want to commend you. It's a good start, and I wish you all the best. Go and do the necessary correction, and you can proceed from there. Thank you.
Let's celebrate him. Yeah, that's to tell you, any presentation will be examined by the moderator himself and any other also. So, all right, sir.
Next person.
All right, so, sorry, who's the next person, sir?
I don't think we are going to follow this paper.
Okay, if you know you are ready, please come.
Yes.
Your name, ma? You tell us your name and you start your presentation. Thank you.
Then,
your name?
Sorry, what's the essence of this slide if the presenter cannot use the slide? Are they using it? Okay, thank you, man. Yeah, excellent. You can give the two mothers in front there, you can give them copies. You have only one copy?
The other copy are in Word, not in slide.
You can give, so that, yes.
Please take, let me.
Okay, so let's have her, so you should be getting ready after her. Mrs. Jama, please come. You have your own, right? So get ready her own slide, Mrs. Jama. Let her do her own, then maybe we'll get ready after that for... Are you ready? Okay, anyone that is ready among the two of them with your shoes. Okay, or better still, you just come and do your own then, okay. Okay, so you're ready, right? All right.
Good evening, sirs and ma. I am Bola Tito Saka. The topic before me is perception of sustainable cultural tourism in some selected community in Ido-Osi local government area of Ekiti State, Nigeria. Firstly, sustainable tourism is a kind of tourism that has more benefits than negative impacts, especially when relating to the environment, the economy, and the community. Truly, sustainable and responsible tourism should make destination a better place for people to live in, as well as to visit. As such, cultural festivals available in Ido-Osi local government area best describe the place as a cultural and artistic destination, which attract visitors on yearly basis, and that makes the destination a sustainable cultural tourism. I'm at the second slide, which is the statement of the research problem. The perception of the residents of the community about sustainable cultural tourism sites and the impact that their visit will bring to bear cannot be underemphasized, especially when attempt has to be made to develop facilities of the site. Preliminary findings shows that there is a perceived poor community engagement and attachment to the cultural festival in Ido-Osi. Secondly, there is insufficient knowledge of the impact of sustainable cultural tourism on community life and image and on the community economy. So all these are the gaps the study sought to seek for. I'm now on the objective of the research. The main objective was to determine the perception of sustainable cultural tourism in selected communities in Ido-Osi, while the specific objectives are to examine the perceived personal benefits derivable by the community from participating in cultural tourism, inspect the perceived community engagement and attachments with sustainable cultural tourism, explore the perceived impact of sustainable cultural tourism on community life and image, assess the perceived impact of sustainable cultural tourism on the economy of the community, and dive into the perceived depth of promotional campaign of the cultural tourism, location and time. Review of the literatures. Sustainable cultural tourism offers a new perspectives as it places cultural heritage and local community at the center of decision-making processing. Involving local community and other stakeholders in decision-making process is key to ensure results and benefits to both cultural heritage and the local population. Thus, the mission of sustainable cultural tourism is to ensure good conservation practices, along with authentic interpretation that support the local economy. Move to the study area. The study was carried out in Ido-Osi, local government area of Ekiti State. It comprises many of rural towns and few villages which are listed: Osi, Orin, Igbole, Aye-Osi, Ilogbo, Ido, Ayetoro, Ifaki, Fishing, and Ora. So the map of the study is there, showing the map of Ekiti State, showing the study area. We can see the next slide. Yes, we can see the Ido-Osi, the Oye, Ado-Ekiti, Ifelodun, and so on. So, sampling techniques and instruments of data collection. Purposive sampling techniques was used. Please, next slide. And the researcher used questionnaire administration to collect primary data. That is, questionnaire was the instrument used for the collection of the data. Then, sampling techniques and, no. The next slide is reliability of the study. Are we there? So the reliability of the instrument was established using Cronbach alpha value of 0.70 and 0.90, which indicated reliability of the instrument. The total Cronbach alpha is reliable when all the measures are above the cutoff value of 0.70, as recommended by Nolali and Bernstein, 1994. Result and discussion. Yes, the objective in table 1, responses of residents on perceived personal benefits from sustainable cultural tourism. The discussion of this table, the table is in the next slide, but the discussion is on the issue of the perceived benefits. The results we get from the respondents were substantially agreed and is in constant with the Lerman and Dost, 1987, which described cultural tourism as consisting beneficial factors such as education, entertainment, adventure that potential and existing tourists would like to partake. So next to the second table, the result on the second table on the issue of respondents' perceived impact of sustainable cultural tourism on the life and image of the communities, which was also significant. And the result is in tandem with the opinion of Kandra, 2010, that local communities' life impact on destination, image, and remarked upon increased infrastructure and better tourist facilities as significant influencing predators of sustainable cultural tourism development. And we can see the responses of the respondents on the table 2. Please, the next slide. So table 3, the discussion on the resident perceived impact of sustainable cultural tourism on the economy of the communities was significant as well, and is in agreement with the Diamatis 2004, which stressed that the main economic impact of tourism in developing countries are divided into two, which are benefit and cost. Then table 4, on the issue of community attachment and engagement to sustainable cultural tourism, the response was significant, and it is in agreement with the Gulalia 2003, which opined that place attachment simply means a positive or negative emotional bond that people experience in relation to places. So, and furthermore, on the issue of resident perceived promotional campaign of the cultural tourism, I'm now in table 5. The result is in agreement with Cause and Ray 2011, which opined that marketing of destination has been central to achieving a competitive tourism destination. So the test of hypotension, please. The resident perception of the impact of sustainable cultural tourism on the economy of the host community is not significant. That was the formulated hypotension, but at the end of the study, the hypotension were rejected. So, and therefore, a one sample test statistical tools was used. So the result shows that all the perceived variable by the respondent will be significant. And therefore, we reject the non-hypotension. And that one is in table 6. Conclusively, the study was done. Please, the conclusion slide. The study was done in order to explore the perception of sustainable cultural tourism by the residents of the communities within the environment. So specifically, the study examined resident personal benefits, resident engagement and attachments, impact on community life and image, promotional campaign, awareness of the destination and impact on the economy of the community. All the findings that emanated from the study show that the perception of the residents of the communities sustainable cultural tourism in Ekiti State. The local government and state government of Ekiti should seek the assistance. And partner with the interested individuals and private sector to develop all festival and cultural related.
Thank you very much. Can we give her a round of applause?
So, through regular effective communication.
Can we give you a round of applause, madam? Thank you, thank you. Thank you,
so thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, question. I think madam is raising up her hand there.
All right.
I have a question for her.
Are you asking that question?
Okay,
Any question? Okay.
Mama, yeah.
I don't know, before she goes to her seat, if you can actually give us a focus on, or you highlight your major findings and your perceived objective. They should, yeah, if you can summarize it again, just in few sentences. You want me to ask the question again? I said, can you just highlight your major findings and the perceived objective?
Just summarize it. And sorry, for anybody that will be coming to present, please just help us manage 5 minutes. When we give you 5 minutes, just manage it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The study was done in order to explore the perception of sustainable cultural tourism by the residents. And the findings emanated from the study shows that the perception of the residents of the communities was significant. That one, they were aware of the benefits. They did not deny about the health factor, health facility, the infrastructural development, selling of souvenirs, all the benefit they derive during any festival in Idosi. So they are fully aware that the study was carried out to investigate whether the community were aware of the importance of sustainable cultural tourism in their village, in their community.
I think you need to understand the question Mama was asking you. If I'm right, and if I get her very clearly, she's asking you that what are your major findings? You understand? And that you should link it with your objective of perception. Am I correct, Ma? Mm-hmm. So,
in my conclusion.
No, just relax.
Okay.
Even you will just tell her, noted, Ma, I will go and do the needful. You understand? Your topic, perception. You have a very good work here, but I think reframe your topic to suit the content of what you have.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to do that to suit the content of what you have. But apart from that, I think we just allow her to sit down. She's an upcoming researcher, so take all the observations, note them, and go and improve. Thank you.
Let's celebrate her, please. All this we're just learning. We learn every day and we improve every day. All right, the next person, please. Yeah, she's the next person. After she, you come, sir. Sorry, ma, please manage. In fact, manage 4 minutes. So the last 1 minute, we use it to ask questions. Thank you.
My name is Taiwo Jamal. Well, the topic is the effect of the disposition of tour guides towards tourists in selected tourist attraction sites in Lagos State. Implication for tourism development. Tourism has been described as one of the largest service industries, providing millions of jobs for several people around the world, and has contributed to the development of many nations, and it still remains one of the largest and fastest growing in the world. Tour guiding is one of the most important professions in the world, and is often given less attention or overlooked, underrated and undervalued. So the quality of tour guiding has been faced with criticism and controversy in the tourism industry. So there are complaints of bad behaviors and lack of professionalism. And Lagos State has become one of the main tourist destinations in Nigeria due to its historical, cultural, and natural attractions. So it has also, the state has also been known to host international sporting, arts, and cultural events, among others. So these events attract both domestic and international visitors. And during such events, some of the visitors use the opportunity to visit attraction, and sometimes it's part of the package. Statement of problem. Recently, tour guiding has relatively received more attention in academic literature. We have Chen 2015, Lee et al. 2022, and Lekule 2017. However, there is none that has talked about the disposition. They all talk about behavioral relationship between tour guide, their skills, and others. So this study is going to talk about the disposition of tour guides, especially in Lagos State. Objective of the study is to explore the concept of tour guiding role and impact on tourism industry, to examine the relationship between tour guides, tourist attraction, and tourism development. It's also to assess the effects of the disposition of tour guides toward tourists at tourist attraction sites, then to recommend or suggest how disposition of tour guides towards tourists can be improved for tourist experience and tourism development in Lagos State. Research question: who is a tour guide and what are the roles and impact of tour guides in tourism? What is the relationship between tour guides, tourist attraction, and tourism development? What is the effect of the disposition of tour guides towards tourist attraction sites? And how can tour guide disposition be improved to ensure destination loyalty from tourists and quality tour guiding? The hypothesis to be tested: disposition of tour guides towards tourists has significant effect of on tour guides' job performance and tourist experience, or the disposition of tour guides toward tourists has no significant effect on tour guides' job performance and tourist effect. The material and method, we used descriptive survey research design, and it was chosen because it aims at identifying variables and the relationships between one another. It refers to the blueprints, plan, and guideline utilizing data analysis in respect to the study. So the population of the study is 80 respondents, consisting of 24 male and 56 female students, a mistake, making up to 80 in 3 selected tourist attractions in Lagos State. We have the Seriki William Abbas Slave Museum and Points of No Return, which was classified as one because they are all located together. And then we also have the National Museum and the Lekki Conservation Center. Then the convenience sampling was used to select the 80 respondents. They are students of Lagos State Polytechnic, ND1 and ND2, leisure and tourism students, and they normally go on a weekly tour. So they are the selected respondents. The primary data for this research are obtained through formulated questionnaires, while the secondary research data was obtained from materials which have been previously documented, online resources, journals, and library contents. Then results were analyzed using tables and subjected to descriptive frequency and percentage to show the distribution of opinions and perception of respondents. And the statistical tools of Chi-square statistical analysis was used for the hypothesis. Now, the literature review. The tour guide has been described.
Madam, your conclusion, you have already spent 5 minutes.
You said what?
You have already spent 5 minutes. Conclusion.
Really? I don't know. And let me go to the conclusion, then you can. The summary and conclusion. The research work has its focus on the effect of the disposition of tour guides towards tourists at attraction sites and the implication for tourism development. The study was carried out among ND1 and ND2 final year students of Leisure and Tourism Department, Lagos State Polytechnic, Ikorodu. The study explored the concept, roles, and impact of tourism development. At the end of the study, it was revealed that tour guides in the state has very good knowledge of tourist sites, but need to improve on their communication skills, storytelling and creativity, sense of humor, friendliness, and professionalism, as these areas can bring about unforgettable tourism experience and repeat business. Tour guide interpretation helps tourists to understand cultural heritage of a destination. Consequently, it helps in developing the cultural and heritage tourism of the destination, according to Weng et al. 2022.
Can we give her a round of applause?
Please, can you put your hands together for her? All right, question, please. You have any question, observation, contribution? Okay, sorry. Any question?
Yes.
Okay.
Mrs. Jam et al. Number 1. You said you used and which year? Just note it. Year. Which year?
2022.
No. It should be part of. Don't worry yourself to respond. Just note it.
Okay.
Then is that what was the total number of those students?
80. 24
Okay.
plus 56.
Now, I think you need to also let us know how many tourist attractions did those students visited.
They usually visit so many tourist attractions, but for this study, we concentrated on 3. And it's supposed to be 4, but 2 was matched together because they are within the same location. And you cannot go to that one of them without visiting the other. So we concentrated on only 3.
Okay, thank you. Can we give her a round of applause? Next.
Thank you for time well managed. God bless you. Next, please. Thank you. All right. Okay. Your name and your
time
presentation.
starts now.
Thank you so much, sirs. Mas. I'll be standing on the existing protocol. I'm here to...
1 minute gone.
I'm here to speak on the research work exploring the emerging trend of dark tourism in Nigeria. The emerging trend of dark tourism in Nigeria. And the question is, what is dark tourism? Dark tourism simply implies traveling to visit places of death, places that involve suffering, and places that involves macabre. That means in tourism industry, it is a growing field, a growing part of tourism where people visit places to contemplate the loss of their loved ones, places to reflect on their history, and places to learn from their culture. And that is why in Osun State we are blessed with, in Osun State, in Ekiti State, we are blessed with the Kiriji War site, as well as in Kwara State, they are also blessed with the Mungo Park cenotaph. And an explore to these 2 various tourist sites really triggered my interest to writing this research work. Because from my experience in visiting this site, especially the Mungo Park cenotaph in Jeba, I noticed that even international tourists visit this place annually, but the host community the state did not really appreciate the significance of this site. And that is what prompted my interest to really look at this aspect of dark tourism that we are not exploring at present. Summarily, I am trying to look at three major items as it affects dark tourism. One of it is the motivation. That means the reason why people engage in dark tourism in the first place. Another thing is to look at the challenges that is facing the development of dark tourism. Why is it not drawing the necessary attention it deserves in our environment? And lastly, to measure the method or the means of promoting this site so that it can gain its place in the field of tourism. Without wasting much of our time, I quickly conducted a survey, and the method I used was a mixed method where I also looked at some qualitative information using books and also quantitative where I also administer questionnaire to generate information for this research work. And from my findings, my results, the first one is on the motivation for dark tourism. I don't know if the person behind the scene can help us project it so that we can see those data clearly. The data shows that the reason, the motive why people engage in dark tourism ranges from quest for education and knowledge, personal reflection and contemplation, conservation of culture and heritage, commemoration and memorialization, as well as entertainment and thrill seeking. And I tried to analyze this data, and I noticed that the major reason why people engage in dark tourism, among the aforementioned, the major of all of them is that most people visit dark tourist sites for the purpose of commemoration, that is, to remember their lost one, and also in memory of them, to respect them. Another information that I also quickly want to speak on is the challenges that are facing dark tourism in Nigeria. My findings shows that one of them is poor site management. In Africa, especially in our own community, we don't give this site the needed attention because in developed world, from my literature, I explore countries like the Auschwitz, the Holocaust sites, and you see that the Holocaust, even the September 11 site at the United States, still draw one of the highest number of tourists in the United States as are today. But in Nigeria, we are far from that. So we also notice that inadequate infrastructures at this destination is a major problem hampering the development of dark tourism in our country, and also lack of interpretation facilities, information. People go to these places, they cannot really connect with what the place is saying. And lastly is insecurity, which ranked first among all these data that was tested. Another very key thing I quickly want to speak on is the measures that can be put in place to promote these dark tourist sites in our country. And one of these measures is awareness creation, orientation, reaching out to people just like as I'm doing now. Some persons here may be hearing this term for the first time. And dark tourism, which is a growing trend in the field of tourism, also known as thanatourism, is drawing attention globally. So we can also try in Nigeria by creating awareness so that our people are aware of this dark tourist site and their significance to domestic tourism. Also, there will be need for partnership with stakeholders. If stakeholders in the field of tourism, just like us seated here, could pick interest in this aspect of tourism, we can give it its place among other aspects of tourism so as to help in diversifying our economy and bring dividends to our community. And another one is training of staff and service provider, infrastructural development, and also security is important for us to develop dark tourism in our country. I'll quickly go to my conclusion. Exploring the emerging trend of dark tourism in Nigeria with particular emphasis on Mungo Park Cenotaph, is clear that these sites are important part of Nigeria's historical and cultural heritage. If you go to Jeba today, they will tell you a lot of stories surrounding the death of Mungo Park, who is an explorer that visited Nigeria. So history help us to know our history, to learn more about our history. And also, it will also ensure that dark tourism in Nigeria remains a respectful and educational endeavor, responsible for sustainable development. And my recommendation is as follows. One, among others, one is that government and private sectors, which is where I will stop, government, private sector, and also the host communities must come together so as to give this aspect of tourism its pride of place in our community. Thank you so much.
Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Thank you. All right. All right, so if you have questions for him, Mommy, any observation, correction? Questions, observation, correction? Addition, subtraction? Multiplication? Division? Anyone? All right, so Mr. Moderator, sir, do you have anything to say to it?
Not working now.
It's working now.
Well done. Good job. You are exploring the emerging trend of dark tourism in Nigeria. What are you exploring it for? No, relax. Relax. If you are exploring something, you must be exploring it because you have an intention to utilize it to achieve something. So, for me, you have a good start, you have a good job, but ensure that you articulate this your topic properly. Your topic we must not be searching for information. Your topic must, say it all. It must be concise, it must be precise. So you say you are exploring. I hope you understand. So all the best. Another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Sir,
next.
I don't know if I can seek your permission to take the next paper, sir.
What is the next? Is it here?
Yes, it's there, sir.
The book of abstract?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
And the next paper is analyzing the pilgrimage industry and its socioeconomic impact on local communities in Osun State. And in this paper, I worked on the pilgrimage industry, which is an aspect of religious tourism, and I want to see if really it contributes significantly to the socioeconomic development of our state, our dear state, the Osun State. And my focus here is primarily on two major religious sites, pilgrimage sites in Osun State. And one of them is the World Heritage Site. That is the Osun Osogbo Cultural Grove. And the second one is the Oke Maria pilgrimage site, located in Oton, Ayegbaju in Osun State. I've noticed with time that these two major destinations have been attracting tourists locally and globally to the state, and as such has not been really given its attention, especially by those in the state, the host community and residents of that state. And that is what prompts me to going into this research. And the pilgrimage industry, we must know that pilgrimage tourism involves journey that people embark on to temple, journey to shrine, or to other locations that are significant to their faith and their belief. And all of us here have a faith or a belief. Either we are Christian, we are Muslim, we have something that we definitely believe in. And anytime we embark on this journey, we are going there for pilgrimage, and it has a lot of significance, especially socioeconomic impact on that community. And that is what this work has really looked into. So the main objective of this research is to investigate the socioeconomic impact of the pilgrimage industry to the growth and the development of host community, if given its pride of place. And I try to review a lot of work that has been done before, and so that we can always look at what is happening in developed climes, so that we too can emulate, so as to bring in those positives to our environment. And one of the work that I looked at is the work of Vijayamand, 2012. And he is of the opinion that the pilgrimage tourism is becoming increasingly important because each aspect is extricably linked with a destination's cultural identity and heritage. So every site has its own linkage to cultural identity as well as the history of the people. I'll quickly move to...
In conclusion.
Yes, sir. I'll quickly move to my conclusion here. I don't know if they can project some of these statistics for us to play around. The social impact.
Leave statistics.
We have social impact.
Leave
there,
statistics.
yes.
Just
so
go to
in conclusion, sir, more emphasis should be placed on providing, one, suitable accommodation at those destinations so that, it will encourage people visiting these sites for the purpose of religion. Good roads should also be provided. Services, quality services should be provided. The accommodation industry, the hospitality industry should be given its pride of place so that they can make people visiting these destinations to be comfortable. And also accessibility, which is transportation, should be provided for tourists. So that is it. And I recommended in this work that stakeholders should invest in providing infrastructure. These stakeholders, I mean the government, I mean the private sector, I mean the industry players. Everybody
Thank you
should
very
come
much.
together.
Can we give him a round of applause? Question from the audience?
Thank you.
Do we?
There's no question.
Okay,
Abi,
sir.
mommy, you were jotting down some things you want to ask.
Okay. Waiting for mommy. Let me draw your attention to this.
All right.
I've overheard you said, in this study, I try to review. You don't pass such statement. I'm sure you know that. That's number one. Number two, you are talking about suitable accommodation. Suitable accommodation is a relative statement. You will expect that you will dwell into the type of accommodation that is required. For instance, apart from regular hotel accommodation, you can begin to talk about peer-to-peer accommodation. How communities can develop peer-to-peer accommodation. I hope you understand what I mean by that. So that have properties that they are not using and that they can register with maybe local government, maybe a particular NGO. People can explore that type of accommodation without using hotel that are situated in that area. Then, lastly, you said hospitality should be given its pride of place. I think that's an ambiguous word. Nobody is telling you not to take your pride of place. We are professionals. Those who don't say should do the right thing. That's my own opinion. But beyond that, you have a very good topic. You have a very good work. But you need to also improve on the quality of the work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's how I went to rent a hotel in my area. They paired me with room. I collected room 205. They paired me with 207 that will be using the same toilet and the same bedroom. Since that day, I never lost there anymore. Are you ready?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Your name and your...
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody.
Your topic?
My topic is resident perception on local participation in ecotourism development, a study of Ikogosi Warm Spring. My name is Olakunle Orimaye. I'm a youth corp member. Resident perception on local participation in ecotourism development, a study of Ikogosi Warm Spring. Ecotourism, as we know, is a type of responsible and sustainable travel for the purpose of exploring natural environments and having minimal impact on those environments. The essence is to enjoy the natural environment, but at the same time, ensure that the impact that we have, that is the tourists have, are minimal so that they preserve the natural pristine, the ecosystem of that environment. And of course, that is a significant contributor to sustainable tourism development. We understand that in developing ecotourism, the host communities, that is the communities that are hosting this ecotourist site, they must be factored into the development of the resources they have. And we observed that happens not to be the case in most of our ecotourism sites in Nigeria. So we looked into Ikogosi Warm Spring to find out the perception of the residents of the community as to their participation in the development of that spring. we used a quantitative method, and then we used a well-structured, close-ended questionnaire to survey the opinions of the respondents regarding the subject matter. And the data we collected, we were subjected to descriptive and inferential statistics. The objectives of the study that we looked at their perception on their level of participation and the challenges limiting their participation. Then we also found out if there is a difference between their perception on their participation and the challenges that they have observed to be limiting their participation in the spring. In our analysis, we found out that in terms of decision making, the participation of the local community is significantly low according to the responses of the respondents. And also, the distribution of the revenue that is being generated from that site is not equitable enough. Another thing is that in terms of policy formulation, we found out that these people are not being carried along in the formulation of policy that will develop that site. As regards the challenges limiting their participation, we found out that there is conflict among the local actors in the community, telling us that it's not just that they are not being carried along, there is actually conflict among the local actors in the communities. Then we also realized that their access to the benefits that are being derived from that spring is very, very poor and low. And also their access to the use of the tourism resources is also very low. What is our conclusion? We concluded that the level of the host community participation in the development of that site is not encouraging. It is significantly low. Another thing is that we also discovered, we also concluded that the challenges limiting the local participation, we found out that their participation is low, but the challenges limiting their participation are one, their lack of access to the resources, and that the benefits that are derived.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we give him a round of applause? Questions from the audience? Questions from the audience, ladies and gentlemen, questions? Even if you are presenting, you can ask questions. We are here to rub minds. Mrs. Emu, can we give her the microphone to ask questions? Thank you very much.
Don't worry, don't stress yourself. I will come to you.
Presenter, well done. Good afternoon, everybody. My question for you as a host community, trying to know your participation by the host community or the occupant. Where that site is there, the people in the community, are they aware that the warm and cold spring exist? Then you talk about the revenue collected. To whom do they pay that money to? So these are my questions. Thank you.
Do you understand the questions? Okay.
Thank you very much for the question, ma. I'm going to say yes, the host communities are aware that they have that tourist site. It is actually a very popular tourist site, and people come in from different parts of the country to visit the place, so definitely they are aware. As regards the revenue collected, that's one of the things that we found out, that the revenue that is collected from the place, the host community, they perceive that the revenue is not distributed to them. So it is a question as to where the revenue being collected is actually going to. And I want to believe that is one of the areas that our government should look into, because if we are going to ensure that that place is sustainable, the people that are hosting the resources themselves should not be feeling that they are not a part of the benefit that is being derived from the place. I don't know if I've answered
Thank you.
your question.
What is your name, sir?
Olakunle Orimaye, sir.
Olakunle
Orimaye.
Orimaye. Okay, you said you are a copper.
Yes, sir.
First and foremost, I think we should give him a round of applause.
Compassion.
You have a good start, but let me just give few comments. I want you to look at your topic this way. Resident perception on local participation in developing ecotourism. You just said in ecotourism, in developing ecotourism. Please think about it if it's worth changing. Yeah, in developing ecotourism in Nigeria, you now use your study area, so to say. Then, you are so assertive that the local communities are not being carried along. How sure are you? And you said they are collecting money, and the impression is that they don't know who is collecting. Where do you get such information from? You have to be careful when you are using some of these, when you are saying some of these things. Do you have any literature or any facts or any evidence to substantiate what you are saying? Because whatever we are presenting here, after we have done correction, we will review the paper, and those papers will be uploaded online. Some people, out of curiosity, will look at such paper. And you understand, it will also bother on your credibility and the quality of what you are putting online. So, then finally, you said they are not being carried along. How? What approach are they currently using between the local government, the local residents, and the state government? Is it a top to bottom approach or bottom to top approach? Are you suggesting an integrated model to be able to address this problem? So please ensure that you have adequate literature to support your position when you are making such assertion in future. So wish you all the best. Once again, help me to congratulate him. Well done.
Let me put your hands together for him.
Well done. You have done a good job.
You have done a good job. You tried. You tried.
You want to talk?
You want to say something?
Oh yeah, talk.
Hope it's not another topic. Another topic. Bye-bye. Evan Flatter, put your hands together.
No, you just want to make a comment, Abi.
Another topic.
Let him go ahead.
Okay.
Let him go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Very briefly, I want to present on the second topic, and it is travelers' perception of extortionist activities at Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, Nigeria. International airport, they serve as a gateway between the host country and other countries across the globe. And the experience of travelers at the airport is as important as the whole of the tourism experience itself, in the sense that whatever experience the travelers have at the airport, it will affect their image of that country that is hosting that airport. So it has been observed that in our airport there have been cases of extortion. Travelers are being subjected to harassment of all kinds. They are being made to pay, illegal fees that they are not supposed to pay, and this is bearing negative impact on the way they perceive the image of the country. The objective were to investigate the impact of these extortionist activities on the satisfaction of the travelers, the travel process itself, and the quality of service that they are deriving. We used a quantitative method also to collect the data. And after collecting the data, we realized that in terms of their satisfaction, the travelers, they are of the opinion that most times they feel so embarrassed when they experience such activity, and also it creates fear in their heart, making the whole traveling process very, very inconvenient and uncomfortable for them. In terms of the traveling process itself, they responded that extortionist activities, when they experience it, it slows down the check-in process. In fact, it makes the whole process very tiring and frustrating for them. And of course, that also has a negative impact on the quality of service that is being given in our airports. The summary of the findings is that these extortionist activities, they are affecting the image of our country in the mind of these travelers. They create a very, very bad and negative image of what the whole tourism industry in itself in Nigeria is. And if we are talking of sustainability in terms of our product, our practice, and our market, I believe that it is important that we look into this, because if we really want the tourism industry to be sustainable, then we have to ensure that we are creating a very good, positive, and responsible image of ourselves to these travelers. We concluded that there are intricate challenges that is being posed by extortion, and the recommendation is that there should be enhanced security measures in our airports. There should be transparency and accountability. There should be public awareness, even to the travelers themselves. They should not just go to the airport. They also should be aware, and they should be very vigilant and careful as to the people that they have dealings with. And also, there should be proper technology integration so that it will minimize the activities of these extortioners. We can, when we begin to incorporate things like digital payment.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? Questions from distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Questions, please. Yes, madam. Question.
Thank you. From your work now, I say, what are you recommending that will stop or curb or reduce the activities of these extortionists? That's my question.
Shoyewa.
I want to the strong recommendation I am giving is that the government should, one, prioritize this problem. They should address it very squarely, and they should enhance the security measures that are put in place at our airports. They should ensure that the security measures are very tight and they are very, very proper, so that it will curb these activities. And also, the airport officials, the staff, they should be properly oriented, and if any one of them is caught, they should be apprehended, so that the activities, their extortionist activities, can be reduced. And of course, it will also send a message to others that want to be perpetrating this evil act. I believe it will curb the activities.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that's all for today.
But Harmony, you wicked though. Look me as a black. Okay, you want to say something? Okay, you want to ask question? You want to ask question? Presentation.
Madam?
Yeah, madam, come, you come.
After that, we take Mrs. M.
After him, after she, him. After him, she. She, him, she. Let's do it, she, him, she.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Oh, good evening. My name is Olukemi Oshadari. Yes, please. Oshadari. PowerPoints. I'm here to present the paper with the topic Significance of Consumer Perception of Service Apartments in Southwest Nigeria. Okay? When we talk of service apartments, it's an apartment complex that uses a hotel-style system in its booking and activities. Okay, yeah. It is similar to renting an apartment, but the difference is that the occupant can decide to check out whenever they wish. In recent time, service apartments demand is on the high because many people travel now for leisure, for business, and other purposes. Southwest Nigeria is a home to vibrant cities like Lagos, Ibadan, okay. Yeah, Southwest Nigeria is home to vibrant cities like Lagos, Ibadan, Abeokuta, Oshogbo, Ekiti, Ondo, and it attracts diverse range of travelers for business, professionals, tourists, and individuals seeking extended stay. Customer preference for service apartment, the reason why they choose service apartment are different. We have different factors. Some for safety, some for amenities, some for the quality, the location. Some people want the location that are near to attractions, and some for personal lifestyle. Some people just want a serene environment for their getaway apartments. This study objective, please. The main objective of this study was to assess the consumer perspective of preference for service apartments in Southwest Nigeria. And this research work, examine the factors that make consumer pick or choose or prefer a certain service apartment than hotel or motel or guest houses. The methodology. In carrying out this, the hypothesis of the study, the methodology, the study carried out in southwestern of Nigeria, and purposive sampling method was used. The researcher was not able to pick all the southwest states, so she worked on Lagos, Abeokuta, Ibadan, and Oshogbo, and 200 questionnaire was distributed, and all were recovered. The result and conclusion and discussion, please. Yes, we have under consumer preference for service apartments, we have high and low and no preference. Housekeeping and cleanliness. From the table, we can see that safety has the highest rank. It has the highest mark. The safety followed by the facilities of the service apartments. Next one, please. Then what are those factors that influence consumer preference of service apartment? Available of facilities, value for money, facility and services over cleanliness and maintenance, online review and rating. From all this, we can see that many of the respondents, they pick facilities and amenities that they see in the service apartment. What are those services? The security, then ability to be able to cook the food you want. Unlike in the hotel, you can only eat what they prepare for you. But in service apartments, they have the service of home away from home. Most of those service apartments, they have kitchenettes where the customer or the consumer can cook their own meal as if they are at home. So from the questionnaire distributed, we discovered that many of them prefer to cook their own meal. So they pick it, following by the safety as the highest factor that make them pick service apartment. So from the research work, it is concluded that most of the respondents were adults, male, married, educated civil servant, and any high income. However, they are on vacation, that is leisure activity, while some are for business. Then a respondent age and religion has no preference, has no way the determinant in choosing one service apartment or the other. Then most of the respondents, they have high preference for room and convenience. They can go out and come in whenever they want. The internet service, the Wi-Fi service is high. The security service is high, and so on. Then, from this, based on this, the research recommends that organizations should provide clear and transparent information about service apartments, including room quality, amenity, and safety. Because many of these consumers, they don't know what and what are they to expect in the service apartment until they get there. Some of them that we interview, we were told that until they get to that apartment and they enjoy it, that's when they now start telling people. Some of them opine that they don't even know anything about it. They just went there based on ESA, and on getting there, they discovered they have the value for the money. So because of this, we recommend that the organization, the government, the owner of this apartment, they should publicize all this quality, all these amenities. So the customer, the consumer, they can know what they are going to meet in anticipation. You know, before you even get there, you can visualize what and what you are expected to see. Then there should be regular maintenance and regular changing of furnitures and fittings to meet up with the trend of what is going on now, what is happening now. Before it's painting, now it's wallpaper. Let what you have in the fitting and furniture, let it correspond, let it blend with trend in the hospitality industry.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Questions from the audience? The microphone is crying. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, madam. Let's take Mama's thought.
Okay. But first of all, give her a round of applause for well-timed news. You use time well.
Thank you for that presentation. I want to quickly run through a number of things that just came to my mind with your presentation. And if our moderator gives us time later, when everybody has, I would like to share. There are so many things you have said in this your presentation, like the other presenters. And I think we have to start as academic people, to start not waiting, with so many things we've heard today, not waiting for anybody to come and package this thing. This is loaded statistics in the sense that you have gone to sites that are service apartments that can already become lodging facilities for tourists. I don't see any reason why any of us as academics, with the technology in place now, why we cannot design an e-book that would give information about these service apartments in the different states. It's so easy to write an e-book now and to sell it online. And we as researchers, it's beginning to be as if we're researching to put on the shelf. And we have gone beyond that now. Our research has to better lives. We have to see how to bring out this research out of the laboratories and the textbooks and all the things we are doing to inform lives. How will somebody get, like the lead speaker this morning says that, you land in a city and you don't know who to ask. I recently was interacting with somebody that they had created an app for restaurants. What created that? Because they came to Nigeria, they wanted to eat somewhere, they couldn't find anything. So why can't we also create something and say, this is the list of service apartments? There's so many things. Even the last presenter was trying to answer a question and I said that some of those things he has found at exhaustion. We can have a travel guidebook that is e-copy. It can start with free copies and then after we develop. Thank you for now.
Yeah.
Please celebrate Ms. B for me.
Just relax.
They say you should relax.
Relax. Please kindly assist me to give her another round of applause.
Wow.
And I will tell you why I requested for that applause. I do not intend to share this in public, but because of what you have said, and there's no time we meet at any fora, you always make very valuable contributions, so I'm highly impressed. Just last week, 2 weeks ago, precisely on the 2nd of October, Tech Fund requested that each university should send a representative for a training on innovation with some polytechnic. And 21 of us were selected for that batch. And we had that event in Abuja at Innovate Hub. And this man that owns Gregory University is the owner of that hub, and he's actually partnering with HATMAN. The essence of that training was that those of us in academia, we only publish research because we wanted to use them for promotion. The majority of our research are not solving societal problems. And just like you said, we were divided into 5 groups. In my group, we were supposed to work on a project that will eventually patent, register, and commercialize. As we are talking, I quickly went into my phone, and I can tell you that in 1 week, with the support of the engineers there, we developed an app which we call Tour Naija, which is a one-stop app for all tourism activities in 1 week. The next phase of this app is that the beautiful thing there is that you will now have tour guide that will register on this app. Those tour guide must have been certificated or trained somewhere. So if I'm a tourist coming from anywhere, if I go to that app and I tap on that app, I've seen maybe Lagos State, I want to go to a particular hotel or a restaurant or beach or whatever, I will also equally search for a tour guide that will take me around. On that same platform, I can use boats. On that same platform, if I have medical challenge, it's a complete ecosystem. So what you have said actually gladdens my heart. It is the academia that will run the society. We're expected to provide model for the society to run on. So, moving forward, in the topic that you have presented, I think you should be looking more on exploring socioeconomic impact of service apartments in Southwest. You understand? And like she said, I think I have a paper. You see, the problem we have with some of our publications that we do in Nigeria is that there is poor feasibility. I published a paper recently, no, not recently, maybe 2021. And that paper, I have been invited in almost about 15 countries to come and make presentation. Now, the challenge now is that they have given me a discount, about 40% discount. Will my institution be ready to fund those 15 countries trip? Obviously, no. Obviously, no. So, I think it is important that you take this, your research, a step further. You recall I was telling the other man here about peer-to-peer accommodation. There is a lot that we need to do as academia. We're looking at a place in somewhere in Lagos, Agboike too. There's an island there. You cannot get to that place except you go through boats. And we've looked at other islands, and we found out that other islands, even in Africa, are well developed. What exactly is our own problem? But like you said, academia will look at such things, develop necessary theoretical foundation, push it to government. Any research that you are doing that cannot solve societal problem, go and bury it. And the topics that you are giving your students must be topics that must find solution to problem. I also recall when I was running a program some few years ago in the UK, some of our colleagues came up with smart table. On that table, on that smart table, once you sit down, right from your house, you can book that I want table 7. And I'm going to use that table for 2 hours, 11 to 1. When you get to that table, it's like an iPad, smart table. You just tap fried rice with chicken, it will pop up. What you want, it will pop up. You look at it. You also see the picture of the waiter or waitress who will be attending to you. You do all transaction there on that table, and they will bring your order. Those who are doing it in developed countries, they don't have 2 heads. And we have a responsibility, like he said, for us to drive this. This is not necessarily, addressing your paper, but we are addressing ourselves, particularly those of us who are in academic, that we have a responsibility on our hand. If we are blaming those who have come before us, now it's our own turn. We should not allow people who are coming behind us to blame us that we have not done our part. So, Don't give yourself stress. Give her a round of applause and be going to your seat.
Thank you. At least, I don't know if anybody has seen a machine in Nigeria or Lagos serving food. Yes, now. I saw one in Ibadan. He was even speaking Yoruba. Serious.
Next presenter. I think that's the last person.
No, they see plenty, but I'm cutting them. We have just 3, sir.
Okay.
5 minutes, sir. Yes, sir. God bless you.
Your topic? your topic, your recommendation.
Abdusalam Wahid Abdul Fattah is my name. I will speak on the topic, impact of insecurity on ecotourism and biodiversity conservation in...
Just a minute. Is it on this paper?
No, sir. I've sent it to your...
Is it here? Is it here?
No, sir. It's not captured. Sorry, the paper is not captured on the book of abstracts.
Let's have the topic again.
I've sent it to your WhatsApp. Impact of insecurity on ecotourism and biodiversity conservation in Yankari Game Reserve. Yankari Game Reserve is an ecological area. It is a protected area. As it speaks, it is owned and controlled by Bauchi State Government. It is an ecological area that is open for visitors or tourists to come around to enjoy game viewing, which is part of the product that we're talking of. It is part of hiking by visitors, and a whole lot of products to enjoy in Yankari Game Reserve. Markets, they have a market. Practice, there is where the challenges is. And this is what prompted the topic to look at insecurity. How does it affect this ecological area? I don't want to bore us with more of English. The finding revealed that the insecurity has played a negative role on visitors' influx, visitors' patronage or tourist patronage to Yankari Game Reserve. As well, even students on fieldwork, academic practice are even scared of going to Yankari Game Reserve. As a result of what? As a result of kidnapping and banditry activities that do take place within the enclave. My recommendation is that, as a researcher, the research recommends that Yankari Game Reserve is a choice of destination in this country. The state government must be able to take security of lives and property serious. And so to speak, that as a tourist or visitors, what is key in your mind first to any choice of destination is the security of the place. Where there are violence or where there is violence, I doubt if any tourist will be willing to go there. We are able to meet here today in Lagos because there is peace and the environment is conducive for us to organize such a conference. So we further recommended that they have an helicopter there. The helicopter should be put into use for sky surveillance. We, at this modern time of technology, there's nothing wrong in the state government to partner with the federal government to have what we call a surveillance camera to track some of these perpetrators. It's very easy. It's very simple. If the willingness to do it is there. Today we have gathered here in this conference, we are talking about products, markets, and practice. Yankari Game Reserve is one of the destinations to visit. And from our research, we discovered that there is patronage in the past. And what the research today, which we have done, has been able to reveal is that
In conclusion,
the park experienced low patronage. Visitors has created a panic, fear towards going to the destination, and we have recommended that the government or the state government allay fear by putting in place security mechanism that will ensure that people have this confidence to travel from their home coming to Yankari Game Reserve.
Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you, sir.
I will not be patient for the audience to ask questions. I want to ask you a question myself. For me, the issue of security is a serious problem. What model has this your study developed to tackle security problem? Don't tell us the general thing, no. You understand? So, please.
Based on the findings I have done, technology today is driving the world. Most of where these crimes are being perpetrated, I have recommended that we can have what we call a snapshot camera, CCTV camera. It happens in other destinations of the world today. And I can share with experience as a wildlife student. There are ecological places that you go today, even for animals to go on extension. Most of these cameras are being plotted with alarm sound. The moment you get to a certain place, it makes a lot of sound and the animal goes back. So if we can do such for animal, what are we talking about for people that are coming to see these animals? Camera will help. And we also recommended that there should be a synergy between the park management, state government, and our military. The parts where the people are passing, let's have a beat for security checkpoints. We've recommended that.
My brother,
yes, sir.
What is the total land mass of Yankari Game Reserve? Just hold on, no. I'm not, just note it. If you know the total land mass of Yankari Game Reserve, in your recommendation, are you able to tell us that we will require about 75 or 120 so number of CCTV? Something, practical solution.
Noted, sir.
If you tell me that government should do this, those ones are general. Always ensure that your solution or your recommendation are practicable. Some people have made some presentation here. They said all stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Who are those? You have to mention them. If you are saying government, what part of government? You understand? Is it an agency of government? You should mention that agency of government. But
It's
all the way
noted,
from Yankari, you have tried. It's a long distance, so we can understand. Please give me a round of applause. I think that's the last man for the
No, we have two last people. Sir, do you bring any animal for us? Okay, you want to ask a question, ma'am? Okay, come. So, sir, we have two last people that want to do, but you see that young man that did before, somebody sent to him to represent him. Is he allowed? One young man.
Continue. Make your own presentation.
Thank you very much, sir.
The topic, key issues, recommendation.
All right, sir. I will do well to stick to time.
When we did it too.
Good evening, everyone, and be engaged with what the Nikkei Art Gallery has to offer. Fortunately for us, we have another Nikkei Art Gallery here in Lekki, so you can make a visit if you like, maybe tomorrow. Okay, the main reason for this study is to look at the other aspect of tourism apart from regular conventional tourism of going to museum for sightseeing, going to conservation park like Lekki Conservation Center for sightseeing and all of those things. Tourism is evolving. Creativity is entering into tourism now. We can see that in the case of entertainment. These days, people prefer to go to a concert, to go to a comedy show, than to go to museums. So we want to try as much as possible to make tourism to remain relevant, and that is why we are delving into the creative aspect of tourism. What does tourists really want in this present generation? So we look at it that tourists want to experience local culture. They want to be part of what the location, the destination has to offer. They want to engage in what the tourist center, the cultural center, the creative center has to offer in terms of exhibition, in terms of creativity. Okay, in conclusion, some of the findings reveal that creative tourism is in its infancy age. That is, more awareness needs to be created about creative tourism. And it is something we need to embrace because it is the new trend in tourism now. And then we try to look at it like creative tourism is actually economically viable. That is, when tourists are around the local area, they engage in what the touristic activity of the local area has to offer, and thereby create employment for the local people. And the local people also tend to acquire more skills in their creative arts, maybe painting, drawing, dancing, and all sorts of creative activity. This creates a lot of economic benefit for the host community. These are the recommendations, sir. Please permit me to go through. We say there must be a collaboration between government and private sector to support creative makers, creative art makers, and people in the creative industry, people in the fine art industry. There must be an involvement of local community so that they are not hostile to tourists. They must be given orientation about the economic importance of having visitors within their local area. Then we need technology to boost the handcraft and creative industry. They need to embrace technology as that is part of what is trending in this present generation. Finally, there is need for more research into the aspect of creative tourism. Our work has opened a kind of avenue for other researchers to come and tap and see how they can expand on that aspect of creative tourism. Permanent and seasonal exhibition.
Hold on, sir. Relax. Just relax. Don't rush yourself. Go back there.
Thank you,
Calm
sir.
down. Calm down.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Oh, thank you, sir. Okay, lastly, permanent and seasonal craft exhibition must be organized. This is to allow for more awareness to be created about creative tourism, and also to allow tourists to be involved in what the local community or the host destination has to offer. The reason why we chose Nikkei Art Gallery is because I was there personally on a visit, a casual visit, and some white people came around, and I saw the way they were so enthused about the exhibitions of Nikkei Art Gallery. They were so involved in the whole thing, and they wanted to learn more, they wanted to know more. At the end of the day, they had to buy a lot of things as souvenirs, which they took along back to their country. This is not applicable to foreign tourists alone. Local tourists also go from different parts of Nigeria. They come to Lekki, they go to Oshogbo to see what Nikkei Art Gallery is doing. And when you get to Nikkei Art Gallery, they give you an opportunity to review them.
Thank you, sir.
And this is what is promoting them.
Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, sir.
Can we have questions from the audience? Yes, I see somebody's raising up.
Oh. From where? Okay.
Okay, man.
Okay, so can we have...
Thank you very much. I like it, the fact that you're bringing up creative tourism, because some people don't know that it's also a part of tourism that can be explored. I was just sharing with the anchorman that within this Lagos, some people don't know. Most of you young people know that some of this creative tourism thing may be excursion, but I know that there are things going on. The artists, the young artists, they are creative. They will organize a night out. A lot of people will come, artists will come, put model on seat and draw and sell it within the hall. And you see a hall that is packed full, what I saw. Another one, they will tell you if you're interested in this, they'll make you to sit down and draw by yourself. They show you an app where you download what you can draw. They will give you brush and paint and everything. You draw by yourself and take home. Or even painting ceramic sculptures, and they will glaze it for you. You can take it home. So these are the creative things they do around. So thank you for bringing it up. So other researchers can also find out what is going on. You're only talking about Nikkei Gallery. That's why I'm talking. There are other ones you did not try to find out. So find out and include the other ones that is outside Nikkei Gallery. I know it's your study point. Thank you.
Just go back to your topic. I am thinking, I may not be right, that you should remove development and promotion. Just leave creative tourism as a panacea. Then in the body of your research, then the last paragraph on your abstract, please go and rework it. Please, the last paragraph. Thank you very much.
All right.
A round of applause for him.
I think that's all we have for now. Okay.
Mrs.
Okay.
Emu, that's the last.
The last person. Thank you.
Can we clap for the last presenter?
Please put your hands together for. I think you need to see me because that's what I do basically too. I organize hangout and organize a lot of things for people to. So maybe we'll see. But you go pay. So you pay. All right. Well. Okay, let's wait for that, the last person. And don't go yet. Immediately after she will have been our gala night, will be, reorganizing this place, decorating this place. Some of us are still coming back. They went for a tourist attraction nearby, and they will soon join us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have a paper to present titled The Impact of Tourism Education on tourism development in Nigeria. Tourism education. Much has been said about it today. Why do we need education? From my abstract, the study investigates the alignment of tourism education with contemporary industry needs. Utilizing a mixed method approach, data was collected from sample population comprising educators, students, policymakers, and industry professionals. The research focused on perception of the current tourism curriculum, relevance and effectiveness. Key findings indicate that a significant majority of educators believe the curriculum is not in line with global standards. Additionally, the gender distribution of respondents was analyzed to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the demographic landscape. The result under the score, the urgent need for curriculum reform to bridge the gap between academic instruction and industry expectation. I know just last year, NBT did that. They looked into the curriculum and so much was brought out, waiting for implementation now. Please, the next line. Simpro TV, next line, please. Nigeria tourism education landscape seems to be characterized by outdated curricula, a shortage of practical exposure, and lack of alignment with global standards. This mismatch between what is taught in classroom and what is needed in the field may well be stifling the sector's growth. Next, we have the following as our objectives, or as my objective: to analyze the current state of tourism education in Nigeria, to understand the nexus between tourism education policy and the industry growth, to identify the gaps and the mismatch in Nigeria tourism education system, to propose policy recommendations for enhancing tourism education in Nigeria, to evaluate the long-term implications of an improved tourism education framework. So I want to talk about the origin of tourism education. The emergence of tourism as a unique field of study dates back more than 4 decades, according to Mr. Ari. According to Ari, the beginning of this field may be traced back to the examination of its constituent sectors, namely hotel operators and the catering, as well as its component activities, such as leisure and recreation. All of these examples may be traced back to the period between the period before the World War II. The recognition of tourism as a distinct field of study with its own undergraduate curriculum and research opportunity did not occur until 1960s.
Please go to findings and conclusions.
Okay, findings. Okay. The study, okay, discussion, please. Okay. It's still all right. The study adopted a mixed method research design, combining both qualitative and quantitative approach. This design facilitated comprehensive understanding of the intricate relationship between tourism education policy and the growth of the tourism sector in Nigeria. The qualitative approach aided in gaining in-depth insight from stakeholders, while the quantitative approach provides empirical evidence to support or to refute the research hypothesis. The population for the study was 40 educators from tertiary institutions offering tourism and related courses, 50 students currently enrolled in tourism and hospitality programs, 30 policymakers from relevant government agencies overseeing tourism, 40 tourism professionals, including hoteliers, tour operators, and destination marketers, 20 representatives from industry associations involved in the Nigeria tourism sector. So, discussion on finding. The data presented confirmed in initial concern regarding the state of tourism education in Nigeria. Significant majority of educators and students believe that the current curriculum is not in line with global standards. This misalignment is evident in the dissatisfaction of expressed by tourism professionals regarding the prepared of recent graduates. The weak positive correlation between the output of the education system and the performance metrics of tourism industry suggests that while there might be other contributing factors to the industry's performance, education plays a crucial role. This finding results with the sentiment of industry association representatives who emphasize the importance of global best practice. Chi-square results for hypothesis 3 highlight a clear gap between the skill imparted by educational institutions and the requirement of modern tourism industry. This gap is a significant concern and needs to be addressed properly. The retrogression analyzed for hypothesis 4 indicates that policy modification can significantly impact the alignment of educational system with the industry needs. The finding shows the importance of policy reforms in enhancing the state of tourism education in Nigeria. Thank you.
Questions?
Okay, I'm coming.
Thank you, Madam Presenter, but I want you to explain to us the present academic instructional position and the expectation in the industry. What is the gap and what are we trying to bridge that you are now formulating a new curriculum for tourism?
I want to take it back from the man, the copper who used the Ikogosi spring, hot and cold spring. Practically, the people of that area have not been able to feel the impact of tourism in their area. Which kind of education method? Must everybody go to the four-wall classroom before we know what tourism is all about? That is a kind of question I have for you and for other stakeholders. The gap between us who are the practitioners, either the host community or those who are the curriculum developers, I have been able to notice that all the policies put in place, if we who are in the industry read them one after the other, we find that many of them are not being practiced, ma'am. Many are not being practiced. So what I want everybody to do, the categories of people highlighted, everyone should be made to see tourism as a field where both money and other resources are. So that is my perception of this tourism education, ma'am. Okay.
Any other question? Any other person? Okay.
Thank you, my LOC and moderator. I think she's the last person that we're taking. I want to just use this opportunity to share, because we're all here as academics, sharing, and not directly to you only because of all the different presentations that have come. I would like the media to help us project the objective. Many times when we're doing the research, some of the things we will tell our students is, what are you measuring? And when I first saw the slide of the objective, I found it a lot, in the sense that, yes, you want to measure a lot of things. And because of some other things I would like to say about the quality of the presentations we're also doing, that I think that we have to also see about improving on that, because a lot of the results you are reading to us, I would have loved to read it and see. They're very tiny. So when I looked at this, because I like to follow presentations, I love seminars like this and listening. I'm looking at, these are 5 objectives, madam, that you wanted to measure, which we normally measure. And I'm trying to relate it to the conclusion that you gave to us. I find it, very difficult to sort of like be convinced that all these things have been measured. Maybe because we haven't seen the whole paper, or maybe because you are just giving a kind of a fast presentation. But I think it would be lovely to really see that these things are really measured adequately, because they are important. That's one thing that I was wondering about, that did we really measure what you wanted to measure? Okay, fine, if you think so, and others might agree with you. Then I just want to mention in general, my dear moderator, the quality of the presentation, because we are all teaching and we are all supervising projects. When we want to do this slide presentation, I want to call our attention that the font size, for instance, the slide templates that we use as well, the contents that we are putting up also, is it bullet points, or is it a lot of words that we might not be able to read? And normally they will say we should try to talk to the audience. Let's not talk to the slide, so that we can, we have done the research, so to explain to us what you are doing, as well. And of course, if you also read to us, we might follow, but we might not follow. We want to hear what you have done and how you have done it, and how the project has been, applied accordingly as well. And like Mrs. Kopolu, you asked, I don't think you really answered, what years. Because like she said, you are saying you want to bridge, or you want the impact of tourism education on the development of tourism sector. Okay. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay.
Presentation of data.
Please. I think she's trying to point out to the fact that the step by step of the presentation.
Was not taken.
Yes, I think the first thing is that were supposed to be produced, which is just summary of the different parts of the work. So with that slides, you will talk to the audience because they are not telling you details that one can follow to read, and it extends the presentation.
Okay, so that will be corrected.
Yes, that is what she's trying to present. In academic session is that you out your paper as it is instead of slides, or at least we know understand slides. Slides are not full notes.
Okay.
That's what she's trying to say. Okay. So with such slides, you are speaking to the audience on your paper, just showing you points that you talk about. So it's not as you, she's telling you, yes, she said you did not answer the question she answered, she asked you. Yes, the gap. The gap. What is the gap and how is it going to be bridged? So maybe you can talk about that, then we can conclude.
Okay. Thank you for your contributions, madams. There is a part of my research work. It says tourism professionals, their own responses, according to the categories of the people, the educators, as I said, 40%, students, 50%, policymakers, 30%, tourism professionals, 40%, industry association, 20%. So the results shows that all the respondents, the professionals agree that our own curriculum needs to be redeveloped. And I told you that NBTE looked into our curriculum just last year, of which is still not yet in circulation. And that is to tell you that some of the stakeholders have looked into curriculum development and have agreed that the one we've been using is outdated. Then the correlation between what we do in the industry and what is being taught in the classroom. If the curriculum are well developed up to day-to-day activities, I believe the students or all other stakeholders will be able to flow together. So that is how far I can answer that, Mass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But for me, it just you have not pointed out the gap.
Okay.
All right? Because if I say there's a gap, you should be able to,
to bring it out.
Yes, bring it out so that we know this is
okay.
We don't have equipment. We don't have qualified lecturers. Maybe
qualified lecturers are coming
there are no
now.
teaching materials that can be used to gap it. But now, I will tell you that one thing government have done that is good, they have started teaching tourism in secondary schools. So since we have started there, it will enlighten people a lot.
In the secondary school?
Yeah, at secondary school. Because if they understand tourism, and I remember that in the days of Babu Obasanjo, he made sure that the students are on long vacation, and at academic, those people in tertiary institutions, secondary school, primary, they are having their long vacation at the same period. And what would that do? It will encourage domestic tourism, because I remember I used to take vacation with my children then. I'm still marking, my people would have finished the exam, then I will package all of them. If it's Abuja or home, I will move away from my place, and all of us will go and take a holiday. That's when people usually go to Bauchi then, because they have well-developed holiday resorts. That's Yankari Game Reserve. But now, tertiary institution is on, primary have closed. These are the gaps. Okay. This one has, so how would they plan domestic tourism? Ask them. Those people that are outside here, they usually save their money. Families will go on holidays. they know that they are putting something aside for it. But for us here, yes, poverty is part of it, but then who plans tourism? Who plans excursion and all that? We that are in Lagos at the West Coast here, we are even trying, because if you go to the beaches during the Easter
holidays.
Yes, the holidays, Muslim holidays, other holidays, the beaches are usually full, and other parks that they have around. We are learning to do that kind of thing in Lagos.
In Lagos.
Yes, so that's why we were
well,
insisting
other states should emulate.
Yes, now that they are in Lagos, that's why we're insisting they should go eco conservation
Thank you very much.
So if we have the materials that we use to teach, we enlighten people about resting and wellness, mental wellness and all that it comes with tourism, then we'll be able to develop a curriculum that will work.
Suit them.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Let's clap for her.
All right, thank you. So, man, do you have any other things to conclude with or any other thing you want to say to every one of us?
I think we have done justice to it since everybody have. So we can go and have a little rest, come back for the gala
night. All right. All right, so thank you very much, everyone, for being around and your patience. We're going straight to the gala night soon, so we need to rearrange this place. And some of us are still coming back because they just went for a tour nearby. And I want to say thank you to our wonderful guys behind the camera and behind the projector, Harmony and Site Entertainment. They deal with sound production, audio, and virtual. You guys are doing well. But thank you for making me be like this. You now know if you put filter, make I even yellow small. But thank you. My God will judge you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going on a break a little bit, then we'll come back for the main gala night. Mommy, you want to greet us? You, ma, you want to tell us anything? Okay, right. All right, man. So, DJ, give us a love music. Let's enjoy ourselves while we get ready or get this place ready for the gala night. If you want to relax a bit, you can relax. Any moment from now, we're going to start the gala night proper. In the meantime, I introduce to you one of Nigeria's best DJ representing. He has been to so many places like Aja, Lekki, Jagemo, Ikosun, Igondo, Yanokpaja, Egbeda, and it's still going places. So DJ, play. No play some song for us to play. Okay, now Island we did. I wanted to say you should play all those backbetting for us. And I remember that it is Island. So you can go out, take some paparazzi, take pictures with yourself.
To the development of the tourism and hospitality industry in Nigeria. Some has great investment in our sector, which has created jobs and helped to reduce poverty, and has a lot of corporate social responsibility contribution to the societies where they operate. So when you see somebody is mentioned to receive a honorary award, it is based on the impact the person has contributed to the development of our industry. On this note, I don't have to take too much of your time because of the limited time we have in this place. I would therefore call on my MC to come and begin to read out the names so that we can present the award. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
One
Miss B, please come. All right, thank you, DJ. I guess you have the citation on your phone, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, quickly let's have the citation that will be done by our wonderful sister, Miss B. They put your hands together for her, please. Celebrate her. Then after that, we just go straight. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So it gives me great pleasure to read the recitation of Engineer Adeniran Ajibade. Engineer Adeniran Ajibade. Yes. Please, a round of applause for Engineer Ajibade. Thank you. So Engineer Ajibade, as we see him here, has worked in the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, where he acquired comprehensive knowledge and experience in the policy, regulatory, and operational aspects of the Nigerian mining industry. He served in 1992 to 1993 as the Executive Secretary of the Presidential Committee on the Implementation of the Bitumen Project, CIBP. Later in his career, he was a pioneering member of staff of the Artisanal and Small-Scale Mining Department that formulated federal policies and programs for organizing, supporting, and promoting indigenous miners. He led the team that conducted the baseline studies on the Nigerian gemstone resources and recommended the development strategies for the gemstone industry. In the private sector, he worked as General Manager, Commercial, with Erin Mineral Resources Limited, an Australian-Nigerian gold exploration company. Mr. Ajibade is presently the Managing Director of Archetype Industries Limited, a company that operates multiple gemstone mines, and he is the President of the Gemstone Miners and Marketers Association of Nigeria, HATMAN. He is also a player in the hospitality business and is the chairman of Commonwealth Hotel and Suites Limited, located at Parliament Estate, Alagbaka, Igbatoro Road, Akure, Ondo State. He is married to Honorable Justice Bola Tito Ajibade of the Ondo State High Court of Justice, and married and blessed with children. My dear audience, Engineer Ajibade for his honorary award.
All right, and to present the award, let's put the hands together for the former president and Alhaji Badake Aliu to present the award. Please put your hands together for him, please.
Please, my president, with due honor, I would like to call Dr. Mrs. Ogunlade to join me in presenting this place. Hospitality and Tourism Management Association of Nigeria Honorary Fellowship Award presented to Engineer Adeniran Ajibade, DIP, MIN, ING, BSc, MBA, for outstanding contribution to hospitality and tourism. On the 19th October 2023, at the 17th International Conference and AGM, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. I want to congratulate the HATMAN because it's a very great thing. I've observed some things. It's like the academia is actually interfacing with the industry, very, very critical. And also in Nigeria, we should be mindful of the fact that whatever is the demand is high there. and the level of what we are supplying is low here. And that is common to all industries. And that actually is no reason to despair. It is actually reason to see a lot of opportunities. We are the ones that we are going to build that particular supply from the bottom and up to that top. And we are talking about creation of a lot of, jobs, employment for all the youth, teaming youth, energetic youth, dynamic youth, well-trained and knowledgeable. And also, we are talking about a lot of investment with opportunity for profit, high level of profit that is not even compared to what you can get in any part of the world. So we should just keep the work going. We should not rest on our horse. And I believe the best is yet to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Malaji, I am not done with you, sir. So you just, pardon me, sir, forgive me. So you'll be helping us to present at least until we release you, sir. So.
I was made to understand that HATMAN is a professional body that will look at competence and contribution of individual to the industry. That is why we don't sell our award. We'll give it to most deserving people in the industry. But I was made to understand in supporting this event, this awardee that just left gave us the sum of 250,000. Can we clap for him, please? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will be honoring Honorable Ladidi Ibrahim Garko in absentia, and to read a brief profile, we would like to call on the MD, Mr. Tuko Bala Sagagi, Kano State Tourism Board.
Let's celebrate him as he comes forward. Thank you.
No, it's to read the brief profile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to extend the apology of my honorable commissioner who had an accident on her way to this venue. She is currently having plaster on her leg. She has an accident in Abuja. So, and very unfortunately enough, the full citation is with her. But all the same, I can tell you that she has been commissioner twice in Kano State government. And she has been principal for over 35 years in various schools in Kano State. She has her NCE, MSc, and PhD. So in a nutshell, that is what Hajia Ladidi Garko is. And she is currently the commissioner, Kano State Ministry of Tourism and Culture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can do better than this.
Yes.
Who is representing her?
Mr. Tuku, we want you to receive it on her behalf.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what we're asking
Ajia,
now.
okay.
Ajia, please, they say you are the one to receive on behalf of the commissioner. Hospitality and Tourism Management Association of Nigeria, Honorary Fellowship Award, presented to Honorable Ladidi Ibrahim Garko for outstanding contribution to hospitality and tourism on the 19th October 2023 at the 17th International Conference and AGM 2023. I have the singular honor on behalf of HATMAN to present this to the Honorable Commissioner. Congratulations. Congrats.
Sorry, Alaji, it's raining one. Before you go and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alaji Badaki, and for standing waiting for us. So the next person we are going to be honoring today is Mr. Bruce Prim. Mr. Bruce Prim, General Manager, Albego Hotels. Please, I think like Alaji said, you
Please
can do
celebrate
better
him.
than that. So Mr. Bruce Prince, currently the general manager of the new Albego Hotel, is a multifaceted professional with a diverse portfolio encompassing business consulting, coaching, writing, lecturing, and consulting. A polymath, his passion lies in nurturing the potential of young managers and guiding them on the path to becoming exceptional leaders. With a wealth of experience in the hospitality, leadership, employee and management training and development, and successful human resource strategies, his dedication to sharing his insight with the world is evident through his extensive list of publications available on Amazon. These publications serve as valuable resources for individuals and businesses seeking guidance in various aspects of management, leadership, and hospitality. Committed to mentoring and guiding the next generation of leaders. Mr. Bruce hails from South Africa and is currently based in Nigeria. He boasts an impressive array of credentials, including a master's degree in business administration and certifications as a business and management consultant, modern applied psychologist, occupational training developer, and Microsoft specialist. He is also a member of Mensa and the International Association of Professional Writers and Editors. My dear audience, it's a pleasure to present Mr. Bruce Prince for this award.
On behalf of Hospitality and Tourism Management Association of Nigeria, I present this honorary fellowship award to Mr. Bruce Prince for outstanding contribution to hospitality and tourism on the 19th October 2023 at the 19th International Conference and AGM 2023. Congratulations.
I don't know if this person is around.
Thank you very much for the honor. I'm surprised and humbled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So, Mr. President, sir, please come forward. You help us to present the other award. So, can we have you?
Okay. They said the ones for the fellows we will present at the gala, night. From what I'm being told here, yes. So only Dr.
Kukoyi.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Kukoyi, can we have Dr. Kukoyi, please? Thank you. Put your hands together for him, please.
Okay. So I'm just going to read the citation of Dr. Kukoyi. Dr. Ibrahim Kukoyi was born 4 decades ago to the family of late Alhaji Rashid Agbola and Alhaja Sherifat Adeshola Kukoyi at Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. He attended NNPC Staff School, Mosimi, Shagamu, Ogun State, for his primary education, Methodist Comprehensive College, Shagamu High School, Agoiwoye, both in Ogun State, for his secondary education. He proceeded to Olabisi Onabanjo University, Ayetoro Campus, Ogun State, for his bachelor's degree in home and hotel management. He attended Ekiti State University, Ado-Okiti, for his professional master's degree in recreation and tourism, and later proceeded to the University of Ibadan for his academic master's degree in tourism development, where he finished with a PhD grade. Dr. Kukoyi further gained admission back into the Postgraduate College of University of Ibadan for his doctoral degree program at the Center for Sustainable Development, and he finished in May 2021. The degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Ibadan was conferred on him in November 2021. Dr. Ibrahim Kukoyi equally attended the Nigerian Institute of Management Chartered Training Course Ibadan, Oyo State, and bagged a proficiency certificate in management in the year 2009. Thereafter, he attended the National Institute for Hospitality and Tourism, NIHOTO, Oshogbo Campus, Osun State, and accredited
training center in Nigeria for the International Air Transport Association, based in Montreal, Canada, where he bagged an IATA diploma in travel and tourism in the year 2014. Dr. Ibrahim Kukoyi has over 13 years of teaching experience as a university lecturer. He worked at the prestigious Afe Babalola University, Ado Ekiti, Ekiti State as a pioneer staff in the Department of Tourism and Events Management from the year 2010 till the service of Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Ogun State, the great citadel of learning where he's currently working, hospitality and tourism industry, some which include European Center for Research, Training and Development, the United Kingdom, International Air Transport Association, Montreal, Canada, Nigerian Conservation Federation, Lekki, Lagos, and the Hospitality and Tourism Management Association of Nigeria, HATMAN. Dr. Ibrahim Kukoyi has taught several courses in the field on hospitality and tourism. He has over 30 academic learned journal publications to his credit. In the course of teaching and research, he has traveled far and wide within and outside Nigeria. Dr. Ibrahim Kukoyi is a multi-award winner, some which includes Best Tourism Lecturer Award 2013 at ABIA, Best Tourism Lecturer Award 2014 at the same Afe Babalola University, Lecturer of the Year Award, sir, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, to mention a few. Gentlemen and ladies, Dr. Kukoyi gained our great association, HATMAN, in the year 2010, and he has served the association in various capacities, some of which are Secretary of the Local Organizing Committee for the 2019 HATMAN Conference held in Funab, Abeokuta, Ogun State, Business Editor, HATMAN Journal Editorial Board, representative of HATMAN in EFTAN, Ogun State Chapter, where he's equally currently serving as the EFTAN State Coordinator for Ogun State. My dear audience, I present to you Dr. Ibrahim Kukoyi, who is happily married to Mrs. Kafaya Kukoyi, and their marriage has been significantly blessed. Dr. Kukoyi, for your awards.
On behalf of the Governing Council and the Board of Trustees of HATMAN, I present to you the induction certificate as a fellow into the Council of Fellows of HATMAN on the 19th day of October 2023 in the year of the Lord. Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Who is the next person?
Okay. Yeah, I'll just wait.
I think it's not easy. Chef already want to snap now. I take this photo. If I snap with Dr. Kukoyi, if I take it to Canada Embassy, straight visa.
Thank you so much. So now we want to also give the following award to Honorable Chukwu Bala Sagagi. Honorable Chukwu Bala Sagagi. And just his brief citation. Martins. Honorable Chukwu Sagagi, Managing Director, Kano State Tourism Board, was born in 1958. Also, did his OND in Kano Polytechnic in 1983, his HND in CAD Poly in 1987, PGD in 1994, MBA 2000, MSc Survey in Hotel Management 2009. Worked in Douala Hotel in 1977, worked in the Hajida Catering Rest House in 1978, worked in Kano State Poly Catering as an officer, a catering officer in 1954, and worked in Cabo Guest Inn in 1987, worked in CAD State Poly in 1991, and in NIOTO in 1992, was MD in KSTB in 2023. He also has been given the Gold Award winner in NIFAST in Kano State Traditional Cuisine. He authorized the Kano State Traditional Cuisine and has a Gold Award also medal NIFAST 2022. He is married to Hadija Sani Bako, Director Schools, Kano State Science and Tech Schools Board. He is blessed with 5 children. My dear audience, Honorable Tuko Bala Sagagi for this award.
On behalf of the Governing Council and the Board of Trustees of the Hospitality and Tourism Management Association of Nigeria, I present to you Honorable Tuko Bala Sagagi, an induction certificate into the Council of Fellows of our association on this day, 19th day of October 2023, the year of the Lord. Congratulations.
Okay.
Say what?
Thank you very much for the award, but in the citation, I think something is missing. I happen to be a founding member of HATMAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. All right, can we go straight to the next one?
So anybody that is here. So now we're just going to quickly call all the new HATMAN fellows to come out here. New HATMAN members to come forward here, please.
All the new HATMAN members.
All new HATMAN
All
members.
new.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So Eyitayo Ayo Risikat Dada Ebonoluwa Omalade Okosodo Eyin Francis Taufik Adeboye Adebisim Sandra Ladi Monde Abdullahi Ibrahim Bala.
Okay.
Awoti Menyi Okweyemi Esther, James Abba, Bayode Elizabeth Oluwabumi, Eson Yetunde Olariwaju, Sonya Olayinka Olubumi, Fadeji, Patience Olaniyi, Olufoyese, Michael Dele, Ogunlola Helen Oladokun. No, it's written here, sorry. Okay, it's Oladunke, but it's Oladokun here. Okay, noted. Oladunke, Arimoro, Joseph Adesoji, Zachariah Longdet, Sunday Omogboye Samson, Okunola Adafin A. Olaiya, Uchechukwu C. Alberta, Gafa Bolaji Ogungbayi, Chiwendu Sefa O, Omogulo Peculiar Adeze, Nemak Sunday Peter, Adeola Adeiton, Lamid, Adesun Loye Dotun, Kwon Emanuela Jara, Camp Victor Gilbert, Afolabi Taiwo Janet, Audu Grace Tenny, Esther Bernard Buba, Ababa Abubakar, Adebiyi Olanibi, Olu, new HATMAN members.
Please,
There
if
are
you
more
hear your
than
name,
this,
just
but
come
these
out.
are those that are available. Roland Ayode.
If you hear your name, please come out. Thank you. Yeah. Some of them are afraid to come out. They think it's ejection. No, it is induction. Okay. If you hear your name, come out.
You know their name?
All right. DJ, if you just give me small on the ground, you understand? May not be like say. All right. Are they saying anything? Are they saying anything? All right.
Prince
Today-
Ofebu, we want you here as well. Your name is on the list. If you are here, Prince Ofebu. Yes, Prince Ofebu. Prince
Okay,
Ofebu.
Prince Ofebu. Maybe you should use Nigerian tongue to call it. Prince Ofebu. Okay, she's here. Okay. The prince himself.
Yeah, let's show something. That's what I'm
But
saying.
it's Martins that will come and see. I think they are all different certificates.
Yeah, say something. I'll be fine.
All right, please. All right, this is a special induction, and it will be done by the amiable president himself. Please put your hands together for presidency. Thank you, sir.
This evening, we want to welcome into our fold our new members who have just joined the family of HATMAN. I therefore stand on the strength and power of the governing council and the board of trustees of the Hospitality and Tourism Management Association of Nigeria to welcome you as members. And one of the major criteria of assessing your advancement and growth in the association is one, your commitment and your passion for the industry. Your commitment and your passion for the industry. How do we measure that? One, you must be ready at all time to always pay your annual subscription. Two, you must endeavor to participate in all HATMAN activities. Three, you must mobilize more members from your location, whether state or zone, so that HATMAN can grow and become an international association in Nigeria. On this note, I therefore want to welcome you once again and congratulate you all for joining HATMAN. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Martins,
Thank
are
you.
we done?
Thank you. Congratulations. For them, I know it's congratulations. 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 Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. God bless you. I should snap you. Okay. DJ, you give me that beat that I said you give me the other time.
Ever since I was young, they said I won't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Work so hard, forgot how to vacation. They ain't never had.
All right, thank you. All right, straight now we are moving to the gala night proper. In the next 2 minutes to 3 minutes we are moving. But DJ, give me that beat. Let's quickly do this. I want to take us back to the olden days where we do some primary rhymes. If you know this song, sing along with me. Then from here we can move to the gala night. Are you ready? Are we ready? Who knows this? Who is in the garden?
Fine girl.
Can I come and see ya?
No, no, no. Follow.
What about this one? What about this